Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, But World Enough and Time. It had been well over 2 weeks now since she'd been trapped in this world, but now Edelgard finally had a single clue to guide her toward the truth of whatever cosmic accident had brought her here. The grotesque cemetery in Xanadu, where corpses, and soon-to-be corpses, had protruded from stone and rock like weeds growing between a road's paving stones. The whispered word, Remire. And the dagger, attached to a severed arm that appeared to have been resting in its repose and quietly rotting for months, if not years. The dagger that existed in 2 places at once, 2 times at once. The morning after the Blue Lions had returned to the monastery, Edelgard stood over her desk, one hand gripping the handle to the drawer, the other holding the rusted and rotted dagger from Xanadu. The dagger's lustrous cross-guard and pommel, cast from pure gold, were the only parts that did not show signs of age, though dirt and grime had been caught in the elegant etchings adorning them. She'd barely slept at all last night, even though she'd been exhausted. The mystery before her had kept her mind occupied well into the early morning. She hesitated. It was as though something in the back of her mind was shouting at her in a primal, wordless voice, a howl from the ancient past, begging her not to open the drawer and gaze upon the elder dagger and its younger twin at once. But she had to be sure. She had to know. She had to know that the details were exact. As the golden light of the rising sun spilled into her bedroom through the window, she pulled the drawer open. Instantly, she felt the rusty old knife jolt in her grasp, her fingers curled tighter around the rotted leather wrapping of its hilt to keep it from leaping out of her grasp. The other knife, the original, the one that was still pristine, rattled in the drawer, lifting itself up hilt first and dragging its sheathed blade against the bottom of the drawer. Edelgard felt her entire arm jerk forward as though the old dagger was dragging her along. It was as though she were holding a magnet hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than any magnet she'd ever seen. Something told her that the 2 daggers could not touch each other, not under any circumstances. No longer how much they wanted to. It was a demanding, wailing scream in her head, a fear as deep-seated and controlling as her fear of rats, panic and terror that seized every muscle in her body, every vein, every organ, every thought in her head. She slammed the drawer shut too late. It jammed. The younger dagger's hilt slammed into the lip of the desk, keeping the drawer open for the briefest instant as it slipped out and flew unencumbered through the air. Edelgard, panicking, let go of the elder dagger as though its hilt had burned her fingers and let it fly toward its counterpart, stumbling backward. The 2 met in midair. A thoroughly rusted, mottled brown and red blade met a black sheath and shattered. For an instant, Edelgard saw the cross-guards of both daggers, both lustrous gold etched with the images of proud lions, both ageless, kiss and sink into each other. It was like watching her hand meet its reflection in a mirror, only it kept going, the reflections merging into each other, the perfect reflections, the perfect mirror. 1,000 distinct images flashed before her mind's eye in an instant, 1,000 worlds, 1,000 futures, all blurred into a single gestalt before her, every possibility compressed into a single dull roar of sound and color. Edelgard felt every part of her body, inside and out, burst into flames at once, and a blinding expanse of light erased everything around her. The next thing she knew, she was lying in bed. A very nice bed, an obscenely soft bed with an obscenely plush mattress supporting her weight and obscenely soft silken sheets caressing her body. Nothing hurt. She felt fine, even, aside from a few lingering and all too familiar aches. And when she opened her eyes she saw the familiar canopy of the 4-poster bed that sat in her bedroom in the Imperial Palace in Inver. Could it be? Could she possibly be home? Had she somehow sent herself back without realizing it? Where was Byleth? Where was her wife? Surely she couldn't be far. Good morning, El. That was her voice. That was her voice. She was home. Edelgard wanted to leap out of bed and pounce on her, coil her arms around her like some fearsome boa constrictor, smother her with kisses. But her body wouldn't move. Not under her command, at least her head lifted and turned, but she couldn't feel herself doing it. It was as though some invisible hand had grabbed her head and traced its motions without her input or her consent. And the elation she'd felt, she didn't feel her pulse quicken in time with it, or her heart leap, or her lips curl into a grateful smile. It was as though she were a passenger in her own body. She lifted and turned her head and glimpsed, Beyond the pulled-back curtain of the four-poster bed, Empress Consort Byleth Eisner von Hresvelg sitting on a bedside chair with a worn-out book resting in her lap. Byleth. Her Byleth. The beautiful azure-gray eyes, the gorgeous deep, dark, ocean-colored hair, the gentlest and subtlest hint of a smile, and such a hopeful smile, too, such a wonderful and loving twinkle in her eyes, such a lovely rosy blush to her cheeks. Byleth. She wanted to exclaim. Byleth, my love, my life, my world, how I have missed you. Byleth said, leaning hesitantly toward her, is it? Edelgard shook her head. Sorry, no, she said, though they were not the words she chose to say, it's still me. Byleth's smile vanished. Oh. I'm disappointed, too, Edelgard said. No, not Edelgard, but the other Edelgard. Edelgard was possessing her own body, but it was her doppelganger who controlled it. She felt her voice vibrate her throat but had no power over it. She felt her body move but had no say in the matter. She was trapped. No, that's not what I... How did you sleep? Byleth asked the other Edelgard. Ugh. The other Edelgard put her hand to her forehead, as though checking herself for a fever. When I close my eyes I just see more documents for me to sign. Endless documents. Endless signatures. I think I can sign my name in my sleep now. She sighed. And your Edelgard liked doing that. Byleth laughed. Oh, goddess, she laughed. Edelgard wanted to cry at the sound of it, but that decision was her doppelganger's to make. Oh, no, I wouldn't say she liked it at all. To her, paperwork is, how should I put this, a necessary evil. Evil is right. The other Edelgard yawned. I think I've got a cramp in my hand. I'm sorry. Byleth took her hand and gave it a gentle pat. But an emperor's work is never done. I'm sure Ferdinand will have plenty more for you today, unfortunately. Great. The other Edelgard let out another pouting sigh, and her voice cracked as a lonely vice set its jaws around her heart. I wish Burkhard were here. He's the one who wanted this stupid job. But at least he only wanted to rule over part of Fodlan. Why did your Edelgard want to make so much extra work for herself? That's the price of ambition, Byleth told her. My world must be like a vacation to her. I hope she's enjoying herself. Byleth shook her head. She's always told me how much she wished she could take a day for herself and just relax. But knowing her, she's probably miserable. Yeah. She's been torn away from her life's work. And as much as I'm sure she trusts her friends to see her ambitions through, even without her, Byleth let out a forlorn, lonely sigh. I just wish I could tell her that everything's going to be okay. You can. Edelgard wanted to shout at her. You can tell me that. All you have to do is say it right now and I will hear it. You've never heard from her, have you? Byleth asked the other Edelgard. A voice in your head, maybe, or a ghost floating beside you, or something like that. No, the other Edelgard replied. Sometimes I have anxiety dreams about her ruining my life, but I'm sure those are just dreams. From what you've told me about the other me, she doesn't seem like the type of person to show up for an exam in nothing but her underwear. Byleth laughed in spite of herself. No, she's definitely not that type of person. She has a mind like a steel trap. Nothing gets past it. I hope she really did take my place, then, the other Edelgard said. For all we know, she might have just disappeared. Maybe there's an Edelgard-shaped hole in my world now. We can't afford to think those thoughts without any evidence, Byleth replied, but the glum turn her voice took made it clear that she had considered such a possibility. To hear such sadness in her voice was heartbreaking. It had been a long time since Edelgard had wanted so badly to hug and console her and let her know that everything would be all right. Yet here she was, a prisoner in her own body, impotent in every way. She couldn't even make herself cry. She couldn't even tell which part of herself was feeling her own emotions, since it was clear that Edelgard's body was feeling the other Edelgard's emotions and not hers. She wondered if this was how Jaritza felt, sometimes. There was a knock on the door. Lady Edelgard, Hubert called out from behind it. Come in, the other Edelgard called out. The door to the palatial bedroom swung open and Hubert strolled through. He and his rather unconventionally dashing good looks were a sight for sore eyes. After seeing his younger self again, Edelgard had a new appreciation for how well he'd grown into his features over the past 7 years. However, the dark gray crescents traced under his eyes and the haggard slump of his shoulders were just as bad as they'd been at the height of the war. The other Edelgard's heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. Torn between amusement and sympathy, Edelgard thought about what a shock it must have been for the other Edelgard to meet her Hubert instead of the goody two-shoes she was accustomed to. He'd probably interrogated the living daylights out of her and soused out what had happened within a day of the wedding. Ferdinand walked in behind him with a stack of papers under his arm, and if Hubert looked haggard, then Ferdinand, poor Ferdinand, looked absolutely bedraggled. It was as though he hadn't slept a wink in 2 weeks. He was almost as pale as Hubert. It seemed he could barely hold his eyelids up over his eyes. His hair, which he'd finally cut short after the war's end, had started to grow out again. She could see it brushing the tips of his ears. "Good morning, your majesties," Hubert said with a deep bow. "Which Lady Edelgard, may I ask, do I have the pleasure of greeting today?" "The wrong one," the other Edelgard answered. A weary smile, bitter as it was, crossed Hubert's face. "Fortunately for you," he said, "when I vowed to serve Lady Edelgard with all my heart, I made no distinction between versions of herself from other worlds." "Thanks," the other Edelgard muttered bitterly. Ferdinand cleared his throat. "Lady Edelgard," he said, his voice a little hoarse, "I regret to inform you that there is more paperwork that requires your attention." The other Edelgard groaned. "Ugh, why me? We can get away with not having you appear in public for quite some time," Hubert explained, addressing her as though she were a child, which she was, at least compared to Edelgard, "but the Empire requires your seal and signature of approval on every piece of legislation to maintain its legitimacy, especially now. Appointing a Lord Regent to manage your affairs would send a signal to every corrupt noble who chafes under our rule that we can be easily overthrown." "The Minister of the Imperial Household is correct," Ferdinand said. "This is a delicate time for all of Fodlan, one that demands a strong central authority dedicated to the people. Our government cannot show weakness now. I can't even understand half the words in these decrees and executive orders. It all just makes my head spin," she protested. "Do not worry, Your Majesty," Ferdinand assured her. "I have read through them most thoroughly and made absolutely sure that they will further our aims. All you need to do is sign them." No wonder he looked so tired. He was the kind of man who seemingly effortlessly threaded the needle between hopeless idealist and insufferable policy wonk. A lesser man might have looked at the breadth of Edelgard's proposed reforms and said, "No, that is impossible, let's be practical here," but Ferdinand would always come up with some sort of policy or initiative that Edelgard hadn't thought of that would make it possible. Now, on top of that, he had to do Edelgard's job for her, too. As Ferdinand stifled a yawn, Hubert spoke up again. "You will need to deal with that paperwork immediately, Your Majesty. I've called together a meeting of the Black Eagle Strike Force for this afternoon. My investigation into the curious case of our missing emperor has borne strange fruit." "So, you think I'll be going home soon?" the other Edelgard asked, her spirits lifting, and for once Edelgard and her doppelganger were emotionally synchronized. "Goddess willing," Ferdinand said, depositing a fat stack of paperwork at the foot of Edelgard's bed. "Now, Minister Hubert and I must be off. There is no rest for the wicked, I'm afraid. Hubert, please tell me you still have plenty of that disgusting slop I gave you for your birthday." "I fear I may have developed a taste for it," he said, gagging on his words. The self-disgusted grimace on his face made Edelgard wish she could make her body laugh. Hubert gave him a wry, wicked smile and led him out of the bedroom. "Of course, there is always an urn of coffee with your name on it in my study, Prime Minister Ferdinand." When the door had swung shut behind them, the other Edelgard looked forlornly at the stack of paperwork waiting for her. Edelgard desperately wished she could take that whole pile and read through it herself, not because she didn't trust Ferdinand, but because there was a slim chance he had let some selfish nobleman's self-defeating amendment or conniving or frivolous negation through in his sleep-deprived haze. Edelgard wished she could smile, though. It was heartwarming, as much as it saddened her, to see her friends working so hard to carry out her ambitions in her absence. For so long, before Byleth had chosen to stand by her, She had expected that she would have no true allies that she could depend on unconditionally except for Hubert, just the two of them, alone against the world. But she did have Byleth as well, and Ferdinand, and the rest of the Black Eagles all working together, each lifting each other up, each carrying a small fraction of her burden for themselves in her absence. The other Edelgard flopped back down onto the bed, the back of her head hitting the pillow. She covered her face in her hands. "I'm ruining their lives," she moaned. Byleth patted her on the shoulder. There. And I'm achy all the time and my shoulder always hurts," she went on, "and I miss Father, and Uncle Volkhard, and even Berkey. Why does your Edelgard's life have to be so awful?" "It's not all awful," Byleth said, and Edelgard agreed. "I just want a quiet, peaceful life. So does our Edelgard." There was an audible smile in her voice. "But she's got a harder road to walk before she gets there. Do you want some breakfast before work?" "Yes." "Do you want some tea?" "Yes," the other Edelgard mumbled. She pulled her hands away from her face and sat up again. Her eyes met Byleth's. Byleth leaned forward, raised her arm, and cupped Edelgard's cheek in her palm. Edelgard could feel it, that wonderful warmth, that wonderful strong hand, the callus she had on her thumb that Edelgard remembered so well, tracing a gentle arc across her cheekbone. "Everything is going to be okay," she told the other Edelgard, and Edelgard could almost feel as though Byleth were knowingly, deliberately speaking directly to her as well. "We'll find a way to fix this and get you back home, and we'll find it soon." "Lean forward," Edelgard pleaded with her counterpart, trying with all her might to project her thoughts into her head. "Lean forward, close your eyes, purse your lips please." Edelgard felt every part of her body, inside and out, burst into flames at once, and a blinding expanse of light erased everything around her. The next thing she knew, she was lying on the floor of her bedroom at Garreg Mach, and Hubert, a younger, softer, warmer Hubert, was crouched over her, his eyes wide and face drawn with worry. Goodness, even at 20 years old here he looked so young compared to the version she was accustomed to. "Lady Edelgard," he hissed, panicked, "are you all right? I heard a loud bang from your room." "I'm fine," she assured him. She'd never been so disappointed to see his face, but he didn't have to know that. As he cupped his hand around the back of her head to prop her up, she sat up. Her head ached, and she could taste a strange scent on the air, sharp, metallic, a bit like the air after a nearby lightning strike. She couldn't help but feel disappointed, still reeling from her vision. Had it been real? Had she really caught a glimpse of her own world? Why couldn't she have clung to that world just a few minutes more, long enough to feel more than just her wife's hand on her cheek? Why couldn't she have stayed just long enough to see more of her friends? Ferdinand burst through the door, and this was not the canny yet earnest statesman and general she knew, but rather a well-meaning, if buffoonish, boy. Good heavens, he was a boy. Seeing him so directly contrasted with his older self drove it home in a way Edelgard had never thought about it before. She had thought herself an adult since she'd been 15, if not earlier, and her classmates in the Black Eagles were mostly around her age, so she hadn't thought of them as anything but adults themselves. But she'd seen them grow up. For 7 years, she'd watched them grow taller and stronger and more confident in themselves, more hardened by the sights they'd seen and the battles they'd won and lost. Here, now, they weren't adults. They were all still so young. Children. And it was Ferdinand, with his face so soft and boyish and innocent, that made Edelgard realize that for the first time. "Edelgard, dear, are you injured?" Ferdinand cried out, panicked, rushing to her side and kneeling beside Hubert to help her up. "I just fell over," Edelgard said. "Ah, thank goodness," he sighed. "That terrible noise, though, did not sound like you had fallen down." "It must have echoed strangely," Edelgard said, "because that is all that happened. Can you all please give me some space?" The door burst open yet again, nearly falling off its hinges this time, as Dmitri rushed in. "Lady Edelgard, are you all right? I heard a loud bang from your room." I'm okay," Edelgard insisted, waving Hubert away in vain. I just fell down." "Ah, my apologies, it sounded like an explosion," Dmitri said. "I hit the floor pretty hard." "You two can leave," Dmitri told Hubert and Ferdinand. "I am her house leader, I will see her to the infirmary." "Well, I am her, Ferdinand huffed. I'm fine, I just fell over, Edelgard insisted for the third and hopefully final time. Well, as long as you are all right, Lady Edelgard, Hubert said, letting out a relieved sigh. That ghastly boom was so unnerving, though. I feared for a moment the Death Knight had come for you, he added with a shaky, nervous smile. As you can see, there is no Death Knight here, Dimitri said, shooing him and Ferdinand away. Edelgard, are you certain you are all right? He asked, crouching beside her. Ever since Arundel had let slip that he and Edelgard were step-siblings, he'd been, not exactly friendlier to her, but warmer and more concerned with her. Perhaps now he felt guilty about the time he'd backhanded her clear across the room while disguised as the Hurricane King. I'm fine. I was just playing with a dagger, and it slipped, and in my shock I must have fallen down. Edelgard looked around the floor. She was certain she'd dropped the daggers, plural, but couldn't see them on the floor. Hubert, did you take it from my room? Take what? Hubert asked. The dagger. The dagger I keep in my desk drawer. Hubert's brow bemusedly furrowed. I beg your pardon. Following the way his eyes flitted briefly across her room, Edelgard looked to her desk only to find an empty spot on the floor where it had rested. What happened to my desk? What desk? She leaped to her feet and paced around the empty space on the floor. The desk. The desk that was right here, my desk. Ferdinand scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Edelgard, dear, I do not recall you having a desk in your bedroom. I have requested one of Seath on numerous occasions, but... Well, of course, I must have. Every other bedroom has a desk in it. How else would I do my homework? She snapped. What the hell was going on here? Ferdinand recoiled, shocked by her outburst. Lady Edelgard, Hubert said, taking her by the arm. You've clearly become addled again. Allow me to escort you to the infirmary. Edelgard wrenched her arm free. I'm fine, she repeated for the umpteenth time. Dimitri, do you ever recall? When you were a young boy, perhaps 8 or 9, do you recall giving a girl you'd met a dagger? Dimitri's snowy eyebrows knitted together. I confess I do not remember much of my childhood, he confessed, shaking his head, especially not. But you remember that you did it, don't you? Don't your friends Sylvain and Ingrid, they tease you about the dagger girl, don't they? A nervous laugh escaped him. If they have made fun of me for something like that, then they certainly have not done it to my face, he said. He let a hand hover awkwardly over her shoulder as though reminding her of his fearsome strength. Unlike Hubert, he couldn't risk touching her without breaking her, and after his displays of brawn on the road to Infirmarienrod, Edelgard knew it. Come with me, you are clearly not well. Edelgard backed away. Her breath caught in her throat, a vice seizing her heart. When the two daggers, the same daggers, had touched each other, they had vanished, and now nobody but her remembered that they had existed at all. The desk near them had vanished, too, and nobody but her remembered that it had existed. If she hadn't let go of the elder dagger, if she'd kept it in her grasp and let the younger dagger rise to meet it, if she hadn't taken a step backward, if she'd been as close to the collision as her desk had been, she would have been. Her knees knocked, her legs buckled, the room spun around her in a sickening swirl, and the floor came rushing up to meet her. Edelgard spent the rest of the morning in the infirmary. When Manuela had determined after an exhaustive battery of tests that she was not ill or suffering from a concussion, she'd told her to remain there and rest for a few hours, just in case. She wasn't quite surprised to see Mercedes in the infirmary as well, nursing a persistent, chest-rattling cough and sipping from a mug full of some steaming concoction as thick as mud and just as colorful. She was quite surprised, however, when Manuela returned to the room after what felt like hours with Byleth in tow. The professor stumbled after her colleague, one hand firmly pressed to her forehead, her fingers burrowing into her nest of dark, ocean teal hair. Edelgard felt a pang of worry strike her heart at the sight of a thin line of scarlet blood trickling from her nose over her lip. Professor, Edelgard spoke up, rising to her feet. What happened? Are you all right? Lie back down, Your Highness, Manuela ordered her. Edelgard laid back down. Your professor just had a fainting spell, that's all. I'm fine, Byleth protested as Manuela all but dragged her along. It doesn't hurt so much anymore. She gingerly rubbed her head. I don't care if you're fine, Manuela retorted. You fell flat on your face right in front of your students. Yes, but I'm better now, Byleth said, wobbling unsteadily on her feet. Better, my foot. Just stay here and take a load off for the rest of the morning. Physician's orders. Manuela forced her down onto a cot. Edelgard noted that Byleth didn't put up much of a fight, despite her protests. Was something wrong with her? Come to think of it, hadn't Byleth had some concerning vertigo spells around this time of year in her world, too? But Edelgard could have sworn they hadn't started until well after the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, which was still more than a month away. It's not as bad as it was, Byleth said, so there's no need to. She winced and clutched her head again, her eyes squeezing shut. Eloise will take care of your lecture, Manuela assured Byleth as she began subjecting her to the same sort of poking and prodding that Edelgard had had to deal with. He can't decipher my lecture notes, Byleth protested as she made a perfunctory, half-hearted attempt to free herself. Oh, please. Don't tell me you write them in a cipher. They're really vague bullet points, I mostly just wing it. Edelgard smiled. She'd seen plenty of her professor's lecture notes, which mainly consisted of little slips of paper with things like talk about swords for an hour scrawled on them. Eloise would be completely lost. Well, you'll just have to pick up where you left off tomorrow, Manuela said, dabbing with a damp rag at Byleth's bloody nose. You know what I think this is? Overwork. Hanneman and I have both said as much, and do you have any idea how rare it is for me to agree with that stodgy, pompous ass over anything? Byleth glanced away, locked eyes with Edelgard, and gave her a pleading look. Lie down here. I'll check back in when I'm done with my lecture. Mercedes, be a dear and come get me if an emergency happens or if any of the other patients try to escape. With a forlorn sigh, Byleth laid down, still keeping one hand plastered to her forehead, as Manuela strode out of the infirmary. Mercedes coughed. What's wrong, Professor? Nothing, Mercedes, Byleth mumbled. I was watching the sunrise and had this horrible splitting headache and lost my balance for a moment. I've been a little unsteady since then, but I'm getting better. How are you holding up? Oh, I'm fine, Mercedes assured her, taking a sip from the mug clasped in her hands. I just had trouble breathing later last night, but I'm feeling much better. What about you, Edelgard? Byleth asked. Dimitri told me you were a bit out of sorts this morning. Is your head okay? It's nothing, Edelgard said. I've had a bad habit, lately, of forgetting things, or misremembering things. This morning, I forgot that my room doesn't have a desk in it. Your room doesn't have a desk in it? Byleth asked, her brow furrowing with concern. She sat up. We've got to fix that. You can't be a student without a desk. Grimacing and wincing in pain, she flopped back down onto her cot. It was quiet in the infirmary, but for a moment, Edelgard thought she heard the distant sound of a child's voice. It sounded indignant. I know, Byleth grumbled to nobody. It's quite unusual to forget that you didn't have a desk, Mercedes said. Lady Edelgard, when you were little, did you ever go swimming in Lake Totates? They say there are earwigs living in the water there that crawl into the ears of swimmers and lay eggs in their brains. Over time, the victims become quite forgetful and rather clumsy as the eggs hatch and the larvae slowly feed on the meat of their brains from the inside out. Sometimes I feel like a tiny child is eating my brain, Byleth mumbled. Again, Edelgard thought she heard, for a split second, the sound of a young girl angrily shouting at someone off in the distance. There must have been kids playing on the lawn outside. No, I've never been to Lake Totates, Edelgard answered. I can't even swim. I think I'm safe from your earwigs, Mercedes. Oh, that's a relief. Something else must be turning your brain into mush, then. Mercedes said with a mischievous smile. Does your head still hurt from the time the Hurricane King threw you against the wall? Byleth asked. No, that hasn't troubled me in weeks, Edelgard assured her. At the crack of dawn, I had the most horrible splitting headache. Me, too, Byleth said. It felt like my brain was being torn in two. Mercedes, are there any bugs that can do that? Mercedes shook her head. Not that I know of. But I hear that if you think too much about death, maggots will grow in your brain and chew through it until they come out your eyes. I'll get you a desk tonight, Byleth assured Edelgard, mercifully changing the subject. No wonder your grades were so poor in Hanuman's class, if you didn't even have a desk. Yes, Edelgard said, it was definitely for want of a desk. You know, Professor, I think Manuela has a point. You do. You and I certainly have a problem with pushing ourselves too hard. And many of the rest of the Blue Lions as well, Annette, Ingrid, Felix, Dimitri. It's like we don't actually know how to have fun. We had fun in Arianrod the other day. Yes, but only for a few hours. One of these days, you and I and the rest of the overachievers need to take an entire day to do absolutely nothing productive at all, Edelgard said, fully aware of the fact that outside of her wedding, she couldn't remember the last time she had taken her own advice. We get one of those every week, Byleth countered. It's called Sunday, she said, as though she'd ever spent a single Sunday not doing something productive. Edelgard knew her wife well enough to know that she always found something to do for someone else. Well then, one of these Sundays, we need to get together and do nothing, Edelgard said. Perhaps we could go into town and shop for clothes. That sounds like something. Yes, but it's actually nothing. Byleth smiled. It's a date. Edelgard felt her heart leap into her throat. Is it, she stammered, suddenly bereft of every last bit of self-control she possessed. With the memory of Byleth's hand on her cheek so fresh in her mind, she couldn't help but leap to that conclusion. A date. But you're our professor, and I'm. Byleth's little smile, so rare, so fragile, shrank and evened out. Oh, did I not use that expression right? I didn't mean. Oh, no, I misunderstood, Edelgard said, flustered. She couldn't believe she'd forgotten that idiom. I apologize, I didn't mean to imply that. Why, she found herself asking herself, didn't she just tell her? She'd told Flame, after all. But she was already stuck in here because her classmates thought she was losing her mind, so what worse would they do to her if she started spouting fanciful stories about Byleth being her wife from the future of another world? There are so many odd people in our class, Mercedes remarked, placidly sipping her concoction. Oh, that reminds me, did you forget how to be lazy when you hit your head, Lady Edelgard? I heard from Hilda and the Golden Deer that you were particularly skilled at loafing around. I had an epiphany, Edelgard answered uncomfortably. Oh, right. The vision from the goddess. You know, Byleth said, I don't think I remember doing anything fun as a kid, besides fishing. Fishing is fun. It's nice to find out what other people think is fun. Like you with your creepy stories, Mercedes, or you, Edelgard, with your, What do you think is fun, again? Fishing, Edelgard decisively answered. We should go fishing together, Byleth said. I think I feel well enough to stand up. Mercedes, if Edelgard and I were to leave this room, would you try and stop us? I don't think I would have to try, but no, Mercedes said with a shake of her head. I would gladly scream bloody murder, though. Byleth sighed. I'll take the whole class on a fishing trip, she resolved. But, she added, rubbing her temples, not today. Edelgard thought she saw, for a fraction of a second, a glint of moving light hovering in the air beside Byleth, like motes of dust caught in a passing sunbeam. The question of the dagger kept burning in Edelgard's mind over the next week. And with it, the question of Riemeyer. Riemeyer. The village she, Claude, and Dimitri had fled to when the Flame Emperor's hired bandits had struck, or, she supposed, in this world, it had been Ferdinand, Claude, and Dimitri fleeing the Hurricane King's hired bandits where they had met Geralt and Byleth Eisner, and their lives had irrevocably changed. In her world, Solon had been running ghastly experiments in that town, presumably using Flame's blood, for whatever reason Edelgard didn't want to fathom. The village had descended into madness, a sickness of body and mind sweeping through it like a plague, and after a month, it had been reduced to ashes. Edelgard still remembered seeing the town in flames, its inhabitants lurching and staggering through the chaos like marionettes in the hands of an amateur puppeteer, sating their bloodlust on the flesh of their neighbors. But black-cloaked mages being flung from the town to Xanadu, entombed in stone while still alive, and a dagger falling backward through time? These events had no connection to the horror of Remire that Edelgard knew. What was going on in that poor, innocent town? What was Solon doing? And why was it different? Seeking answers, she spent most of her free time shadowing the only person other than Dimitri and Didu she knew would have a connection to those who slither in the dark, or Didu's so-called man in black. Glenn. Glenn Frildarius, or rather the monster that had taken his face, was her best lead, and by far the least risky one to pursue as long as she was careful. He'd officially joined the Blue Lions class with great gusto after they'd returned from Arianrod, and his far too cheery attitude was so eerie and disconcerting that it had the effect of actually making the rest of the class feel worse just from being around him. Felix flinched whenever Glenn came near him. Ingrid made a point to avoid being in the same room as him whenever she could. Kronia had been the same way in the Black Eagles while in her guise as Monica von Oaks. Ostensibly, she had been sent to the monastery to assist Edelgard and Hubert, but her actual purpose seemed to have been to drive a wedge between them and the rest of the class, occupy their time with meandering and useless plots and schemes, and keep them from pursuing their own goals. Edelgard could see the same disruption at work here. Glenn was here as a means of controlling Dimitri, not assisting him. And then he vanished for a few days. And then he reappeared just as suddenly as he'd disappeared. It was well over a week before Edelgard found herself with the perfect opportunity to tail Glenn during one of his late-night jaunts through the monastery. That evening, when the sun had begun to set, she donned a dark cloak, slipped out of the dormitories, and kept a keen and watchful eye on his back, creeping along behind him at a distance as the sky above shifted from vibrant purple to the same dark midnight indigo as his hair. All she had to defend herself with, should the worst befall her, was a steak knife she'd taken from the dining hall. She watched Glenn slip past the monastery's walls, tracing in reverse the same pathway Edelgard realized Dimitri and Didu had walked the night they had met with Byleth, and Dimitri had revealed his crest of flames to her. This, she reasoned, must be the path they took to whatever meeting ground they used to speak with those who slither in the dark. Far from the grounds of the officers' academy, Glenn vanished into a crumbling and disused guard tower built into the monastery's wall. Edelgard clung to the wall, her back pressing against the cold stone, and crept closer, inch by inch, until she finally reached the entrance to the tower and carefully peered in, prepared to dart away at a moment's notice. There wasn't much she could see. The deep shadows of the tower's interior were darker even than the night sky, and only the faintest imprint of Glenn's long waves of dark hair and the curve of the cloak draped over his shoulders could be seen at the foot of the spiral staircase leading up the tower's height. An unfamiliar voice, neither Solon nor Thales, spoke to him. There was a strange buzzing undercurrent to the voice, as though a swarm of bees were accompanying it. "We'll have to be more proactive with cleanup operations. If too many people stumble upon our work," his voice dropped too low beneath the crackling and buzzing and became an inaudible murmur. Edelgard leaned in just a bit more, concentrating harder on discerning the voice amid the noise. "Yes, sir," Glenn answered. "Got it. I'll be more careful next time." The voice and two more, too low to be discerned, joined it, conversing in incoherent, fuzzy voices among themselves. Edelgard strained her ears. "Yes, it's possible," Solon answered, his voice barely a hiss as it slithered through the noise. "The incident at Zonata suggests that I will start using our own men in our experiments soon. Unless. Perhaps the twin snakes are a single Mobius." Thales' voice rose to answer him, and at the sound of that hideous whisper, Edelgard felt her blood run cold. She'd never wanted to run away from something so badly. She felt like a hare in the presence of a wolf. "But I suppose all this talk is boring to our little," his voice dipped in and out, weaving around the noise. "Concern ourselves with practical matters. Do suspect anything?" "Not a thing, the poor saps are clueless. See to it they remain that way." Edelgard felt a hand as hard as stone to clamp itself on her shoulder, and the other around her mouth. Her heart beat madly, her pulse fluttering like a hummingbird's wings. She felt calloused fingertips press into her cheeks and a rough palm seal her mouth shut. Nevertheless, a muffled outcry tried against her will and her assailants to escape her lips and squeeze its way out from beneath his stony hand. "Shhhh, did you?" hissed into her ear. Edelgard complied. That rogue whimper cut itself off as abruptly as a dagger's blade would cut through skin and flesh. She knew that if Glenn and his cohorts heard so much as a peep from either of them, neither of them would likely live to see the sunrise. He began to drag her backward. Edelgard found her legs stumbling onward to keep up with his long-legged strides, the solace of her boots slipping across the grass. He came to a stop what felt like an eternity later, once the tower was well out of sight and they were far from the monastery's wall, closer to the grounds of the academy. Not a sound, he cautioned her, slowly and tentatively breaking the seal between his hand and her face. Edelgard nodded, and Didu took his hands off of her and pulled down the hood of her cloak. "Ah. As I suspected. What are you doing here?" he asked her in a low, accusing voice. She took a deep breath. "Glenn's been acting strange. I wanted to know why." Didu's eyes flitted toward the general direction of the tower he'd dragged her away from. The first man to taste a mushroom was not rewarded with a long life, he told her. "Do you understand?" "And the second man?" Edelgard asked. Didu gave her a stern glare. "Do not place yourself in unnecessary danger, Lady Edelgard. Curiosity is seldom rewarded. His Highness would hate for misfortune to befall you, and I am sure your vassal would as well." "What is going on here?" she asked him, not expecting an answer. Didu didn't answer. He merely loomed over her, statuesque, his silhouette a monolith against the night. A subtle, sad wrinkle of his brow, nearly invisible in the night, said enough. "Be careful whose stories you insert yourself into," he warned her, breaking the silence. "I hear you have a large family, Lady Edelgard," he said. "I did not. Now I have even less. Now I have nothing. Look after yourself, or one day you may have nothing as well." A hollow formed in Edelgard's chest, gut-wrenching snakes twisted in her stomach. No matter what she had in this world, she had lived too long having nothing. I'm sorry, Didu. I didn't mean to antagonize you." She wished she could tell him she empathized with him, but in this world, she always had to remind herself, no matter how it hurt, that loss did not exist. "Glenn, those men he was speaking with, are they the ones behind it? The tragedy of... Do not concern yourself with them. Do not speak of them or think of them. Do not get in their way," he said. What would sound like a threat from Hubert came out as a sincere warning from him. "The dead see no value in knowledge." Edelgard nodded. If she'd asked if they'd had any connection to the Hurricane King, or to Flayn's abduction, she might have given away too much of what she knew and left herself in a dangerous position. Asking if those who slither were behind the tragedy of Duscur which they had been in her world was much safer of a question, even if she couldn't get a straight answer to it, and didn't offer Didu the opportunity to think she suspected Dimitri. "I understand, Didu," she said. "Thank you for looking after me." A chilly wind blew across the monastery to the north, shifting clouds spread across the night sky above revealed islets of twinkling stars within the abyssal sea above. "Hey! You there," a guard called out, the light from his lantern sweeping across the lawn and casting spiny shadows across the grass like a hail of arrows. Edelgard's and Didu's heads both snapped toward the sound of the guard's voice. It was Alois Rangeld, one of the Knights of Syros. At his side, Ingrid fiercely clutched a steel lance. "You there with Lady Edelgard, identify yourself," Alois shouted, holding up his lantern and letting its light wash over them. His free hand went to the sword sheathed at his hip. "Oh, it's just you, Didu." He let out a nervous, strained chuckle, his hand slipping from the hilt of his sword and his shoulders casually drooping. Ingrid said, "A man from Duscur, and I didn't think she meant you. I suppose I'd better get a head start on my breakfast now that I've got all this egg on my face." "Edelgard," Ingrid said, a grim frown etched on her face as she furtively darted forward and took her by the wrist, "are you okay?" "I'm all right," Edelgard told her. Ingrid pulled her away from Didu. "Thank the goddess. I was worried for you. I'll say. This isn't the place for a midnight stroll, regardless of who you're with," Alois chided her. "When I was a little sprog, one of my friends used to play by the walls until a chunk of masonry fell and cracked his head wide open. He lived, we got him to the infirmary right away, but he could never quite walk right again. I didn't know the monastery was in such disrepair," Edelgard said as Alois led her and the other students back to the dormitories. "And what were you doing out at this hour, Didu?" Alois asked. His Highness has requested I keep an eye on Lady Edelgard, he answered. I apologize if my surveillance gave anybody the wrong impression. He stared directly at Ingrid. Chafing under his glare, she took Edelgard aside and put some distance between the two of them and Dido. He didn't. He hasn't hurt you, she whispered to her, her eyes darting toward him, has he? I saw him creeping after you and... No, of course not. Edelgard spared a glance at Dido, whose stern and stoic expression almost cracked into the barest hint of a bitter, sardonic, quite Hubert-esque grin. Quite to the contrary, he had saved her life if Glenn, or Cronia, or whoever was underneath that flesh mask had just happened to notice her, it would have been the end for her. Like he said, he was just keeping me out of trouble. Was he? Ingrid's eyes darted between her and him, flitting back and forth. Her grip on Edelgard's arm tightened. Edelgard felt her thumb press almost uncomfortably into the hollow of her wrist. Edelgard, if anything happens to you, she hissed, if I lose anyone else to Duscur. I understand, Edelgard told her, pulling her hand free. And I appreciate your concern. But it's as he said. If you can't take his word for it, take mine. Ingrid looked down at the ground almost sheepishly. The tip of her lance drooped with her head, the grass tickling its steel blade. Edelgard, you don't understand, she said, shaking her head. You have to watch your back. Do not worry, Ingrid, Dido said to her, making it obvious he'd overheard her despite the distance she'd put between them and the quiet tone of her voice. The dream of knighthood is not out of reach for those who still fear ghosts. Before she could sputter some indignant response, he walked past her and Eloise both. Sir Eloise, I shall return to my quarters. I apologize for any trouble I have caused you. Why yes, Eloise mumbled, nervously fingering the collar of his armor as Dido headed across the lawn and back toward the dormitories. And you two ladies can find the way back on your own from here. Edelgard looked up to the lantern-lit wall of the dormitories looming in front of her, then to the staircase up ahead that led to the second floor. I think so, she said. All right, Eloise said, his genial grin returning, now no more late-night strolls, either of you. He wagged his finger at her and Ingrid. Got it. Yes, sir, Ingrid said, sharply saluting. She handed her lance back to Eloise, who took it from her and strolled back to his post, humming a jaunty tune off-key as he ambled across the lawn, the bobbing light of his lantern slipping into the distance until it vanished behind a hedge. She and Edelgard walked to the stairwell in silence. You're too trusting, Edelgard, she said to her, sighing, once the two of them reached the foot of the stairs. Edelgard suppressed the urge to burst out laughing. Evidently, something must have slipped out, because Ingrid gave her an indignant look. I mean it, she said. You're from the Empire, so you don't understand the tragedy of Duscur. You don't understand why you aren't safe around those people. Dimitri seems to think otherwise, Edelgard pointed out. Dimitri is, Ingrid crossed her arms and exhaled loudly through her nose. I'm sorry. A knight must dedicate himself fully to his lord, for better or for worse. If he trusts Dido, then I should, too. But even so. I don't think I'm the one you should be apologizing to, Edelgard said. But he. I told you his hair wasn't always white like that, didn't I? Those 2 years. They did something to him, Ingrid said. You think he's been brainwashed? By Duscur. She chewed her lower lip anxiously, as though hearing her theory voiced aloud had made her aware of how silly it sounded. No, that is ridiculous, but there are stories of people, captives of the enemy, who become. Never mind. Just watch your back, Edelgard. The correct sentiment, Edelgard noted, but for all the wrong reasons, and aimed at entirely the wrong target. I appreciate your concern, but be careful about who you keep an eye on. What if Eloise hadn't recognized Dido when he did? And if you hadn't recognized him, either, then what would you have done with that lance? You can't be so eager to protect people that you let your prejudices. Ingrid shot her an indignant glare. My prejudices? Haven't I told you what those people took from me? It won't do you any good, she replied, to act as though everyone from a certain group is wholly good or evil. It seems the Hurricane King thought the same way about Seath and Flame. Don't you compare those two to The impostor Glenn strolled out of the darkness into the arc of lantern light that hung in front of the stairs. "Good night, Ingrid." "Your Imperial Highness." He gave Edelgard a mocking bow. "What are you two doing out here?" "What are you doing out here?" Ingrid retorted, still flush with anger. "No need to sound so accusing." Glenn gasped, holding his hand over his heart as though she'd just ran him through with a lance. "Nothing but a nice stroll to clear my head and stretch my legs. To help with my insomnia. You know I spent so many nights in a cramped dungeon." Edelgard could swear he'd looked straight at her. Ingrid bowed her head. "Sorry, Glenn. I'm a little on edge tonight." "I understand." He leaned over her, bracing his outstretched arm against the wall just over her shoulder. The lantern light cast his face in ghoulish chiaroscuro. "You know, what could improve both of our moods is a nice and proper good-night kiss," he added, pursing his lips. Ingrid looked as though she'd just eaten an entire tree's worth of lemons. "Wouldn't you rather wait until marriage?" she asked, worming her way out from under him. His hand slipped from the wall and clamped down on her shoulder. "Come in, Ingrid, don't be angry, we both know how short life can be, so why wait?" Without the slightest hesitation, Edelgard grabbed him by the wrist. She said no, Glenn. Emperor Edelgard could probably break his wrist if she'd gripped it with all of her strength, but even after a few weeks working this body into shape, such a feat was still far outside of Princess Edelgard's abilities. Still, though, it worked to intimidate him, and he let Ingrid go. A tense, awkward silence descended upon the three of them. Glenn brushed Edelgard's hand away from him, a smile as wry as it was pain twisting upward the corners of his lips as his eyes slid past Ingrid and turned toward her. "You're the kind of girl who has trouble minding her own business, aren't you?" he asked coyly, rubbing his wrist. Edelgard swallowed a newly formed lump in her throat as an icy finger traced itself up her spine. Did he know she had been spying on him? How foolish had she been? "I'm the kind of princess who has trouble minding her own business," she corrected him, as though she hoped the weight of her title could intimidate him. "Sure you are, miss. What did your friends call you in the Black Eagles again? Miss Ninth in Line? Or Your Highness Ninth in Line?" Glenn's smile inched a little wider, his eyebrows lifting. The dark amber of his eyes sparkled in the light of the lantern hanging above him. "How does it feel, being born to royalty, and yet still knowing that no one would notice or care at all if you disappeared?" "Glenn, stop." Ingrid held her arm out across Edelgard's chest, creating a barrier between her and him. "I don't know what happened to you, but whatever they did to you, I don't like what you've become." Her voice trembled. "So does that mean the wedding's off?" "I don't know," she spat, "just go away." Glenn pretended to look hurt. His lips curled into a frown and his brow furrowed sadly. "Okay then," he mumbled, looking away from her. "Okay. I'll see you in class tomorrow, then." He shuffled off, slipping into the shadows, and neither Edelgard nor Ingrid budged until he was well out of sight. Then, her pulse still racing, Edelgard helped Ingrid up the stairs and into the dormitory's second-floor hallway. Ingrid's room was just across the hall from the stairwell, Edelgard's was farther down the hall. "Are you going to be okay tonight?" Edelgard asked Ingrid, keeping one hand resting gently on her back. Ingrid nodded. "I'll be fine. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow." Her tone was curt now, her voice clipped, but with a trembling hand that belied her facade she opened the door to her room. "Do you understand now?" she added, anger dripping into her voice, before slipping into her bedroom and shutting the door behind her. Edelgard put her foot in the door. "Wait, Ingrid. I know what being a knight means to you. If you let your own prejudices blind you, you won't be able to protect people from real threats." "And what would you know about that?" Ingrid snarled back at her, her face red. "Your Highness." Edelgard pulled her foot away before the door that slammed shut in her face could crush her toes. There were other downsides, she mused, to being a mature and experienced woman trapped in the body of an irresponsible layabout of a princess. For one, something that should have sounded like sage wisdom came out sounding like sanctimonious pablum. As she headed down the hallway toward her room, Edelgard thought about the misguided hatred Ingrid had for the people of Duscur and wondered just how much good she could do if only she knew who her true enemies were, and how much harm she could do if she never found out. The dead see no value in knowledge. That night, Edelgard slept fitfully with a knife beneath her pillow. Chapter 7, The Flame and the Wind. Edelgard had begun to keep a journal, carefully tucking it away in the new desk Byleth had brought into her room. It was not so much for her benefit, though, as it was for her counterparts. It was not a typical diary. She did not record in its pages her innermost longings and desires, her heartaches, the struggles she'd had adjusting to her new life here, the random pangs of melancholy that struck her from time to time. Those she kept buried deep inside herself, for she was no stranger to pushing aside her emotions. Instead, because she had learned from her vision that Hubert was investigating the incident that had brought her to this world, and because she fancied that he and the rest of her friends might devise a way to pull her back to her own world at any moment without her knowledge, she kept a detailed record of what she had done, the steps along the path she had chosen, and the goal she was working toward, so that the other Edelgard could make sense of the direction she had taken her life in. She included in her desk drawer books of advanced sword and axe techniques, as well as her lessons with the lance, with citations to relevant pages and diagrams listed in the journal, so that when the other Edelgard replaced her, she would be able to make use of all the strength she had gained. It all went in the journal, meticulously backdated to the last week of the verdant rain moon. What she had done, the steps along the path she had chosen, the goal she was working toward, what she had learned so far. And the questions she still needed answered. Who was this new Dimitri who had taken her scars for himself? Were his aims the same as Edelgard's had been? What was his relationship with those who slither in the dark? What were they doing in Remire? Did he know? Would Edelgard be best suited to join him, usurp him, or oppose him? Would Byleth? Most critically, would Fodlan? The Horsebow moon gave way to the Wyvern moon, marking just over a month since Edelgard had arrived in this world. She'd had no more visions of home since the morning she'd lost her desk, much to her dismay. The oncoming mock battle at Gronder Field, though, gave her something to focus on and strive toward, taking her mind off of the homesickness that sometimes struck her like a knife to her heart. Edelgard had to look at the advantages her new body gave her. In this world, she had been mercifully spared a lonely adolescence of honing her body to be the ultimate weapon. It was soft and weak and her muscles were disappointingly underdeveloped. But it was still her body, and thus had the same potential. In fact, since she'd never had to go through the long months of recuperation and physical therapy that had followed her torture and imprisonment, if anything, this body had the potential to be even stronger. All she had to do was make up for lost time. The only thing she was missing that she couldn't gain back was the crest of flames, and as powerful as it was, she was sure she could get by without it. That, she was glad to be rid of. And she was becoming stronger. She was slowly inching her way back up to the exercise regimen she was familiar with. If she had to quantify her progress, she was perhaps halfway or more to where she'd been at this time in her world. Her muscles didn't ache nearly as much in the morning anymore, their daily complaints had lessened considerably. She had more stamina in this world than she had in her own, too, which surely was helping her catch up to herself even faster. And now, after nearly a month of catch-up with spears and lances, now that her muscles had grown firmer and her reflexes swifter, she was starting to regain her skills with swords and axes as well. That said, even so, Dimitri was perhaps not the best choice of sparring partner. She'd asked Felix, who also probably wasn't the best choice, but Dimitri had stepped in and insisted. He'd wanted to fight her, which had particularly unnerved her. He was fighting her with a wooden training sword in his left hand and his right arm tied behind his back. And unlike Edelgard, he was not ambidextrous. And he was still trouncing her. "I think that's enough," Dimitri said, his chest heaving and beads of sweat glistening on his brow like dewdrops on grass. Though he'd disarmed Edelgard 5 times and left her with quite a few bruises, his well of stamina had run dry. First, Edelgard had expected no less. Edelgard was worn out, too. Her lungs felt as though they were filled with fire, but Dimitri had a hard cap on his stamina, a byproduct of the same experiments that had turned his hair white, while she could still train herself to go further and withstand more punishment. "I agree," Edelgard said, collecting her training sword from the floor and setting it in the rack mounted on the wall among its peers. Her gait was unsteady, her legs burned and feet screamed with every step. The sand-covered floor of the training hall felt especially inviting, calling her with a seductive whisper as it shifted under her feet, begging her to fall down and make a bed for herself right there. That was exhausting. Exhilarating. Do you need help untying your? Dmitri gritted his teeth and ripped his arm free of the binding holding it to his back. The rope tied around his wrist and midsection went slack and flopped to the floor, circling his feet like a lazy snake. Edelgard shouldn't have been the least bit surprised. No, but thank you for offering. You did well, Edelgard. You are certainly a natural wonder when it comes to close quarters combat. Thank you. You're quite good yourself, Edelgard replied. His compliment felt hollow to her. This body was still weak compared to the one she knew best. She was still weak. Yes, he said, but I'm no savant. Going from almost nothing to this so quickly is quite impressive. What do you say we use real steel next time? Next time? Well, if you'd rather practice your swordsmanship with Ingrid or Felix, I understand. She rubbed the throbbing bruise on the side of her hip where one of Dimitri's blows had struck her. I don't think we should switch to steel until I'm more capable of defending myself from you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's nothing. Just a bruise. It'll be gone by morning. It was pouring outside when the two of them left the training hall. Cold rain soaked the lawn and pattered against the stone steps and walkways that crossed the monastery's hilly landscape, falling in great thick sheets. Dmitri took the long blue cape draped over his shoulder in his hand and held it out over Edelgard's head. Rain tapped relentlessly on its surface, but only a tiny fraction of the rainwater seeped through the fabric. Here, he said, this might keep you dry. It's only rain, Edelgard said to him, though she was touched by the gesture. She was already soaked head to toe with sweat, after all. Her blouse couldn't cling any tighter to her back. If anything, she said as she and Dmitri ventured outside, I could use a shower right about now. Is that so? Then why don't I save you a trip to the bathhouse tonight, he asked, rivulets of rainwater dripping from his white hair and trickling over the curve of a growing smile. He pulled his cape away and Edelgard immediately felt a bucket full of ice-cold water pour itself down her back. It was like stepping under a glacial waterfall. She let out a yelp, his face fell and he hurriedly held the cape back over her. The mischievous grin vanished from his face. Sorry, he stammered. I suppose I became overexcited. Forgive me, it's just been a long time since since I had family. I'll think about it. Edelgard clenched her hands around her arms and shivered, her teeth chattering from the cold. She knew all too well the wistful tone in his voice. She had known that loneliness herself for far too long. But still, it was hard for her to be too sympathetic with gooseflesh prickling her skin. I just thought, since you have so many older siblings, you might be accustomed to, Dmitri shook his head. Frigid rainwater flew everywhere. He didn't seem affected at all by the cold. I was an only child, as you can probably tell. Well, I thought I was. Who would have imagined we both had the same uncle Vokard? How is he? Why, your uncle, anyway? He was my stepmother's brother, he explained. All this time, I had no idea that she was one of the Emperor's mistresses. So that's where she went, Edelgard muttered. She'd never known. After Arundel had taken her and her mother to Fhirdiad, she'd never seen or heard from her again. Whenever she asked where her mother had gone, Arundel had always told her it was a secret and that it was for her own protection. And then the tragedy of Duskur had happened in both worlds, and in both worlds, she had. Edelgard sighed. I'm sorry, Dmitri. I am sorry, he replied. I do not remember much of her, but what little I do makes me feel guilty, I suppose, that she was taken from you. She was as kind and caring toward me as she would have been to her own flesh and blood again. I apologize. He was so awkward, Edelgard noted, when he was trying to be sincere. The clumsy lack of guile might have made him seem earnest, immature even, to anyone else, but knowing what she knew about him, she wondered if his unease and difficulty speaking and acting was the sign of a particularly ill-fitting mask. Back when she'd been attending the academy for the first time, in her weaker moments, the moments when the prospect of being herself for just one more second had been agony, she'd wondered if every kind word and deed she'd done had just been a poorly applied mask over a wicked face. Unsurprisingly, doing terrible things for a noble goal tended to make one feel irredeemably rotten. And Edelgard had already seen firsthand that Dmitri had done terrible things. Unrepentantly wicked people, such as Thales and his cohorts, who had wholly wicked and self-serving aims, though, never felt remorse or self-loathing. If they did, they were pretending. Edelgard had feared at many points before Byleth had chosen to take her side that she was just as wicked as the monsters she'd reluctantly considered allies and was only fooling herself. If it had been so hard for her to understand her own self, then could Dmitri hope to comprehend his own thoughts and his own nature? Could she possibly hope to understand him? The rain shower subsided, the pattering of rain against the ground slowed to a light drizzle, then a few occasional drips. Dmitri made a vain attempt to shake some of the rainwater from his sodden hair like a dog. "Well, we've had our showers, it seems," he said, seemingly eager to change the subject, "so why not head to the bathhouse anyway to dry off and, oh, goddess, Edelgard. You must be freezing. I am so sorry I hadn't realized how cold it was." He grabbed her by the shoulders none too gently, although Edelgard wasn't sure he had the capability to be too gentle about anything, and before she knew it, he'd whisked her away. The officers' academy at Garagmach had a communal bathhouse. Spring water from the misty mountains was carried into the monastery via an aqueduct and piped into the showers. Right now, a few students were rinsing themselves off under the miniature waterfalls that poured from the walls. In her world, when she had been a student here, Edelgard only ever used the bathhouse very late at night or very early in the morning when nobody else used it, so that no one would see the complex network of surgical scars that marred her body. She still wasn't used to coming here and seeing other people, since she'd mostly kept that routine when possible. Dmitri had no such reservations. He didn't hesitate to peel his waterlogged uniform off of his body, letting sodden cloth and rain-slicked plates of armor fall wetly to the floor, and reveal to the handful of other students present the ghostly white scars that covered every inch of his body from the neck down. They wrapped around his toned, muscular arms and legs, circled his torso, ran up and down his back and across his broad chest in purposeful, symmetrical, surgically precise patterns. It almost vaguely resembled some form of ritual scarification. Edelgard recognized those scars well. She remembered seeing the exact same ones carved into her flesh in the exact same patterns. For a moment, she felt acutely every single one of those scars, every single one of those long-healed wounds that her body had never suffered but her mind would never forget. Seemingly oblivious to how exposed he was, Dmitri dried himself off with a fresh towel, leaving his white hair a disheveled and damp rat's nest that stuck out at every angle, wrapped the towel around his waist when he was done, and scooped up his clothes and hung them up to dry. Some of the few students in the bathhouse stared, most did not. They'd seen this before, Edelgard realized. Unlike hers, Dmitri's suffering was common knowledge. None of the public had known what had happened to Edelgard and her siblings, why a family of 11 had so suddenly become a family of 1, most who did chalking it up only to an unfortunate illness that had spread through the palace, but everybody in the holy kingdom of Faerghus knew the tragedy of Duscur intimately. It was a bloody trauma, a still festering open wound, spread across the entire kingdom and shared by noble and commoner alike. And while nobody knew the deeper truth behind those superficial details, just as nobody had known the deeper truth behind what had happened to Edelgard's siblings, they all knew full well that he had been missing and presumably tortured for years. His trauma and the marks it had left on his skin had been rendered for public consumption, like the stained glass images of martyrs in the monastery's cathedral. Did he realize, she wondered, that every scar he showed to the public gave his people renewed excuses to hate the people of Duscur? Did he realize that allowing his people to vicariously experience his pain only bred more prejudiced people like Ingrid? Why, if he knew that the people of Duscur were innocent, did he indulge in that? Edelgard's thoughts were interrupted when a dry towel flew into her face. "I'm sorry," Dmitri said as she fumbled with the towel and tousled her hair dry. "Since you were staring, I thought you would see me throw that." Staring? Had she been staring? "I'm just surprised," she said to him, rubbing some warmth into the goose flesh pricing her skin, "that you aren't self-conscious about your—" With his thumb, Dmitri absent-mindedly traced one of the neat white scars, like seam lines on a doll, that circled his wrist. "Why would I be? I have nothing to hide." The way he said it, it almost sounded like a challenge. Apprehensive and flustered, Edelgard slipped out of her waterlogged boots and began to unbutton her blouse. She had nothing to hide, didn't she? Except that she was not of this world, that she was as much of an impostor as Glenn. She heard Ferdinand's voice ring out, and before she knew it, he was standing in front of her, stark naked, holding up a damp towel between the two of them and everyone else. "Lady Edelgard, what are you doing?" he cried out. "Exposing yourself like this in front of—" "It's okay," Edelgard assured him. "I take showers here all the time." "That is not what I mean," he said, glancing at Dmitri and just as quickly looking away. "Should you really be so casual toward—" Dmitri laughed. "Don't worry, Ferdinand. She's my stepsister, that's all." Ferdinand was silent for a few seconds. "Here, Lady Edelgard," he said, pointedly averting his eyes and standing with his back to her and his towel forming a protective barrier. His face had turned as red as his hair all the way up to the tips of his ears. "I will see to it the others give you your privacy, at least." "Of course," Edelgard sighed. She disrobed and set to work drying herself off. "Thank you, Ferdinand. How fortunate you happened to be here. When I've finished, would you please go to my room and bring me some dry clothes?" "It would be an honor and a pleasure," he assured her. Dmitri, who was looking away from her as well and had his eyes closed, chuckled. "You two already sound like quite the married couple," he remarked. "What about you?" Edelgard asked him. "You aren't going to wander the grounds in nothing but a damp towel, are you?" "I can't imagine Seath." Her mind corrected herself too late. Seath, she reminded herself, was miles and miles away, hiding out in the farther northwestern reaches of Fodlan. "You wouldn't make a good impression on your subjects." "It is not that far of a walk back to the dormitories," he said. "I do not think I would leave much of an impression. Or you could catch pneumonia." Dmitri laughed. "The cold does not bother me. You should know from the time you spent in Fhirdiad how cold it gets there at this time of year." "Mercifully, I forgot," she said. Once she was dry, she wrapped her towel around her chest and pinned it to her side with a loose knot. "Thank you for your help, Ferdinand." Satisfied with the job well done, Ferdinand reapplied his towel to his waist and headed over to the rack he'd set his dry clothes on. "I shall have you dressed in no time at all, Lady Edelgard," he assured her. "And if you would be so kind," Dmitri said to him, "as to collect Dida from the greenhouse and tell him I am in need." "Ah, certainly," Ferdinand said as he dressed himself, "but only as a favor to Lady Edelgard. We are enemies after all, you and I." Dmitri chuckled. "I see you're wasting no time in preparing for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. You're even getting into character." "Of course. And when the Black Eagles trounce your class, Lady Edelgard will surely be inspired to transfer back to us." Edelgard wouldn't bet on it. She didn't have a doubt in her mind that Byleth's class would win, and she would be a part of that victory. Once Ferdinand had left, Dmitri crossed his arms, his expression turned dark and moody. He glanced around the emptying bathhouse, watching the few remaining students trickle out. "I must confess," he said to Edelgard in a low voice, "I have had an ulterior motive for spending time with you today, Edelgard." "Did you?" Edelgard asked darkly, raising an eyebrow. 1,000 morbid possibilities ran through her mind. If he suspected her? If he thought she was a changeling like Glenn, or worse? "I've noticed the analytical mindset you bring to Professor Byleth's lectures. You aren't just hiding formidable strength and skill in fighting, but in tactics as well." A smile crossed his face. "You could give Claude von Regen a run for his money. Be careful you don't underestimate Claude." "Right you are. But more to the point, we have a month to prepare for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, and I want you to put that sharp mind of yours to use in bringing victory to our house. You aren't squeamish about facing your former friends in the Black Eagles, are you?" "Of course not," Edelgard said, as much as she didn't relish the thought of raising a weapon against the people who, in another world, had grown to be her closest and dearest friends. "I intend on giving my all, and that leaves no room for such sentiments." Dmitri's smile grew a little wider. "I am not the least bit surprised. Now, I would like to begin planning our strategy before our professor brings it up in class, so that we can—" "Impress her?" Edelgard asked with a coy smile. "That goes without saying, we must be the best students we can be, given that our professor is such a neophyte herself and has so much to prove against the others." We must show the Academy the decisive superiority of her teaching methods. So you already want to talk strategy? Yes, and I would like to start with your former classmates in the Black Eagles. I want to know how to formulate a plan against them. What are their strengths? Their weaknesses? Which strategies do they prefer, and how can we counter them? Edelgard laughed. I'm sorry, Dimitri, but I promised I wouldn't betray them like that. Professor Byleth would be quite disappointed if we lose because you withheld crucial information from us, Dimitri teased her. Edelgard sighed. He was right. She couldn't let Byleth down. Apparently he had identified her as a dyed-in-the-wool teacher's pet through and through. Hubert gets vertigo, Linhard faints at the sight of blood, Caspar is. Dimitri held up his hand and shook his head. Those are not the weaknesses I had in mind. Come on, I want to hear strategy from the girl who speaks with such authority in our class. Edelgard couldn't quite summon a blush on command the way Dorothea could, but she could muster a coy little smile. Authority? What do you mean? I mean exactly what I say, Dimitri said, returning the smile. Edelgard, when you offer your opinion in class, sometimes I feel as though a general with years of experience on the battlefield is saying those words. For someone who is set to inherit almost nothing from her father aside from a dowry, sizable as it will be, you speak with the confidence of a born leader. Oh, please. He put his hands on his hips, further securing the towel wrapped around his waist. I mean it. It is enough to make me feel you might have deserved to be born in Faerghus. I think I prefer warmer climes. That's not what I mean, he said, shaking his head. Things are different in Faerghus. I understand that in Adrestia, the firstborn inherits their parents' lands and titles, but we award such inheritances to those with crests no matter if they are the eldest, the middle children, or youngest. Edelgard crossed her arms. How barbaric. It was bad enough that the firstborn traditionally inherited the lion's share. At least in her world she'd reformed that cruel practice. That still happens in the Empire, she said, trying not to sound too judgmental even though her insides were boiling, in some houses, but yes, your reverence of crests isn't so widespread in our culture. Anyway, if Adrestia were more like Faerghus, Dimitri continued, you would be. You bear the crest of Ceros, correct? He asked her, furrowing his brow. Of course he knew, Edelgard thought. He'd probably had to snoop through Hanneman's records at the beginning of the school year. That's correct, she said, nodding along. And Prince Burkhardt does not. No, he doesn't. Just me and, she racked her brain. One of her other older siblings, just one of them, had that crest as well. Their blurred, barely remembered face swam in front of her mind's eye almost mockingly, as though they themselves were insulted that she'd tried to remember them for such a frivolous purpose. Anselm. My older brother, she said, by about 8 months. So you would be second in line for the throne, Dimitri concluded. And if something were to happen to him. Perish the thought, Edelgard blurted out before her stomach could heave. Dimitri must have noticed a change in her complexion, because he took a little step back and loosened up. I am sorry, Edelgard, it was wrong of me to suggest something so morbid. What I meant to say is that, as a crest-bearing heir, perhaps wielding authority comes naturally to you. She tried to keep a neutral expression on her face. Is that what crests mean to you, Dimitri? Do you think somebody is lesser for not having one? I certainly wouldn't say that, Dimitri protested. But crests are a source of great power, and as Rodrigue once told me, with great power comes great responsibility. Such as the responsibility to lift entire carriages over your head and entertain little girls. Edelgard asked. Such as the responsibility to defend others, he countered. In Faerghus, those with crests have a noble and sacred duty to be the blades and shields with which the kingdom protects its people. We are weapons and vessels for the greater good. Listening to him talk, Edelgard found herself clenching her fists and shifted her arms to try and hide them. Weapons and vessels. Edelgard had been molded into a weapon, and Byleth had been forged to be a vessel, and both had yearned and struggled to recapture their humanity or, it sometimes felt like, to become human in the first place. To be human, with all that entailed strengths, weaknesses, foibles, and frailties, wonder and whimsy was paramount. To be a weapon was to be a slave, a perversion of nature, an evil however necessary, and yet the way he spoke of it, with such admiration in his voice, as though it were not a grim fate but an aspiration, an ideal to strive toward. Was he proud of his scars? Is that what you believe, Dmitri? She asked him, her voice coming out colder than she'd meant it, far colder, icy, frigid. Do you have any hopes and dreams of your own, or are you resigned to being only someone else's tool? Dmitri bowed his head and held his hand to his chin in a way Edelgard found intensely familiar. It was something that reminded her of, who? Another long-forgotten member of her family. Her mother, perhaps. I suppose, he answered, teasing out his words. He didn't sound so sure of himself anymore, as though Edelgard's castigation had humbled him just a little. I have not had dreams in a long time, Edelgard, he said as he shook his head slowly and ruefully. If you're a sword, then whose hand grasps your hilt? She asked him, feeling an unexpected lump in her throat straining her words. The prospect of how he might answer somehow frightened her that much. Dmitri said nothing in response. Even though she tried to pry a little more, he didn't respond to a word she said after that, and when Ferdinand and Didu entered the now empty bathhouse with dry clothes in hand, he seemed to feel far more grateful than she was to part ways. The next morning, Edelgard stepped over the threshold into the Blue Lion's classroom, still momentarily taken aback to see the azure and cerulean banners of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus instead of the crimson flags she was accustomed to seeing. Most of the class had yet to arrive, but Byleth was already there, and so were Dmitri, Didu, and Glenn. There was another person there, too, Sir Gilbert Pronislav of the Knights of Syros. He wasn't entirely a stranger to Edelgard in the academy. He had taught seminars on Lancefare and Axifare when he wasn't away on church business, and years after that he'd been one of the last knights to defend the Immaculate One in the burning ruins of Fhirdiad. He was a tall man, and broad too, like a living wall. Even outside of his knightly armor, he seemed impenetrable and impassable. But this morning as he loomed in front of Glenn, his stern and stony face, its broad jawline seemingly hewn from granite, was softened by resurfaced grief. "Is it really you, Glenn?" he asked, his voice low and threatening to quaver. "When the church informed me of your recovery, I could scarcely believe it, and even now I can hardly believe my eyes." Edelgard wished she could tell him he was right not to. "You may be getting old and your eyesight may be fading," Glenn said with a smile, "but your eyes aren't lying to you. It's good to see you again, Augusty." He reached up to comfortingly clap Gilbert on the shoulder. The fragile smile crossing Gilbert's set face tightened, his rusty eyebrows knitting in bemusement. "You'll have to pardon Glenn's oddness, Sir Gilbert," Dmitri said to him. "He's been isolated for so long, I'm afraid he's not quite himself." Edelgard watched Glenn's eyes dart toward Dmitri for a brief instant, shooting him a split-second glare. "But it is you?" Gilbert asked, "is it?" He rested a tentative, furtive hand on Glenn's shoulder, as though afraid the slightest touch would make him shatter like glass or vanish like mist. "Young Glenn, you were my best squire, and for so long I despaired that my incompetence had not only lost us our royal family but your bright future as a knight." "Well, despair no more, Gusty," Glenn said with Cronia's typical way too chipper smile. "I'm fine, and that bright future of mine is more than back on track thanks to Professor B here." He gestured to Byleth with a jerk of his thumb. "Hey, you teach seminars here when you're not out on business, right? Stick around and we'll see each other again soon." The door to the classroom swung open. Edelgard glanced over her shoulder to see Felix, Ingrid, and Sylvain walk into the room. Felix caught sight of Glenn and immediately did an about-face, only for Ingrid to grab him by the collar and haul him to his seat. As Gilbert caught up with the monster wearing his long-lost squire's face, the rest of the Blue Lions trickled in. When Annette arrived, she saw Gilbert and gasped, hurriedly setting down her books on the nearest desk, but as soon as Gilbert saw her he cut off his discussion with Glenn and hastily exited the room, brushing past her without a word. With downcast eyes and a sad sigh, Annette slumped into her desk and rested her cheeks in her hands. Mercedes gave her a consoling pat on the back. The rest of the class went to their desks. Glenn, of course, hung close to Felix, who seemed to be doing his best not to look as though he'd just bitten into a lemon. "So, Feely," Glenn said, leaning close to his brother, "what do you think Professor B will teach us today?" Felix said nothing, busying himself with his textbooks and notebook. "Still giving your own brother the cold shoulder?" Glenn asked him, leaning in closer until he was almost on top of him. "Shut up," Felix finally hissed, shoving him aside. "Don't talk to me. Don't breathe on me. You can wear his face, but the brother I knew died 7 years ago." There was a momentary hot flash of anger on Glenn's face, and Edelgard's blood ran cold. Did Felix know of his deception, or was he simply speaking metaphorically? Either way, he'd painted a target on his back, just as Edelgard had. Now Glenn suspected both of them of blowing his cover. "Class, I have an announcement," Byleth announced, standing at the head of the room in front of her podium. In an instant, all whispered discussion between classmates ceased and all heads turned forward. All eyes were upon her, each student waited with bated breath for the news they were all expecting to hear. "We have 1 month until the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, so I'm going to alter your training schedules a bit. Didu, could you lock the doors? We're going to need privacy." She didn't continue until the doors to the classroom had been closed and locked. "We're going to catch the other houses off guard," she explained, "by mastering the fundamentals of other disciplines. This will enable us to use tactics the others won't expect from us. I'm breaking you up into groups and assigning each of you a subject. It'll be up to you to find a place to train in secret. You can't let anyone see you." Edelgard had to suppress a smile. Skulking around in secret and dealing in the shadows was something her life in her own world had prepared her for. She would have to be wary of Hubert, though, who was definitely keeping an eye on her nearly as much as Dida was. Dimitri, Ash, Ingrid, and Felix, Byleth took 4 slips of paper from a jar on her desk and set them face down on each of the 3 students' desks in turn. "Your team won. I wrote the subject your peers are going to train you in on these slips of paper. Don't look at them yet." Glenn raised his hand. "Professor, I want to be in Dimitri's group. Can I trade places with Ash?" No. She took 3 more slips. Glenn, Annette, Dida team 2. Edelgard couldn't quite place the look on Dida's face, although that was the norm with him. She imagined he was uneasy at the prospect of being separated from Dimitri, but relieved that he could keep Glenn away from him. She looked to Felix next, who wore a sour expression as usual, but was probably grateful to be kept away from his false brother. Giving Dida Glenn's leash might just keep him alive at least for a few weeks more. Byleth took 3 more slips of paper. Edelgard, Sylvain, Mercedes team 3. Edelgard looked down at the slip of paper sitting on her desk, then looked over at the other 2 members of her group. Mercedes gave her a warm, genuine smile and waved at her from across the room. Sylvain flashed her a grin that she supposed was meant to be charming and seductive. "These are all going to be skills that you have little to no experience in, so I've grouped you all with partners you can learn them from," Byleth said. "I'll be here if you need any additional guidance over the next month." When Byleth gave the order, the class separated into their teams and revealed their new subjects. Edelgard read from the slip of paper Byleth had given her as she and the other 2 members of Team 3 huddled in a corner of the classroom. "Reason," it said. She'd never studied black magic before. Where had Byleth gotten the idea to teach her that? But regardless, Edelgard assured herself that she would learn it and learn it well. If Byleth thought it was a good fit for her, then she couldn't be wrong. "Reason, huh? Funny, that's what it says on mine," Sylvain said to her, grinning. "Well, Princess, looks like the 2 of us are Mercy's new black magic apprentices." "What does yours say?" he asked Mercedes. "I can't imagine what you 2 could teach me that I'd actually be good at," she said, flustered, as she turned over her slip of paper. "I'm so clumsy, after all, there's no way I could handle a lance or an axe like horseback riding. I suppose I might be good at that." "I suppose I can teach you some basic lance skills," Edelgard said to her, feeling like a 5th wheel on a wagon. "You'll still be primarily using magic offensively, so there's no need for anything more than the basics. Knowing your way around a horse will really improve your range and maneuverability on the battlefield." In her world, Mercedes had been quite a skilled holy knight, but in this world, with her even frilier than usual, following that same path might be difficult but not impossible. "Don't feel so left out, Lady Edelgard," Mercedes assured her. "I'm sure you 2 will have your work cut out for you." I'll try not to let you down. Now, when do you want your first lesson in the dark arts? I know an abandoned guard tower near the monastery wall where no one will bother us. Perhaps we should meet there at the stroke of midnight tonight. Sure, Sylvain said. That works for me. But how are we gonna teach you to ride a horse in secret? Mercedes gasped. I hadn't thought of that. You're right, we can't just take one of the horses from the stables in the dead of night, and everybody in the monastery will notice if we train during the day. Not if we train outside the monastery, Edelgard said. There are stables we can rent from in town. Well, we're certainly lucky to have you on the team, Princess, Sylvain said. You and your massive, imperial coffers, he added, his voice dripping with innuendo. Edelgard stepped on his foot. Across the room in his little group with Didu and Annette, Glenn fixed his eyes on Felix and Dimitri's group. Then his eyes slowly roved, his head slowly turning, until he met Edelgard's gaze. A baleful smile crawled across his face and one eye closed in a gleefully sinister wink. He had his eyes on his targets. Ingrid raised her hand. Professor? What else is on the agenda today? Nothing, Byleth said. We're all going into town for the day. It'll be fun. The murmurs that rippled through the classroom were a mix of excitement and confusion. Most students were taken aback. You're all going to be working extremely hard, she explained, balancing your normal studies with your secret ones, so I wanted to give you one last day of freedom. Class dismissed, meet me at the monastery gates when the bell tolls 9. Still a little bemused from their short lesson, the blue lions filtered out of the classroom. Edelgard lingered behind and walked up to Byleth as she sorted her cue cards for tomorrow's lecture. Excuse me, Professor, she asked. Byleth looked up at her. Her azure eyes looked particularly warm today. Yes? What is it, Edelgard? Edelgard felt her heart skip a beat. What a lovesick fool she was. I have a question about our team composition, she said, trying to dispel the fog clouding her brain. I know Sylvain has problems with women, Byleth told her, but I selected you and Mercedes specifically because you two can put him in his. No, it's not that, Edelgard said. I wanted to ask you about Felix. Since one of our teams has to have 4 people in it anyway, I was wondering if you could transfer him to ours. I know you put a great deal of thought into building these teams, but I think he has plenty of untapped potential for black magic as well. She was bluffing, she had no idea if Felix had any unrealized affinity for that subject. She just wanted to have eyes on one of Glenn's other targets and have a means to secretly warn him about the danger he was in. Byleth shook her head. No, I can't do that. I put him where he is for a reason. Besides, having Mercedes teach him magic in addition to you and Sylvain will put too much strain on her. I understand, Edelgard said, her heart feeling heavy. After all this time, being scolded by her professor still hurt. I'm sorry for questioning your methods, Professor. It's fine, Byleth assured her. You have a lot of good ideas, great ones, even so I value your input. Thank you, Edelgard found herself stammering, trying hard not to blush. By the way, how did you come up with such an unorthodox lesson plan, she asked. Byleth had never done anything like this in her world. Actually, Glenn suggested it to me, Byleth said. We talked about it about a week or so ago. I liked the idea, so I told him I'd put it into place as soon as I figured out how to split up the class. Of course it had been Glenn's idea. It seemed he'd been counting on her putting him in a group with Dimitri and Felix, though, so at least things hadn't gone entirely to plan for him. It was little relief, but it was relief nonetheless. Well, I would ask that you consider transferring Felix to our group, Edelgard said, but I understand. No need to alter your plans to suit my whims. Also, we're not going fishing. Byleth's lips curled in a smile. I've decided to hold off on the class fishing trip until Captain Geralt returns from his business in the kingdom. We'll go out for the weekend after we win the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. It just doesn't feel right to not go fishing without him. Of course, Edelgard said, feeling an ache in her chest as she recalled Geralt. He had been a good man. The greatest regret she'd ever had about her uneasy alliance with those who slither in the dark, of which she had many, had been that she'd been implicated in his tragic and unnecessary death, a death which, if things continued to trace a similar trajectory as they had in her world, would approach more swiftly than anyone could imagine. Unless she could change it. Flame would have liked it, too, Byleth said, packing up her stuff and heading for the doors, but at least she's safe. Edelgard nodded and followed along after her. Wherever she is, she replied, thinking with a wistful smile of the sandy beaches of the Rhodos coast, I hope she and Seath can go fishing to their heart's contents. Anyway, it'll be a fine celebration of our victory. That's right, Byleth said. By the way, why do they call it the Battle of the Eagle and Lion if the golden deer are in it, too? It commemorates the War of the Eagle and Lion. And the golden deer? The Leicester Alliance hadn't broken away from the kingdom yet at that point. I know. But we let the deer participate, even though they weren't in the war to begin with. We cannot just leave them out, Professor, Edelgard said, chuckling, as she and Byleth headed into the sunlight. She and Byleth had gone over this exact conversation 7 years ago. It felt so good to retrace those old steps. Although it would make victory much more attainable if we needed not worry about Claude. Well, we should change the name to include them, then. It should be the Battle of the Eagle and Lion and Deer. I agree, but the more tradition-minded nobles would probably be up in arms if they changed it. Edelgard sighed. Think of how many great ideas never get their day because of people who would rather the world stay the same. It would be wonderful if more people were like you, Professor. You think so? Yes. When the unexpected happens and change comes, you don't dig in your heels and stand in its way, you flow around it and adapt to it, like water taking the shape of its vessel. The world grows and advances because of people like you. With a little smile crossing her face that glowed as brightly as a sunbeam, Byleth nodded. You're quite kind, Edelgard. I'll see you at the gates, I have something to get from my quarters. Yes, Edelgard said, and I suppose I should trade in my uniform for the day. I'll see you later, bye Professor. As she watched Byleth walk away, she thought she saw another glimmer of light hovering beside her and heard, faintly but clearly, a little girl's voice saying, quite the charmer, is she not? Unlike yesterday, it was a beautiful day in the town that clung to Garreg Mach Monastery like a bear cub clinging to its mother. Fluffy white clouds filled the periwinkle sky, but the sun's golden rays were unobstructed and filled the cobblestone streets. The chirps and trills of birdsong occasionally drifted through the air on brisk, cold wind. Edelgard almost found it hard to believe that the first snowfall of the year was only a month away. The town of Garreg Mach was not a wealthy town or a large town, but its merchants were flush with money from visiting Knights of Syros and the nobles attending the Officers' Academy, and as a result, catered to quite cosmopolitan tastes. One could find food from Deirdre in the delicatessens, the latest fashions from Inber in the boutiques, and furs from the wilds of northern Faergus in the market stalls. Occasionally, goods from as far away as Albania or Brigid, or even Dada, could be found, goods that the town's denizens couldn't afford, but the students and faculty certainly could. There was something perverse about that disparity, people making their livings selling things their own neighbors themselves couldn't afford. Edelgard hoped to change that with her reforms someday, when she returned to her own world, whenever that was. The town square and the shops were not very busy, considering it was a Wednesday morning, and Edelgard didn't expect to see any other students besides the other Blue Lions, as the other two houses were stuck with far more orthodox teachers. Oh. There was Linhard, sleeping in a bush. She broke away from the rest of the class and approached him. He was sprawled atop the bush, arms and legs akimbo, with little twigs and leaves clinging to his uniform and sticking out of his forest green hair, and as he was wont to do, he was snoring very loudly. Despite the uncomfortable position of his body, his face was completely placid. He could fall asleep anywhere, and often did. Accommodating that habit was sometimes frustrating, but it was the price paid for his brilliant mind. When Edelgard's shadow fell in front of the sunbeam that had been shining down on his face, he winced, groaned, twitched, and opened his eyes. He blinked a few times. "Hello, Linhard," Edelgard said to him. "Skipping lectures again?" "Oh. Hello, Edelgard." He yawned and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, then wiped some dried drool from his chin on his sleeve. Back to your old habits already? Damn. Dorothea had a bet going. I think I just lost. I'm not skipping class, Professor Byleth brought us all down here, she explained. What's this about a bet? Oh, nothing, Linhard said, gingerly extracting himself from his impromptu bed. He stretched his arms over and behind his back, his chest swelling as he took a deep, relaxed breath. Ah, that hit the spot. I've been awake for 2 days and 2 nights straight, you see. He blinked. What day is it now? The first Wednesday of the Wyvern moon. Ah. And the year? The year. Edelgard was taken aback. Linhard was a bit of an odd duck, but what an odd question that was. She'd asked the same when she'd come here, why in heaven's name would anyone else have to ask that? Imperial year 1180. Why? Oh, nothing. I'd been reading the legend of that one Faerghus sniper who fell asleep at his post during the Battle of the Tailtean Plains and slept for 150 years, and I just wanted to make sure I hadn't done the same. He rubbed his hairless chin carefully and slowly, as if expecting to find a beard to stroke there. That, Edelgard admitted, is quite a reasonable fear for you to have. Perhaps you should try not falling asleep where no one can find you. Ugh. The cure sounds worse than the ailment, Linhard sighed. Anyway, Dorothea was betting you'd break down and go back to being a, what did she call you, again? A lazy, spoiled brat. In under 5 weeks, I said it would be over 5 weeks. I'm glad you had such faith in me. I have no intent on changing any time soon, Edelgard assured him. I think you have a good chance of winning the bet, then. Yes, just hang on for another week. I'm sure it won't be difficult. Like Casper said, it's like you've become a totally different person. He let out another yawn. Anyway, I'm off. It's too noisy here. Linhard stumbled a bit on his feet and nearly collapsed, slipping against the road, and collided with Edelgard's shoulder. Edelgard caught him and helped him back onto his feet. Careful, she told him. I think your legs are still asleep, Linhard. So they are. Well, perhaps I'll rest a bit longer here, then. Linhard. Ugh. When you say my name like that, you sound like Ferdinand. He rolled his eyes. Okay. I'm off. See you later, Edelgard. Or not. With that, he ambled away, a little unsteady on his feet, but at least he didn't keel over again. Edelgard spent the rest of the morning idly browsing the shops, her ambling path through town occasionally aligning with those of her classmates. She found Ash helping to haggle with a merchant from the north for spices and crossed paths with Ingrid as she perused scale polish and ointments for taking care of wyverns. As part of her duties to Team 1, she was tasked with teaching Dimitri flying. Annette was carrying armloads of flour, sugar, fruit preserves, and other baking supplies for Mercedes. The very sight of such a haul made Edelgard's sweet tooth ache. Sylvain was getting a new red handprint on his face from a local girl he'd apparently met, dated, and broken up with before. Dimitri was sticking to Felix like glue and was engaged in a spirited, if one-sided conversation about the proper way to wield a lance, demonstrating his technique with a broomstick to his friend. That looks like work, Dimitri. Professor Byleth will be mad at you, Edelgard teased him. She studied shelves of oils for polishing swords and armor in one of the local shops, her thoughts turning to Ferdinand. Weapons maintenance was a hobby he particularly enjoyed, he found it both useful and relaxing. This world's Ferdinand may have been a touch more irritating than her own, but he was still Ferdinand. Perhaps she could give it to him as a consolation gift after the Blue Lions won the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. She was so lost in her thoughts as she drifted across the shop's shelves that she nearly cracked her nose against Byleth's shoulder. Ah, Professor, she stammered, hastily stepping away, I apologize, I didn't see you there. Byleth looked up, her eyes wide and curious. Oh, hi, Edelgard. I was just looking for sword polish. Would you happen to know what's good for heroes' relics? She turned her attention back to the shelves. I won't be using the sword of the creator against students, of course, but I'd like to have it on my hip as a decorative thing for morale, so I should probably give it a good polishing. Edelgard studied the shelves with her for a moment. Heroes' relics were made of an arcane, bone-like metal dubbed umbral steel, and thanks to years of being at Byleth's side, along with being acquainted with other relics used by the Black Eagle strike force, such as Thyrsus and Bloodgong, she knew exactly which of these jars of oil and polish would work best on that steel. She picked out a jar of thin, blood-red liquid. "You always use I mean, this will work best, I think. I read it in a book once." "Oh." Byleth took it from her. "Thank you, Edelgard. Can you let me know if you find that book?" "Of course. I hope it works." With another one of her tantalizing little smiles, Byleth nodded. "I'll think of you whenever I polish my blade." Edelgard found it very hard to breathe for a few seconds. The day went by quickly. She found herself amazed, as the sun began to descend from its zenith, just how quickly time could fly even when she had nothing to occupy herself but trivial and frivolous affairs. Buying a sandwich from a local deli and eating it under the shade of a tree, browsing a boutique for the latest fashions from Inver, helping Ingrid buy far too much cured and brinned meats for one person and insisting on paying for it. As inconvenient as it was to relieve her school days, Edelgard was glad that she could have a day like this again. The last thing she made sure to do was take Sylvain and Mercedes to the stables to show them where they could rent horses for Mercedes' secret training. The logistics would still be tricky, but Edelgard welcomed the challenge. On the way back to rendezvous with the rest of the class, though, she ran into something wholly unexpected. There was a blur of pink, she heard a voice call out her name, and Edelgard felt a stinging on her cheek and realized that she'd just been slapped across the face. A girl from the officers' academy was standing in front of her, her pink hair tied back and trailing behind her in two long streams and glossy lips curled in an indignant pout. Edelgard grabbed the girl by the wrist automatically, without thinking. Her heart was beating intensely, as though her body had feared her life was in danger, but the danger passed as she got a better look at her assailant. She couldn't believe it. She'd been slapped across the face. Slapped across the face by Hilda Valentine Goneril, of all people. "Hilda," she gasped. Hilda pulled her wrist free of Edelgard's grip and put her hands on her hips, scowling at her with pink brows furrowed angrily over her pink eyes. "We live next to each other, and you can't even say so much as hello to me for a whole month." Excuse me?" Edelgard stammered, still reeling from the blow. Was she supposed to know Hilda in this world? If so, then why was this happening now? Hilda could have yelled at her 2 or 3 weeks ago, or even a few days after she'd ended up in this world. Oh, why hadn't the other Edelgard kept a diary? That would have made things so much easier for her. "Excuse you?" Hilda asked, only growing more irate. "I'm sorry." Ugh. She spun on her heel and stomped off. "See you at Gronderfield, Edelgard." Edelgard stood there, dumbfounded, as she watched Hilda stomp all the way down the street and vanish into a curio shop. Sylvain caught up to her. "Wow. And they call me a heartbreaker. Was that an old flame, Lady Edelgard?" Mercedes spoke up. "I suppose," Edelgard said, "perhaps. You can't remember? My, your brainworms must be getting worse. You know, I did see you two hanging out a lot before you decided to join our class, Edelgard," Sylvain said, stroking his chin. There was a hard, thoughtful glint in his amber eyes. "You sure you don't remember her?" I mean, I don't recall us dating," Edelgard said, fumbling for an answer that didn't make her look incredibly suspicious. In her world, Hilda had never given her so much as the time of day. How was she supposed to have known that they'd been friends in this world? I suppose I must have given her mixed signals." "Mixed signals?" Sylvain shook his head and clucked his tongue disapprovingly. "As though you have a leg to stand on," Edelgard shot back at him. "How many new handprints did you add to your face today?" "That's between me and those girls." "Maybe," Mercedes said, "two heartbreakers like you are perfect for each other." Edelgard gagged. It wasn't so much that she found men unattractive. Plenty had caught her eye over the years, but her heart belonged mainly to women, and one in particular. "I dunno," Sylvain said. "I can see it. Although I bet your fiancé would be pretty mad if we eloped, huh, princess? So, wanna start an international incident?" She rolled her eyes and sighed. It was going to be a long month. With that awkward incident behind them, though it still lingered on Edelgard's mind, they headed for the edge of town and met with the rest of the class at the gates to the monastery as the sun began to dip closer toward the horizon, casting splashes of warm orange light onto the underbellies of the cotton fluff clouds crowding the darkening sky. "Has anyone seen Glenn?" Annette asked, taking a cursory head count. "Did he just go off on his own or something?" "Here." Glenn's voice rang out behind Edelgard, and she shuddered and all but leaped out of the way as he slipped past her. "Sorry," he said, "I decided to go for a hike and stretch my legs." "The woods are beautiful this time of year, aren't they?" Ingrid wearily placed her hand on her forehead. "Glenn, please, for the love of Ceros, don't do that," she said, her voice falling from her mouth as a frustrated, put-upon sigh. Edelgard caught her breath and held her bag closer to her side. How could she have let him sneak up on her like that? He could have knifed her in the back so easily. Was he toying with her? Why? What did he think about her? What did he know? Once the sun had set and the sky had turned black, pinpricks of stars twinkling in the gaps between the clouds, Edelgard put on a black rain cloak and went out to meet Mercedes and Sylvain for their secret training. She found the two of them skulking in the courtyard, also wearing black, like a pair of thieves scouting the layout of a nobleman's manor they'd been planning to rob. "Are we ready?" Mercedes asked her new apprentices after Sylvain had tried a few minutes of small talk on Edelgard. "Just a second," Edelgard said. She looked around, trying to discern shapes in the darkness. "I know you're here, Hubert." A pale face popped out from behind one of the hedges and failed to call her bluff. "How did you know I was following you, Lady Edelgard?" Hubert gasped. "I thought it was likely," she told him. "Hubert, you can't follow us. I am your retainer. I'm supposed to look after you," he said. "Especially if you mean to go cavorting around with," his gaze focused on Sylvain and his eyes narrowed. "Him. Do your vows to Ferdinand mean nothing, Lady Edelgard?" "Simmer down, Hubert," Sylvain said, throwing up his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "I know she's engaged, I've got no intentions of stealing her away." "Good," Hubert said, a dark and sinister smile, the kind that made him seem more like Edelgard's own Hubert, crossing his face. "I swear this in the goddess' holy name, Sylvain, if you dare seduce Lady Edelgard, and by some miracle manage to pull it off, you would break Ferdinand's heart, and in retaliation I would see to it that you wake up the next morning to find yourself 6 feet beneath these very grounds." "That," Mercedes interjected, smiling, "would probably be a very big miracle." Sylvain's face fell. "Mercy." "Yes, you will be begging for mercy should you try anything," Hubert told him. "Lady Edelgard, I must ask, though, what in the goddess' name are you doing out here at this hour? Don't you have class tomorrow? Or is Professor Byleth giving you another vacation day?" "Oh, so you heard about that?" Sylvain interjected. "Sounds fun, doesn't it?" "Your professor would never." "Hubert, we have business here that we cannot discuss with anyone from the other houses," Edelgard said to her dogged retainer. "I cannot have you following me or spying on me. If you don't like it, take it up with Professor Byleth. For now, you'll just have to trust me." Hubert gave her a hangdog look, not unlike a puppy that had just been scolded, and shot another venomous glance at Sylvain. "Don't worry, Hubert," Mercedes assured him. "Lady Edelgard has become quite strong, apart from the worms feasting on her brain, and so if Sylvain tries anything, she will break every bone in his hand. Especially the little ones." He looked relieved. "True, you have become quite ster, excuse me, what did you say about worms?" She smiled. "Oh, nothing, just a joke." "I think you two would get along very well," Edelgard said to Hubert and Mercedes, "but it will have to wait until after we have completed our secret mission. Run along now, Hubert. Back to bed." "That's an order." Hubert bowed deeply. "Yes, Lady Edelgard," he hissed, and he retreated into the night. A few minutes of silence passed. The only sound was the cold wind rustling through the hedges and rose bushes. "Shall we head for the tea?" Mercedes started. Edelgard held up her hand. "Wait," she whispered. She waited. "I mean it, Hubert." In her world, Hubert, as fiercely loyal as he was, sometimes had a bad habit of countermanding her orders if he saw it as for her own good. He was dead set on bloodying his hands for her sake, whether she wanted it or not. People sometimes ended up frightened out of their wits or simply disappeared when they stood in Edelgard's way. She didn't always have to tell Hubert. He just did it. She waited for Hubert's response. Nothing. Hubert, she said sternly, as one might issue a warning to a cat who was contemplating getting into something it shouldn't. Okay, she said, we're free to go. They crossed the monastery grounds in darkness and silence, Mercedes lighting the way with a small, faint orb of white light cradled in one outstretched hand. Sure enough, just as Edelgard had feared, they came to the same tower where Glenn had recently had his tryst with those who slither in the dark. Edelgard wondered if they had left anything behind, if they were trespassing and would find themselves facing terrible consequences for it. Are you sure about this place, Mercedes? She asked. What? Don't tell me you're scared, Sylvain teased her. I saw you at Mercy's story session. You barely flinched. I'm worried about the tower's structural integrity. Oh, don't worry, Mercedes said. I come here all the time to study in private. It's the perfect place. I even keep some of my spellbooks and supplies up here. Edelgard relaxed. Ah, well, okay then. The three of them ventured into the tower, up the spiral staircase to the guardhouse posted atop its round crenellations. With an echoing snap of her fingers, Mercedes lit the lanterns hanging from the walls with violet flames that cast an eerie, subdued hue across the room. Sylvain peered out one of the tower's thin embrasures. Are you sure it's wise to be lighting torches, Mercedes? The violet light doesn't carry far, Mercedes assured him, and it's dim to human eyes. If anyone sees it, they'll simply write it off as a trick of the light. She sat cross-legged on the floor, propped a book open in front of her, and bade the others to join her. Now, do either of you have any magical experience? No, both Edelgard and Sylvain answered. Then we'll start with the basics of magic seals. I assume you both are proficient in trigonometry. Yes, Edelgard said. Sylvain sheepishly scratched the back of his head. That's the sine, cosine stuff, right? Yeah, I think I know it. Good, Mercedes said, taking a bag from the floor and pulling out pencils, rulers, protractors, and compasses. For creating magic seals, getting the angles and curves right is absolutely essential. Also necessary is good recall. When you commit these seals to memory, you can call upon them without needing to draw them on the ground or inscribe them on gauntlets. Oh, Lady Edelgard, I do hope you can keep up, considering your forgetfulness. I think I'll manage, Edelgard said. That's the spirit. Oh, and you're aware of calculus, right? By the end of the month, I hope to introduce you to the basics of Fourier transforms, which are required for more advanced dark magic, and those require knowledge of derivatives and integrals. Edelgard could tell from the way Sylvain bit his lip that she was moving past the limits of his mathematical knowledge. The lesson began, and ran well into the night. The moon began to sink below the opposite horizon. By the end, though, Edelgard managed to produce a flurry of amber sparks in a single flickering flame in the palm of her hand. Her eyes burned from tiredness and curves and angles had been inscribed on the backs of her eyelids, but seeing that little flame filled her with a wondrous, warm sense of pride. To her surprise, Sylvain did quite a good job keeping up. Perhaps her eyes were playing tricks on her, but it almost seemed like the little candle flame he'd summoned was just a little stronger and steadier than her. Black magic is called reason, Mercedes said, yawning, because it's based on understanding the natural world. Not like white magic, which draws on your connection to the unseen. It seems you both have a good understanding of the nature of fire. Edelgard smiled. Now the Flame Emperor truly had mastery over fire. What about those other reason spells you use? Sylvain said. You know, those black flames, clouds of miasma, little, purple, cube thingies. Oh, that. A very esoteric branch of reason dark magic, Mercedes intoned ominously. Edelgard recognized that school of magic. Hubert's magic. Lysithea's magic. The magic of those who slither in the dark. Unsurprisingly, Mercedes knew it as well. Perhaps, Mercedes added, we will get to it by the end of the month, especially if you continue to show such great progress. You two are wonderful apprentices so far. Well, We've got a wonderful teacher. Tomorrow, she said, snapping her heavy tome closed and packing away her tools, wiping away the chalk seal she'd drawn on the floor, we will get to the ritual leech scarification and boiled newt eyeball tinctures. I hope neither of you are allergic. Sylvain's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Leech scarification? Merci, baby, I. She laughed at him. Just kidding. Edelgard stifled a laugh at his expense. The three of them left the tower as a faint line of violet began to creep over the horizon, bleeding into the night's abyssal black. Edelgard yawned. Was it already so early in the morning? These midnight trysts were going to be harder than she'd thought. So this is what the professor meant, Sylvain said, yawning, when she said we'd have our noses to the grindstone. Phew, I'm gonna look like a revenant a week from now. Oh, don't spoil my future lesson plans, Mercedes teased him. Turning you both into my undead slaves isn't going to be for another 2 weeks, though. Thanks. You're making good progress, though, Edelgard assured him, though she shared his concerns about exhaustion. Perhaps midnight was not such a great time for secret lessons, especially if they ran for hours. I never took you for such a quick study, Sylvain. You're quite smart, just like your bro. Just like my what? He asked, a hard flash in his eyes. I heard about the mission you went on before I joined your class, Edelgard said, carefully choosing her words. Your brother. Miklon, was it? What about him? I heard he had raised a small army of bandits and taken control of an old fortress near Gaspard territory. That takes great leadership skills, and to have made himself a problem for the Knights of Syros, a cunning intellect. It's truly a shame the course his life took to make him such a disgusting man. Sylvain squinted suspiciously at her. You talk about him like you were there. Pardon me if I spoke out of turn. I only wanted to say that you seem to share his good qualities. The ones I've heard about, that is. He let out a bitter laugh and stuffed his hands in his cloak's pockets. Huh. Yeah. A shame the course his life took. And do you know why? He was disinherited, wasn't he? Edelgard asked, feigning ignorance. But, he was your older brother. Yeah. But that doesn't matter in Faerghus. I was born with a crest. He wasn't. Just by existing, I took away everything he expected to have. Perhaps he shouldn't have expected to have those things, Edelgard said coolly, masking her true feelings. She was glad, though, to find someone else in this class who didn't share the typical Faerghus view of crests that Dimitri had espoused the other day. Surprisingly, Sylvain of all people seemed to be a kindred spirit. Yet another person, like Ingrid, who had suffered under the status quo Edelgard had aimed to upend, and yet had fought against her all the same. You've got a crest, though, right, Edelgard? Sylvain asked her. But you're still 9th in line of the throne. That's correct. Adrestia isn't so concerned with matters of people's crests. Inheritance typically goes to the eldest. Sounds nice, he said. I don't think inheritance should depend on age or crest, though, Edelgard added before she could stop herself. Inherent qualities, the circumstances of one's birth, don't tell you anything about a person. The best suited child of a given house should be the heir apparent, based on the skills they develop in life. People should earn their power, not simply inherit it. Sylvain gave her an odd look. Those are some strange sentiments for a princess. You really have changed a lot, huh? It's amazing, she said, hoping to once again deflect suspicion, what a revelation from the goddess can do to a person. He didn't seem convinced. That night or, rather, early in the morning Edelgard took her bag and emptied it onto her desk, taking stock of the things she had bought in town, even though her eyes were burning and her legs felt like jelly and her bed seemed to be exerting a magnetic force on her body. She set her haul neatly on her desk in organized rows. Sword and armor polish, a few nice blouses that had caught her fancy, a necklace she thought she would surprise Byleth with after the upcoming mock battle, a few seeds to plant in the greenhouse. A slip of paper fluttered to the floor like an errant feather, catching her eye curious, as she was sure she'd removed all of her academic materials from the bag before heading to town that morning. She must have missed a loose page from her notebook and let it sit in the bottom without noticing. She crouched down to pick up the slip of paper, its blank surface sparkling in the sunlight like fresh snow, and idly flipped it over. There, on the opposite side, someone had written a message in big, crude block letters disguised handwriting, and when she saw the 4 words scrawled on the page, she felt as though Dimitri had dumped another gallon of ice-cold rainwater down her back. Why? Chapter 8, Falling Short of Heaven. The landscape of Gronderfield stretched out before the Blue Lions. The breadbasket of the Empire, Gronderfield lay south of Garreg Mach in Burghley's territory. In Faergus, the poor soil and cooler climate permitted little more than rye and oats. In Leicester, the soil supported mostly millet and barley, but at Gronderfield, fertile plains filled with rolling waves of wheat and corn and sorghum and other staple crops stretched across the landscape, and these rich and diverse fields fed all of Fodlan. But nestled amid the vast amber seas, a forested plain surrounded the ancient and lovingly preserved ruins of a long-dormant battleground. At Gronderfield, well over 1,000 years ago, blood had watered the ground when the forces of the then nascent Adrestian Empire had clashed with and triumphed over the armies of Nemesis, the Mad King of Liberation. It had not been the last battle of the War of Heroes, but it had been the turning point of the war. The version of Gronderfield that was laid out before Edelgard and her fellow Blue Lions was notably flatter, though, and certainly much smaller, as it only nearly covered part of a table in the library. Candlelight cast a dusky amber glow across the unrolled parchment, like the dying light of the setting sun in its last seconds over the horizon. "It sure was nice of Brother Tomash to lend us this map," Ash said, marveling at the detail the old map showed. The forests, the river, the fortified hill in the middle of the field on which sat an old, but painstakingly well-maintained ballista, everything was clearly marked, even the starting positions of all 3 houses. Edelgard wondered how many previous classes had used this map to plan their strategies. "What do you think is in it for him?" Sylvain asked. "Think he's got a bet riding on us." "He's a man of the cloth," Annette said. "It's hard to imagine him gambling." "Even if you cannot imagine it, it may still be true," Dida told her. "As for me, I think he is playing each side." "That makes sense," Byleth said, nodding. "That way, he'll make everyone feel special." Sylvain shook his head. "Nah. Those things always end poorly. Someone catches on, finds out you've got a girl on the side, or 2, he gingerly rubbed his cheek. "That's right, Sylvain," Mercedes chimed in. "I like to think he's smarter than that." "He would certainly think so," Edelgard said, but it wasn't Tomash she was thinking of. Tomash had died 8 years ago and had been replaced by Solon, one of those who slither in the dark. It would be an understatement to say Solon had a swelled head. To say he had an ego did not come remotely close to doing justice to the depth and breadth of his megalomania. "So we know that we will be positioned here, north of the river," Byleth said, interrupting the chatter as she set a handful of blue tokens down on the map. "The Black Eagles will be here in the southwest, around this fortification here," she added, setting down a few red tokens, "and the Golden Deer will be here in the southeast, in the forest." As Edelgard watched Byleth put down a few yellow tokens to represent the Golden Deer, she thought back to how the battle of the Eagle and Lion had gone in her world. The Black Eagles and Blue Lions' positions had been reversed, with Dimitri and his classmates striking from the southwest while Edelgard and her classmates had swept across the field from the north. "Edelgard," Dimitri asked her, "any theories as to how Ferdinand might deploy your old class?" "If he's smart, and despite how he might come across, his first priority will be to wrest control of the ballista here," she said, pointing to the hill in the center of the map. "Bernadetta will be his best option. If he can get her up there, he'll control the battlefield." "Bernadetta? That one girl who never leaves her room?" Glenn inquired, seemingly surprised. "She might not look it, but she's the best archer in the Black Eagles." "Don't underestimate Bernadetta," Felix said, crossing his arms and glowering at the creature pretending to be his brother. "She's quick and nimble. The other day she stole my sword right out of my hands. I can only imagine she was practicing how she can disarm her opponents in battle." Edelgard went through the rest of her theories regarding the Black Eagle's deployment, watching Byleth move the tokens standing in for her old class around the map, and then moved on to the Golden Deer. Knowing Claude, he won't be rushing to seize control of the area. He'll be hiding in the forested area, waiting for the Eagle and the Lion to tire each other out. "Ah, I see," Byleth said, nodding. That's the deer's revenge for not being included in the battle's name. For that reason, Edelgard said, suppressing a smile. She saw Dmitri trying to hold one back as well. I think we should punish him for his hubris by dividing our forces. Wait, hold on, Dmitri said. If we split up, we'll be engaging with each class using only half of our forces. I mean, yeah, Sylvain said, but facing them one after another means we'll be fighting at least one class with half our strength anyway. I think at our current strength, dividing our forces is risky, Byleth said, shaking her head. No, I insist it will work, Edelgard said. It was the same strategy Byleth had suggested in her world. Why was she rejecting it here and now? It was the same I mean, I read it in a book. Byleth blinked. You'll have to do better than that to convince me, she said. It just seems like an unnecessary risk. And when have you not been one for unnecessary risks? Edelgard asked, losing her patience and only remembering once the words had left her mouth that this Byleth was a well-trained mercenary but not the virtuoso general she'd married. I mean, Professor, listen. We're plenty capable of holding our own against the other two classes together as a single unit, are we not? Splitting our class and fighting each house separately doesn't change the ratio. As long as we take care to divide our forces properly, it will work, Dida said, taking Edelgard's side. The eagles and the deer are fighting each other anyway. If we surround them in a pincer movement and corral them in the center, they will be forced to weaken each other while we pick apart their defenses. Byleth nodded. She seemed a bit more convinced now. If we split up, I should be on whichever team heads down the West Bridge, Ash said, so you can get me onto that hill before Bernadetta. Good idea, Ash, she said. And Dmitri, if you've mastered flying by then, you and Ingrid can be our air support. Edelgard watched Byleth go to work. This late-night tryst in the library, when everyone else was supposed to be sleeping, reminded her of the War Council sessions she'd had with the Black Eagle Strike Force. Except here, the future of Fodlan was not at stake, and there was no need for her to worry that anybody in this improvised War Council might not live to see the day after the battle. So why was she still worried? While the strategy meeting dragged late into the evening, Edelgard found it harder and harder to stifle her yawns and keep her eyes open. Her eyelids felt like lead. She needed to talk to Mercedes about rescheduling her and Sylvain's late-night magic lessons, since she could see him struggling not to yawn as well. Claude's strategies are hard to predict, she said when offered her opinion on the deer's potential tactics, but that's because he doesn't rely on. She held her hand up over her mouth, but couldn't stop herself from yawning so hard her jaw hurt. Excuse me. He doesn't rely on tactics most people from Fodlan have seen. He prefers to borrow them from Almira. Our worst-case scenario is if he comes to the battle on a wyvern. Sylvain nodded and hastily filled in while she stifled another yawn. Right. I heard the Almiran elite soldiers have special archery techniques adapted for flying. The Immortal Core or something. Yes, exactly, Edelgard noted, surprised by his insight and knowledge. These past few days, between strategy meetings and lessons with Mercedes, he'd been showing that there was quite a lot more to himself than a simple louse. If Claude's been training to do that. The door to the library swung open, the rush of displaced air made all of the candles around the map dance and flicker. Byleth hastily swept all of the little tokens she'd been using aside and started folding up the map as Claude and the rest of the golden deer walked in. He sniffled and wiped his nose on his sleeve. Dunno what it is, Hilda, but I've been sneezing like crazy these past few minutes. I guess this mountainous climate just doesn't really agree with me. He and the rest of his class stopped in their tracks as soon as they caught sight of the blue lions. Dmitri stood up and tried to position himself in front of Byleth so that they wouldn't catch sight of her stowing away the map. Claude? What are you doing here at this hour? He asked, trying to sound accusing. In response, Claude offered to Dmitri a deep, mocking bow. Why, your princeliness. I didn't expect to run into you here. I could ask you the same thing. Oh, I was just regaling the class with another one of my spooky ghost stories, Mercedes chimed in, a bright and wide smile on her face. And what better place, Annette added, for spooky ghost stories than a spooky library? Oh, neat, Claude said. Can we hear the story, too? No, Dida said. Claude, Lorentz sighed, exasperatedly pinching the bridge of his long, thin nose. Can you not go 2 minutes without becoming waylaid by some whimsical diversion? Actually, Byleth said, the map of Gronderfield safely folded and stowed in her bag. Mercedes just finished her story, so we were about to leave. I hadn't noticed how late it's gotten, Edelgard added, pretending to look as though she hadn't noticed how late it had gotten and hastily scooping up her bag. Dimitri, we really should be going. We don't want to get in trouble for staying here after hours. Ah, that's right, Dimitri said, it must be almost midnight. How foolish of us to lose track of time. Claude, you and your classmates might want to make yourselves scarce as well, lest Tomash find you. Claude offered him a roguish smile and a wink. How about you guys keep us being here a secret, and we'll keep you guys being here a secret. It's only fair, right, Teach? He asked Byleth. Either way, Didu said, our business here is concluded. We will leave. They left. On her way out with the rest of her class, Edelgard passed by Claude and kept a wary hand on her satchel. Perhaps it had been him who'd somehow slipped her that letter the other night. He was, of course, nothing if not incredibly perceptive. Surely he'd figured out that something was amiss with her, though even a mind with as unorthodox an imagination as his might struggle to reach the correct conclusion that she'd traveled through time. But why antagonize her? What was he planning? She met his gaze and she saw nothing in his verdant eyes, not even suspicion. The next morning, the Blue Lions and their professor convened in their classroom, outwardly weary yet energized from last night's mock war council. The air felt electrified, as though lightning had struck nearby. Ash could hardly stay still in his seat, he was so excited. I'd never imagined just how much fun planning for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion would be, he said. I knew it would be exciting, but it's like I'm standing in the presence of Lug and Kifon as they prepare for the original battle. And between Edelgard, the professor, and Didu, well, his grin widened. Lug and Kifon accomplished so much with just one pan, and our classroom gets 3. It's silly, but, being in the same room as all of you, I really feel like I'm a part of history. Felix rolled his eyes. Don't get carried away. Does the word mock battle mean anything to you? Despite his harsh words, though, it seemed there was a faint smile struggling to make itself seen on his face. Pan. What does baking have to do with the War of the Eagle and Lion? Byleth asked. Pan was a person, not a tool, Professor, Ingrid said, suppressing an amused smirk. He was Lug and Kifon's advisor in the war. They say that every winning strategy Faerghus deployed was his brainchild. His skills were beyond belief, Ash said, even further enthused. Byleth's ignorance seemed to have delighted him. Faerghus would have never been able to rebel against the Empire if not for him. No offense, Edelgard. None taken. It's ancient history, Edelgard said. What was past may have been prologue, but all the same, Ash's enthusiasm when he started talking about history and legend was infectious. He was a voracious reader and, generous to a fault, loved to share what he'd read with others. Huh. I've never heard of him, Byleth said. I'm not surprised, Professor, Dimitri said. Few have, actually. The history books say very little about him. Edelgard had heard of him, of course, but she'd also heard a lot more about him than the rest of the few intrepid historians who'd ventured into that murky period of history had. In particular, in his research against those who slither in the dark, her world's Hubert had uncovered information suggesting that he had been allied with them, or had even been one of them. He had proclaimed the theory plausible, but lacked enough supporting evidence to confidently claim it as a fact. Of course, Edelgard had forbidden him from saying a word of it to her world's Ash, confirmed or not. At the height of the war, rumor had it the resources he commanded made him the most powerful man in all of Fodlan, Ash continued. Some said he could have taken the entire continent if he wished. But he never sought any sort of power for himself, that's why they called him the undesiring strategist. He dedicated everything to Lug, Ingrid added, her voice tinged with awe. The perfect image of a knight, with no greater ambition than to serve his lord. He was so unconcerned about taking any sort of land or power for himself that he barely left a mark on history at all. He did his duty to his king and wanted nothing more. That sounds like a lonely existence, Edelgard said, finding herself thinking of Hubert, and of Dimitri, who had no dreams but to be a sword for another to wield. And Ingrid, who fancied herself a knight. Is it truly virtuous to live out someone else's life and ambitions instead of your own? Perhaps Pan had been an obedient sword for those who slither in the dark, she wondered, just like Dmitri. Maybe he and Lug were secret lovers, Byleth said. Utter silence descended upon the class. Nothing save for a stray cough from Mercedes and the muffled sound of a few wisps of birdsong through the window broke the silence. It's possible, Dmitri conceded. But Professor, why are you constantly theorizing that great duos in history were romantically entangled? Emperor Wilhelm and Saint Cyros, Bladud and, Frildarius. Byleth shrugged. Anyway, Ash concluded, after the war, he just seemed to vanish. Where he came from, where he went, how his plans led to our kingdom's independence, those are some of history's biggest mysteries. And you think I remind you of him? Dida spoke up. It's flattering, Edelgard said, but I don't think the moniker undesiring strategist particularly suits me. I guess lots of people call me a mystery, Byleth said, more accepting of the comparison. Well, Ash scratched his cheek thoughtfully. I'm just entertaining the idea. Right here in this class, we have the descendants of Lug and Kifon working together to achieve victory in a reenactment of one of the war's greatest battles. Wouldn't it be amazing if one of Pan's descendants was among us as well? It could easily be you, Didu. Or you, Professor. Didu shook his head. Your history books would have mentioned if Pan was of Duskur. Our complexion is not so easily ignored. Glenn laughed. They hardly mention that he existed at all. Surely they could ignore his complexion, my enormous friend. Or even you, Edelgard, Ash added. Sure, you're a Hresvelg on your father's side, but who knows what you'll find if you follow your mother's lineage back far enough. Dmitri laughed. It is possible, Ash, but I think you are overlooking someone. You think so, Your Highness? Who? For all we know, Pan may have settled down with a commoner family so as not to attract attention to himself. Perhaps one with the surname Hubert. Ash's milky white cheeks turned an almost cherry shade of red, his freckles vanishing. Why you think I? Why Your Highness, there's no need to flatter me like that, he sputtered, vehemently shaking his head. I'm nothing special. Well, who says you have to be someone special just because you're descended from a great man? Annette asked. Plenty of kids and grandkids of legendary people end up totally ordinary. They can't all be legends. Otherwise, there'd be too many legends. Yeah, Sylvain said, and if all of us had to live up to the legacies of our ancestors, then Edelgard here had better get started on uniting Fodlan under the Empire again. And Dmitri, you'd better start fighting back for our kingdom's independence. There was a chorus of laughter that Edelgard, as well as Dmitri, did not take part in. She crossed her arms, unamused and disconcerted. There it was again, more evidence that perhaps Sylvain knew more than he was letting on. Had he passed on to her that cryptic note? Was he a time traveler from her world, too? Or was she merely jumping at shadows? Ash wasn't laughing, either. His boot pawed at the ground like a nervous colt's hoof. Guys, no need to take it so far, it was just a funny little thought I had. Forget about it. I'm sorry, Mercedes said, patting him on the shoulder. We didn't mean it as a joke. I think there's something beautiful about it. Imagine Pan's descendant, drawn to study his ancestor and follow in his footsteps as if by fate. So, when do we want to have our next strategy meeting, Professor? Dmitri asked Byleth. And where? Didu and I fear that if we try to use the library again, someone may try to eavesdrop. Byleth had scarcely opened her mouth before the doors to the classroom swung open and Lady Catherine of the Knights of Cyros strode through. Edelgard would not say that she hated Catherine, but she would readily admit that on a personal level and not a tactical one, she thought very little of Catherine. Catherine was strong, her body ruthlessly honed into a living weapon from years of relentless training. She was beautiful, with a sun-kissed tawny complexion, an effortlessly tousled short mop of feathery, sandy blonde hair, and battle scars that somehow only made her look more handsome. She was renowned for her bravery and heroism, and feared above all on the battlefield for wielding the legendary hero's relic Thunderbrand, which had 6 prongs sprouting from the sides of its blade to give it a wicked silhouette. She was a force to be reckoned with, and only a fool would deny that. But despite all those rather admirable qualities, Catherine was also hopelessly pig-headed and utterly, completely, mindlessly obedient to Archbishop Rhea. By her own admission, Catherine would gladly kill children if Rhea commanded it. Such an attitude disgusted Edelgard. All that beauty, grace, and power wasted on a woman so weak-willed that on the last day of the war she had even gone so far as to set fire to Fhirdiad on Rhea's orders. There was a point at which loyalty turned from a virtue to a vice, and Catherine was far, far, far beyond that point. Edelgard had nothing to say to her. They were in every way natural enemies. "There you are, Professor," Catherine said, zeroing in on Byleth. She was dressed in her full plate armor, her boots making heavy thuds against the stone floor as she strode up to her. "I have a request for you. It has to do with that plot to assassinate Lady Rhea from a few months ago." Huh. Byleth put a hand to her chin, as she always did when she was thinking. "The Western Church was involved in that, right?" "Yes, and we've just discovered that the plot went all the way up to its bishop." "Enough is enough," Lady Rhea says, "so now the Knights of Syros have been tasked with putting him down. I thought you and your students could come with us." The mirth had vanished from the room. Everybody was staring up at Catherine from their seats with stony expressions. Edelgard felt disgusted. As enjoyable as her time in school had been, she hadn't been keen on reliving this part of her education, getting a first-hand glimpse of what happened to those who defied the Immaculate One's subtle tyranny. Archbishop Rhea may have put on a kind and caring exterior, but the manner in which she indoctrinated the nobility, forcing the children of the aristocracy, the future leaders of Fodlan, to carry out her judgments against non-believers, demonstrated the rot in her heart. "Why do you want us to help?" Byleth asked Catherine. "Why else? You wield the sword of the Creator," Catherine responded. "Lady Rhea is going to personally execute the bishop, and I've been appointed as her guard. I want your help protecting her. And the students. It's educational." "You don't think you can do it on your own, Lady Catherine?" Dimitri asked. Catherine smiled. "It never hurts to bring backup, Your Highness," she told him. "So, what do you say, Professor? Will you come along?" Byleth frowned, pondering the question. "It'll give us a good opportunity to practice what we're learning for Gronderfield," Sylvain offered, "since it's just gonna be our class." "Good point." Byleth looked to Ash. "Ash, will you be okay with this?" Catherine found her gaze drawing her to him as well. Ash was deep in thought, his eyes downcast and focused on the floor. "I think you should stay behind, Ash," she said. "This isn't a place for personal feelings." "I can do it," Ash answered sharply, his head jerking up so he could look her in the eyes. The hard edge to his gaze didn't suit him, but Edelgard understood it. Catherine had turned his adoptive brother Christoph over to the Knights of Syros to be executed and had suppressed Lonato's rebellion. He had lost 2 families in his life, and Catherine had been responsible for taking one of them. "I have to know why they took advantage of Lonato like that." Catherine shook her head. "This is about punishing the wicked, not investigating their misdeeds. If you bring that kind of attitude with you, you'll jeopardize the mission." "I won't get in the way," Ash insisted, standing up from his seat. He swallowed a lump in his throat. "I promise." Catherine raised her eyebrows. "All right. I'll give you some time to prepare, Professor, but Lady Rhea and I are hoping to set out at noon today." With that, she strode out of the classroom, leaving a gloomy and dour mood in her wake. "Okay, everyone," Byleth said, "go get ready to leave. We'll meet up at the monastery gates with Lady Catherine and Archbishop Rhea. And I guess you should all be on your best behavior, too. Because of Lady Rhea. Anyway, class dismissed." Everyone got up and began heading for the doors. Dimitri headed straight for Ash. "Excuse me, Ash, I'd like to have a word with you," he said as Ash whirled around to face him, surprised. "I just want to make sure you are." Glenn grabbed him. Hey, Dimi, that reminds me we need to talk, too. Can it wait a few minutes?" Dimitri asked, letting loose an uneasy chuckle. "Ash and I." "It's fine," Ash said, holding his books close to his chest. "We can talk later, Your Highness." With a smile, Glenn dragged Dimitri off and they left with the rest of the class. Edelgard followed behind. "Wait, Edelgard," Byleth called out to her. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" She stopped dead in her tracks and turned to face her professor. "Yes, of course, Professor." "What is it?" Byleth waited for the other students to leave, then shut the doors. "I need to talk to you about last night. In general, you've been making good progress with your physical training, and you bring up a lot of good ideas in my lectures, but I'm worried you're developing a bit of an ego." Edelgard's first, instinctual inclination was to bristle at the accusation from Byleth, of all people, but she tempered her reaction. "I certainly don't mean to appear that way, Professor. What I mean is that when you have an idea, you can't expect me to go for it just because it's you suggesting it. You still have to prove to me that it's a good idea. Especially some of the weirder ones you come up with in class." "But those were your ideas," Edelgard wanted to say, though of course she couldn't. She felt so foolish. Here, Byleth was her teacher, not her wife. The battles they'd fought together, the trials they'd faced, the moments they'd bared their souls to each other hadn't happened. Edelgard wasn't even a crown princess or an emperor, she was just a girl. And that was all this world's Byleth saw. Just a girl. Nothing special. Nothing eye-catching. Nothing to draw her toward her. Edelgard had always loved her Byleth for treating her as though she were special, not because of her royal title, not because of the crown she eventually wore, not because of her crest, but because she was Edelgard, and that was special enough. But this Byleth treated her like a promising student and nothing more. What was she doing wrong? Was this Byleth really so different? "I'm sorry, Professor," she said instead, putting on a contrite mask. "I'm not used to projecting such unfounded arrogance. I suppose your teaching has been so effective, it's gone straight to my head." There was a little smile on Byleth's face. "Just a little one. I guess that's a compliment." "I'll take care to be more humble from now on," Edelgard told her. "Thank you for talking to me about this." "It's just my job," Byleth said with a shrug. "Oh, that reminds me," Edelgard said, only just now recalling the little trinket she'd picked up in town the other week. She rummaged through her bag. I found something for you in town the other day. I hope you'll appreciate it." She knew Byleth wouldn't just appreciate it, she'd love it. She'd gotten the very same thing for her as a gift in her own world, a silver brooch, on which was painted with black enamel the Adrestian emblem of the double-headed eagle, and when she'd seen it in one of the shops, her heart had nearly shot out of her chest. What better symbol was there for the trust she had in Byleth? She gave Byleth the brooch. Byleth took it, her lips gently pursing and brow faintly furrowing. "It's nice," she said rather flatly, putting it in her pocket. "Thank you, Edelgard." "It's nothing," Edelgard said, just a little unsettled by the flat reaction. "You're welcome. It's a symbol that means a lot to me, the Adrestian seal, so I really appreciate it." They were silent for a while. What she'd expected to see in Byleth's beautiful blue eyes wasn't there. Byleth cleared her throat. "Well, we should be going now." "I suppose so," Edelgard said. Though Byleth was standing barely a foot away from her, she hadn't felt so alone in over 10 years. Byleth headed out, and Edelgard stayed behind for a bit to collect herself before leaving the now empty room. On her way out, she caught sight of the top of Dimitri's snow-white head bobbing gently above the tall hedges of the courtyard. He was talking to someone. Glenn, perhaps? Or maybe he'd moved on to Ash. Edelgard crept closer. The hedge was thick enough that she couldn't see through it, but when she was right up against it, she could hear Glenn's voice. "All I'm saying, Your Highness," he said, the royal epithet dripping with half-restrained mockery, "is that you've been spending too much time with..." "With whom?" "My classmates." "My professor?" "I am a student here, am I not?" Dimitri retorted. "With people who may not stand with you when the time comes. I trusted it to vouch for them. Have you forgotten that the men in black taught him everything he knows? To err is human. Be careful who you trust, Dimi. Remember who saved you from the Knights of Syros. I can never forget. But even so, I am the head of my class. I cannot simply distance myself from my peers. Father doesn't want his future king to be so eager to bare his soul. Especially not around Princess E. The bush convulsed violently, startling Edelgard and throwing her to the ground. She could only hope the sound of the bush's rustling had masked the dull thump of her backside hitting the grass. Dimitri must have thrown Glenn against the bush. You stay away from Edelgard, Dimitri hissed. Look at the facts, Dimitri, Glenn gurgled, every syllable lurching its way through a crushed throat as Dimitri pressed him into the hedge. Her friends all say her personality completely changed right before we took Flame. And then she joins your class? How do you know she isn't a changeling, just like me? How do you know Rhea didn't install her in your class? Edelgard's heart skipped a beat. Dimitri wouldn't believe she was a spy for the Church of Ceros, would he? Glenn's gurgling grew more strained and less coherent as Dimitri's iron grip around his throat tightened. You can't, Your Highness, remember who your allies. The hedge rustled again and there was a loud thump as Glenn fell to the ground, coughing and hacking as he struggled to suck lungfuls of air down his bruised, crushed throat. I will keep your words in mind, Glenn, Dimitri said icily, but don't tell me who I can and cannot speak to again. Yes. Your Highness. Dimitri's muffled footsteps traced a path along the hedge, and Edelgard darted away as quickly and as silently as she could before he had a chance to turn the corner and spot her. She felt tense, butterflies fluttering in her stomach and her mind racing, as she went to her room and packed up her clothes, bedroll, and other supplies for the trip. The Bryanak Plateau was just a little farther from Gareg Mach than Arianrod, so the journey would likely be about 6 days there and back, not counting however long it took to bring down the bishop. As she packed, she thought about what she could do to make absolutely sure she could distance herself from the Church of Ceros. Starting today, she'd have to avoid any sort of suspicious-looking interactions with any knights or people of the faith. That wouldn't be too hard, it just meant she wouldn't be joining Hubert in his early morning prayer sessions at the cathedral, and perhaps she could drop some hints to Didu, who certainly wouldn't think less of her for speaking ill of a religion he didn't follow. Once she was packed, she headed out to join the rest of her class at the gates to the monastery. Catherine and Rhea, of course, were already waiting for her, and Byleth as well. The rest of the class trickled out of the monastery behind her. Rhea wore her ornate regalia, a flowing gown of almost opalescent white silk that clung to and draped itself over her tall and shapely body, a midnight blue cape embroidered with ostentatious patterns of gold thread and tassels, and a magnificent gold head-dress that crowned her head and guided the waterfalls of lush and shimmering mint-green hair that spilled down her back and shoulders. She and her entourage waited in front of a carriage almost as resplendent and gilded as her clothes. Lady Rhea, Your Holiness, Dimitri said, offering her a polite bow. It is an honor to escort you. Rhea smiled. I thank you for your willingness, Prince Dimitri. Edelgard studied the two of them as they interacted. If Dimitri was putting on a show for her, then should she bow, too? Or would that make him trust her less? The rest of the class bowed to Rhea, and Edelgard, not wanting to make a fool out of herself by being left out, offered her a bow as well. Such pious students, Rhea cooed, clasping her hands. Professor, you seem to be doing an excellent job of guiding your flock. Now, all of you take to your mounts and let us depart. We shall not waste a moment. Edelgard headed to the armory to procure some light armor and a sword. She still felt a little too shaky with an axe to trust her skills in a life-or-death scenario, and went to the stables to rent out a horse for the journey, but Rhea stopped her and called her away. Excuse me, the Archbishop said, a false little smile plastered on her face. Princess Edelgard von Hresvelg? Would you care to ride in the carriage with me? Edelgard's eyes darted toward Dimitri. He was watching her. Oh, Lady Rhea, I don't think I'm worthy of such an honor. Nonsense, Rhea said. For 1,000 years, the children of Hresvelg have a special connection to Saint Ceros herself. And I have something I dearly wish to discuss with you. She offered Edelgard her hand. Come, my child. Lady Rhea, Catherine interjected, I thought you wanted me to ride in the carriage with you. I would like you to drive the carriage up front with Professor Byleth, Rhea told her. I have been meaning to talk to this one for quite some time, she said, and she seemed to be gazing almost hungrily at Edelgard. Edelgard took a deep breath and spared another glance at Dimitri. He wasn't staring at her anymore, instead checking his equipment for the umpteenth time. I suppose I cannot refuse such a generous offer from Her Holiness herself, she sighed, and despite the hammering of her heart against her ribs, she followed Rhea into the carriage, knowing there was a distinct possibility she might not make it out. The Archbishop's carriage and the convoy of students circling it set out at noon for the Bryanak Plateau, traveling westward down the path that cut gentle slopes through the Okama Mountains. Edelgard found herself watching the scenery drift by anything to avoid the elephant in the room, or rather, the 1,000-year-old dragon in the room. Finally, Rhea made the prospect of avoiding her unattainable. "Princess Edelgard," Rhea said, idly staring out the carriage's window with a faraway look in her eyes, "I heard that you received a revelation from the goddess a few weeks ago." "Yes," Edelgard lied. "Yes, Lady Rhea, I did. Normally, I would discount such claims. You would not believe how many students in this academy's long history have claimed to have received visions from the goddess or the saints in order to get out of class for the day or make themselves into minor celebrities among their peers. I have been disappointed by such frauds on many occasions. But your experience allowed you to help Seath find his sister, and that is something no mere charlatan could have done unless you were in a conspiracy with her abductors." Edelgard kept her face blank as her stomach lurched to and fro. Rhea's words had the cadence of a stormy ocean, intermittent stretches of peace in between the rough, choppy waves. Which of those waves would condemn her ship to the ocean's depths? "And you have one thing those immature, blasphemous students did not," Rhea said. "I have been watching you carefully, Princess Edelgard. When you experienced your revelation, you completely and utterly changed. You ceased spending time with your old friends. You devoted yourself wholly to your studies. You became stronger." Her eyes left the window and met Edelgard's. Saint Cyros was anointed by the goddess, and Cyros bequeathed her crest to Emperor Wilhelm. In a way, then, I suppose it is only natural that a scion of Hresvelg would be so blessed. Edelgard had never felt more transparent in her life. For an instant, it felt as though all her schemes and plots, her heretical thoughts and seditious plans, the history of the future she had wrought, had become nakedly visible to Rhea. "People emit a certain energy, Edelgard," Rhea went on. "May I simply call you Edelgard? I do not wish to cause you discomfort." Edelgard, who'd been so far resisting the urge to squirm uncomfortably in her seat for nearly an hour now, nodded. "People emit energy, Edelgard, that only those exceptionally trained in the holy arts may see. When you came to Gareg Mach, that energy was undisciplined and unfocused, it radiated from you in all directions. But now I see it focused, collected, tamed into something strong and purposeful. And it happened in the span of a day." "Is that so?" Edelgard said, completely and utterly non-committal. Did Rhea suspect that she'd been replaced? Was she luring her into a trap? Had Rhea of all people left that cryptic message for her? As amusing as it was to think of the Archbishop herself doing something so petty as to hide a note in her bag, the prospect only filled her with dread. It is so. It is said that when Saint Cyros received her revelation from the goddess, a similar transformation took place. A wistful smile tugged at the corners of Rhea's mouth. Her doubt and fears vanished, and it was then that she found within herself the strength to lead the people of Fodlan and the 10 elites against the Nemesis. "So please," she said, reaching out and taking Edelgard's hand, "tell me, what did the goddess show you, Princess Edelgard?" Edelgard wanted to recoil. She wanted to slip her hand out of Rhea's grasp, but it was warm, she realized, so warm it was almost hot, and softer than she'd imagined. And firm. "There is no need to be afraid," Rhea told her, her voice low and soft. "You may speak freely to me here. Please, to hear from the goddess is such a rare thing. May I please live vicariously through your experience?" Edelgard felt a lump grow in her throat. It was going to be a long ride to the Bryanak Plateau, and this carriage would not be stopping during the journey until nightfall at the very least. Until then, she was trapped in here with Rhea. Excuse me, Your Holiness," she said. The words felt like broken glass on her tongue, "but, does the goddess really speak to you so infrequently?" There was a sad, wet shimmer in Rhea's eyes for a second. They sparkled like freshly polished emeralds. "Oh. I see," she said, letting her soft hands slip away and return to her lap. Perhaps I gave you the wrong impression. The goddess works through me, I am blessed with being the instrument of her will. But I wish to know what it is like to see her, to hear her, to know her, from a more grounded perspective than my lofty position. I don't know if I remember much of the vision, Edelgard said. She had to play along, she realized. Surely Rhea was trying to catch her in a lie, something that would expose her duplicity and perhaps everything else. If Rhea knew about those who slither in the dark, then perhaps she even suspected that Edelgard was among them. The goddess showed me the catacombs, where Flame was. Other than that, it was overwhelming. So much light and noise that I lost sense of myself. But the goddess did speak to you. And did she not appear to you as well? Pardon me, Archbishop, but it can't have been so long since the goddess spoke to you. Rhea shook her head. You have much to learn of faith, my child. She speaks to me in more subtle ways. But do tell me of her voice, of her face. Please. She was beautiful, Edelgard said. Like sunlight in human form. Her voice was soft, yet strong. She spoke kindly and yet with authority. The tone, Rhea said to her, leaning forward. The timbre. Like yours. Low, cold, yet somehow warm. The goddess had never spoken to her, not once, and she hadn't spoken to her in turn since she had been 12. But she could easily lie. I suppose that makes sense. Rhea seemed disappointed by her answer, though. Forgive my indulgence, my child. I am, of course, quite interested in those who seem touched by the goddess' hand. She glanced out the window again, and Edelgard could tell that her thoughts had turned to Byleth. Byleth, the woman with a stone in her heart. Byleth, the woman whose hair would turn such a bright mint green it was nearly luminous, just like Rhea's, and whose eyes would turn a shining emerald, just like Rhea's. Byleth, the woman meant by Rhea to be a vessel for the goddess. A hot, possessive flash of anger crawled through Edelgard. She had to set her jaw and bite her tongue to keep it from spilling out. Edelgard found that Rhea's hand had slithered out of her lap and rested itself on her knee. And her face, Rhea added, an almost pleading look in her eyes. What could the point of this charade possibly be? Tell me of her face. She looked like you. She had hair like fresh mint leaves, so bright and lustrous it was almost luminous, and eyes like freshly polished emeralds. I see. So you are saying the goddess looked like me? Rhea said with a little smile and a hint of a twinkle in her eyes. Are you flattered, your holiness? Why, yes, certainly, I am. She looked again out the window. Do you think that the goddess would take a different form for all who see her? I cannot see why she wouldn't. And she takes my form to appear before you. I suppose there is no greater honor. Thank you for enlightening me, Edelgard. Oh, and, may we speak together more in the future? Over tea, perhaps? I find you quite fascinating, my child. The carriage rode by in silence for a while after that, occasionally passing a bump in the road that rattled its frame. Rhea seemed satisfied by Edelgard's answers, much to Edelgard's relief. She couldn't believe she'd convinced the supreme head of the church that she'd had a genuine encounter with the divine. But how was she going to convince Rhea to leave her alone from now on? The rest of the way to the campsite where the class was to rest for the night passed by with Rhea making a few awkward attempts at small talk. Edelgard had never been more glad to leave a carriage than when the convoy came to a stop at Rhymeyer's nearby inn for the night. Rhymeyer. What, Edelgard wondered as she laid awake in her bed in the town's homely little inn, was Solon doing here? Were his plans in motion even now? The battle against the bishop of the Western Church on the Bryanak Plateau days later was fierce and frantic, the fog enveloping the plateau, like the mist that had enshrouded Magdridway where Lonato had made his last stand, made it nearly impossible to discern friend from foe. Edelgard kept a flame in her palm to banish the mist with light, but even so, the thick, heavy air around her was oppressive and opaque. The blazing lights from three heroes' relics, Byleth's Sword of the Creator, Catherine's Thunderbrand, and Sylvain's Lance of Ruin occasionally cut through the grey, their fiery silhouettes muted and muddled. As the fighting dragged on through the day, though, and the bishop's forces slowly diminished, the fog thinned, though the battle was no less chaotic. Edelgard may have lost much of her strength and coordination when she'd come to this world, but her mind was no less sharp, and while she didn't quite command the same authority in this world as she'd gotten used to, the Blue Lions had begun to know her well enough to follow her lead in battle. While Catherine and Byleth hung back to guard Rhea, what a charade! Edelgard thought she knew full well from crossing blades with that woman that she needed no such protection. She and Dimitri led the rest of the class and swept through the area, rooting out the rogue priests and knights from the copses and thickets that dotted the plateau. She was the first to come face to face with the bishop, an old yet spry man whose white vestments and armor were already stained and spattered with mud and blood. Fury twisted his face, a self-righteous, self-assured fury Edelgard knew all too well. With a wave of his hand, he summoned tendrils of white light and threw them toward her, compelling them to snake through the air in long, shimmering arcs. "Apostates will suffer the punishment of the goddess," he howled, his voice echoing across the grassy plain. Edelgard zigzagged across the field to avoid his attack as she bore down on him, the tendrils of white light striking the ground behind her and leaving scorch marks on the dewy grass. The sharp, metallic scent of burnt air hung in the wake of the bishop's volley. She felt a wry smile play on her lips. Being called an apostate was well-trod territory to her and didn't have the sting of an insult he'd probably expected. As she closed the distance between him and herself, she conjured a fireball and lobbed it at him. He deflected it with a burst of white light and an arrogant smirk on his face, amused that a child would trifle him with such a weak and simple spell. The distraction worked perfectly. By the time she'd closed in and drawn her sword, he was already primed to treat her like an unskilled little girl. He barely dodged her strike by the skin of her teeth. Her sword cut a red ribbon through his white vestments and forced him to retreat, his ornate stole and chasuble fluttering in the gust of wind that blew in the wake of her blade. With an enraged grunt, and one reddening hand plastered to the wound he'd suffered, the bishop cast another spell. More motes of light spilled from his outstretched hand. Edelgard was less successful at dodging these, as he'd cast the spell at nearly point-blank range, and when the motes of light set upon her, she felt the life drain from her body. It suddenly felt as though she'd just finished running 5 miles in heavy armor. In an instant she was exhausted, panting for breath, hardly able to keep her legs from crumpling beneath her weight. The motes of light flowed back to the bishop and sank through his clothes, revitalizing him, softening the bruises on his face and slowing the ribbons of blood seeping into his vestments to a trickle. His confident smirk returned. Edelgard hated those kinds of spells. Someone less experienced might have beaten a hasty retreat right there, but Edelgard knew better. However far she could run, she'd still be well within the bishop's range, and besides, putting her back to him would be suicide. She would have to keep close and strike him down before he could finish her off. Her next strike got him in the shoulder. Blossoms of blood bloomed down his billowing white sleeve. His teeth were bared and lips curled back, grimacing like a cornered dog, as his now useless left arm hung at his side. She'd effectively halved his spellcasting ability, unless he could drain more of her life out of her to repair the severed muscle and tendons in his arm. She stumbled. She'd have to finish this quickly. The bishop waved his remaining arm, preparing a globe of blue-white light, but suddenly jerked to the side and let his shot fly wild. An arrow had struck him in his side, the impact forcing him to jerk backward and pivot at the last second. The fog around the light evaporated as it shot off into the air. "You!" Ash cried out, charging forward on his horse and swapping his bow for a lance as his steed closed in on the bishop. "Lonato's blood is on your hands." His voice was trembling, equal parts aggrieved and enraged. The bishop beat a hasty retreat, narrowly avoiding a stab of Ash's lance. "Huh? Were you Lord Lonato's page or something?" he sneered. Ash winced as though struck, but didn't allow himself to be goaded. While the bishop fled to the nearest copse, he wouldn't be able to gain much distance on foot that couldn't easily be closed on horseback. He offered Edelgard his hand and pulled her onto his horse. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" "Fine," she said, "but a little drained." "Thank you. Now hurry before he reaches that copse." With a snap of his reins, Ash spurred his steed onward, swiftly closing the gap between him and the bishop. The copse loomed ahead. He circled around the bishop, cutting off his escape route. "You took advantage of his faith and grief, how could you?" "Indeed," the bishop taunted him, he was a devout believer. "But to say we took advantage of him? All we did was provide him salvation from his misery." "Salvation?" Ash's voice was reduced to a snarl now. It was rare to see him so angry. You used him and threw him away. Anything to rid Fodlan of that witch. Ash's lance found its mark, its steel blade burying itself in the bishop's side. Near death, the bishop cast one last spell and swept he horse's legs out from under it. Edelgard and Ash were thrown to the ground as the mount let out a deafening and agonized scream. Edelgard felt the world whirl around her in a dizzying maelstrom before she felt her spine crack against the ground. She tasted blood. Ash fared worse. As she came to her senses, she saw that he'd fallen under his horse's side. Blood stained his silvery gray hair and clung to his pale skin. Regardless of my doing, Lord Lonato fought for the goddess he believed in, the bishop told Ash, his voice a bitter hiss, spitting wads of blood from his mouth as he propped himself up. He was preparing to cast another life-draining spell he'd need to drain both Edelgard and Ash of everything they had left to restore his broken body. Had he been stronger, he would have lived. With the last of her strength, Edelgard readied a fireball. If her aim was true, if she could strike him in the chest. Motes of light lanced out from the bishop's outstretched, grasping hand in frozen midair. Edelgard saw the tongues of flames coalescing in her own palm come to a complete stop. She couldn't feel her pulse. She couldn't even turn her head or move her eyes. In fact, nothing in the world was moving. Not a single blade of grass, not a single dry, dying leaf on a single branch of a single tree. The world was frozen solid. The triumphant, yet pained grin on the bishop's face was as immutable as a statue's, the melange of despair and pain on Ash's face and the tears rolling down his cheeks were as well. His horse's thrashing legs stuck up at odd angles like the branches of a felled, dead tree. Nothing was moving except for one thing. In the distance, Byleth was emerging from the fog, the sword of the Creator alight in her hand, and while she herself was frozen, with shock and horror etched permanently onto her face, the green-haired young girl floating at her side was quite animated. The green-haired girl. Floating at her side. Floating. She couldn't have been more than 12 or so. She wore flowing midnight blue and gold regalia, with red and white ribbons braided into a cascade of forest green hair that made her resemble less a person and more a pine tree dressed up for the winter solstice. Her gown, ribbons, and hair swayed from a non-existent wind. "Oh, dear," the little girl said, putting her hands on her hips. "How far back do you think I need to take you to undo this, I wonder?" The entire world seemed to lurch away from Edelgard. 1,000 distinct images flashed before her mind's eye in an instant, 1,000 worlds, 1,000 futures, all blurred into a single gestalt before her, every possibility compressed into a single dull roar of sound and color. She felt every part of her body, inside and out, burst into flames at once, and a blinding expanse of light erased everything around her. And suddenly, she found herself staring at herself in a mirror. Her face stared back at her. Not the younger face she wore now, the face framed by light chestnut locks, but rather the one she knew older, harder, firmer, stronger, battle-scarred. Her silvery white hair was tied back into two tight, severe buns that accentuated the curved horns of her imperial crown. She wore a red dress with a high collar and arm-length gloves to obscure every last one of the scars that riddled her body, a flowing cape, bright scarlet with a pristine white lining, draped itself over her shoulders. The look she wore in the mirror, though, was suspiciously and strikingly incongruous with the face she knew. Her eyes were wide and darting nervously to and fro, her teeth chewed compulsively on her bottom lip, kneading the soft pink flesh. In her lap, her gloved hands wrung themselves worryingly. "Do I have to do this?" the other Edelgard stammered, a nervous and lopsided fear smile twisting the corners of her lips upward. "It won't be so bad, Edie," Dorothea assured her, draping herself over her shoulder. Her long, wavy hair, a deep, dark oaken color, spilled over the both of them. "You just have to make the Emperor's speeches until we can get you back home." "But I can't. There's no way I can stand up in front of every noble in Fodlan and read this," she said, tapping on a few sheets of paper laid out on the desk in front of her. "Sure you can. They'll know I'm a fake. That speech is airtight, Edie. Between Ferdy and Bernie, we've got your policies and your manner of speaking down perfectly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Now in addition to doing her job for her, her friends had to speak for her, too. Let's go through it from the top," Dorothea said, picking up the sheets of paper and pressing them into Edelgard's hands. "I can't." "Just give it a try," she said, and her smile could have melted glaciers. I'm here with you, 80. So if you embarrass yourself, I'm the only one who'll see it. That's what I'm afraid of. The other Edelgard took a deep breath and looked down at the speech. Edelgard schemed it and was amazed. It really did feel like she'd written it. If Ferdinand ever had to take power for himself, whether because Edelgard decided to retire or passed away, all he had to do was find a body double, and it could take years before anyone noticed anything was amiss. A thought equal parts heartwarming and frightening. My fellow citizens of the United Adrestian Empire, she read, today I am proud to announce that the trial implementation of the Public Imperial Educational Standard across Fodlan has begun. The Public Imperial Educational Standard, or PIS. Dorothea clapped both of her hands over her mouth and snorted into them. Oh, goddess, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm going to have to talk with Ferdy about changing that. Go on. She would, indeed, Edelgard thought. She couldn't allow such a monumental reform to go by such a ridiculous acronym. The other Edelgard cleared her throat and continued. The Public Imperial Educational Standard, or PIS, will perform a crucial role in applying the high literacy rates among commoners enjoyed by the people of the former Leicester Alliance across former Faerghus and Adrestian territory as well. This will also ensure that children and adults of all backgrounds also receive basic instruction in mathematics, civics, and history. Edelgard realized with mounting horror that this was her first State of the Empire address since the end of the war, and she wouldn't even be around to give it. Why, some among you may ask, is this such an important initiative? What is the point of teaching commoners to read? To answer your questions, I implore you to look to the former Leicester Alliance. With its public schoolhouses, many of its commoners were able to rise through society and become successful merchants and business owners nearly on equal terms with the nobility, enjoying upward mobility on a scale unprecedented in all of Fodlan. Until recently, we the people of Fodlan were a divided and weakened people, each of our nations hoarding their talents for themselves. Pause for effect. But now we are united under one banner, no longer stingy, self-interested neighbors but a single family of eagles, lions, and deer, and we must share our methods for a healthy society among ourselves as a family would. Don't say the pause for effect part, Dorothea said. Right. Sorry, the other Edelgard said. Some of you may be concerned as to how so many schoolhouses can be built across Fodlan within the next year, and how we can produce enough of a volume of consistent, standardized educational materials to meet the system's demand. Without dipping too deeply into your coffers, of course. The answer lies in the revolutionary movable type printing press our scientists have recently invented. Take a look at the pamphlets under each of your chairs. You will notice the exceptional print quality and compare them with your neighbors and see how consistent they are. Movable type will make books, pamphlets, and other forms of the written word easier to mass produce than ever before. In the future, such technology will allow for news to travel quickly across all of Fodlan, allowing everybody, even commoners, to be informed of the affairs of not only their towns but also nearby cities, their neighboring counties, and even the entire empire. There were a few things Edelgard would have removed, turns of phrases she would rather not use, and perhaps a few details here and there the nobles didn't have to know about for now, but overall, she was rather pleased with the contents of the speech. If only she could tell Ferdinand what she wanted revised. Perhaps, the other Edelgard kept reading, the prospect of commoners knowing what is going on in your counties and dukedoms frightens you just a little. If that is the case, then I would happily set up a one-on-one meeting between you and our Minister of the Imperial Household, Hubert von Vestra, so that he may show you that there are far worse things to fear than an educated populace. Now, moving on to matters of inheritance reform. Hubert must have written that part. It was a little too self-indulgent. Hopefully Ferdinand would be able to persuade him to cut it out in the final draft. I think that's a good stopping point for now, Dorothea said, setting her hand atop Edelgard's and guiding the pages back to the desk. See? Not so bad, huh? The other Edelgard nodded, but Edelgard could feel the twisting knots of anxiety in her stomach. Now we just need to work on your presentation. Remember, for the more direct threats to your audience, you'll need to deliver them in a lighter tone. Don't try to be as dour as Hubie. Let them laugh it off. Okay. And we'll need to work on your diction. Emperor Edelgard doesn't give these speeches in a casual tone. She speaks seriously, powerfully. Let's try it from the top. seriously and powerfully. The other Edelgard nodded and picked up the speech again. My fellow citizens of the United Adrestian Empire, she read in a much deeper, lower, growlier voice. Oh, dear goddess, was she trying to sound like Hubert? Not like that, Dorothea said, holding a hand to her mouth as though holding back vomit, although the twinkling in her beautiful green eyes suggested that she was actually trying not to bust a gut laughing. Just talk, like yourself, but put more force behind it. Speak like you're singing from the diaphragm. Remember, you'll need your voice to carry across the whole audience chamber. Every noble head in Fodlan has to hear you. Please don't remind me, the other Edelgard mumbled. So, how do I do that? It's a little unintuitive at first, Dorothea told her, but you get used to it quickly. She rested her hand on Edelgard's stomach. Feel this, right here. Edelgard could feel Dorothea's hand against her stomach, and it felt very good. That's your diaphragm. It's a muscle attached to the bottom of your ribcage. Now sit up straight, shoulders back, take a deep breath as deep as you can and focus on the rise and fall of your belly, not your chest. Edelgard inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, repeating the exercise over and over again. To Edelgard, it felt as natural as well, breathing. To the other Edelgard, though, it almost felt like exercise, and not a kind she was used to. There. That's how opera singers breathe. That's how Emperor Edelgard breathes. Now, breathing like this, let's try the speech again. My fellow citizens of the United Adrestian Empire, the other Edelgard began, speaking more strongly now, projecting her voice. Today I am proud to announce that the trial implementation of the public imperial educational standard across Fodlan has begun. Edelgard felt almost proud of her other self. Maybe she could actually pull this off. The other Edelgard got a little farther into the speech this time, accepting tips from Dorothea about when to use a lighter or more serious tone here and there. She still had to work on sounding confident, but she was making astounding progress under Dorothea's tutelage. When she got into the next section on inheritance reform, though, she broke down. I can't do this, the other Edelgard blurted out, letting the pages fall from her hands and flutter like feathers to her feet. She shook her head. I can't, there's no way I can read this in front of all those people. Come on, you're doing great, Edie, Dorothea assured her, rubbing her shoulders. Edelgard could feel the other Edelgard's emotions, though, the turmoil racking her body. She was so nervous that she might vomit. It's okay. This is just your first practice run. You know how many times I need to practice an aria before I nail it. I can't, her vision was blurring, muddying, turning into runny watercolor whirls of scarlet and silver and gold and brown, and Edelgard could feel tears that weren't hers streaming down her cheeks. I can't be Emperor Edelgard, I'm not supposed to be here, I'm not supposed to be the Emperor of anything. There. Dorothea wrapped her arms around her and drew her in close, resting her head on her shoulder, her fingers deftly snaked through Edelgard's hair, softly, gently, and pried away her crown, loosening the curled buns holding her white hair in place. Her touch was warm, electric. It's okay. You're doing great, we're going to get through this, Edie. I never wanted to be emperor, the other Edelgard sobbed, eyes squeezed shut, voice muffled in Dorothea's shoulder. I never wanted to be anything. I can't. SHH. It's okay, Edie. It'll be alright. You can do this, we can do this. I can't. The other Edelgard shook her head. I can't be your Edelgard. She's so strong, and so smart, and so brave, and so many other things that I could never be. Edie. Look at me, Edie. Dorothea gently guided her head off her shoulder, cupping her chin in her hand and lifting her eyes. With her sleeve, she dried her tears, bringing her vision back into focus. There were so many things I didn't think I could be before I met you, are you? But if Edelgard believes one thing, truly and with all of her heart, it's that anyone can be anything. It's the reason behind everything she's been doing, a world where everyone has an equal chance of rising to the top. When you have friends and mentors, people who can lift you up and bring out the best in you, a commoner whose only talent is singing and looking pretty can become one of the Emperor's most trusted friends. You were good at a lot of other things besides singing and looking pretty, the other Edelgard said, sniffling. She wiped her nose on her capo, Oh no, that was silk, Edelgard despaired, and now it had her snot on it. Really? Dorothea looked a little flustered. Well, I certainly didn't feel that way back then. No, you were amazing. You'd beat me up every other training session. I can't see myself doing that. Well, we weren't exactly friends, the other Edelgard admitted. Actually, I was, your enemy. Dorothea's mouth hung open in shock. I suppose that isn't so hard to believe, actually. When Edie and I first met, I overheard her complaining about lazy, stupid, useless nobles, and it was practically love at first sight. The other Edelgard started crying again. No, I didn't mean. I never wanted to go to any stupid officers' academy anyway. Those places are for people who want to do something with their lives, and what am I supposed to do? I was born lazy, stupid, and useless. I'm not the oldest, I'm not the youngest, I'm not meant to be anyone, no one knows I even exist unless they need to yell at me. I'm so sorry, Dorothea said, cradling her in her arms again. Edie, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry I replaced such a great person. I'm sure you just wish I'd die already. As much as her heart ached for her poor, put-upon doppelganger, who was well past being in way over her head, Edelgard felt she could almost die of embarrassment listening to and feeling the teenager in her adult body throwing a tantrum like a child. Edie. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dorothea said, rubbing her back as she waited for the next round of tears to run their course. I don't think that of you. You're my friend. And do you know what else you are? The other Edelgard dried the rest of her tears on her sleeve. I'm the kind of person your Edelgard would complain about. Well, that's not what I mean. You're Edelgard, Dorothea answered. You were born the same Edelgard that Edelgard was, weren't you? You had the same father, the same mother, the same sisters and brothers, and the same home, didn't you? I guess. You have everything she has, she said, laying her hand over Edelgard's heart, and here. You were born with the same body, mind, and soul. You could just as easily have been her as she could have been you. She smiled, showing off a wide sliver of ivory-white teeth framed by her soft, glossy, scarlet lips. I know you can be her, just as I'm sure she could be you if she set her mind to it, though I'm sure she'd have just as much trouble. The other Edelgard shook her head. I don't know. The way you and Professor Byleth and Hubert and everyone else talk about her, it's like she can do anything. Oh, there are plenty of things Edie can't do. Like admit she's wrong when her pride is on the line. Or cook. Edelgard felt insulted. That was rich coming from Dorothea, whose special skill was rendering anything completely and utterly inedible. The worst that could be said about Edelgard's culinary skills was that her axe would make a mess in the kitchen. Dorothea smirked. Or swim, she added. The other Edelgard was dumbfounded. Edelgard can't swim. She won't even put a toe in any body of water deeper than she is tall. It terrifies her. Now see here, Dorothea, I have a perfectly rational fear of drowning. Edelgard wanted to snap at her, desperate to defend her wounded pride, but she had no idea how to wrest control of her own body. Now see here, she snapped at Dorothea. She stopped. Had she done that? Had she spoken? She'd felt her vocal cords vibrate, but not with the other Edelgard's words, her words. She lifted a hand to her face. It rose at her command. Her fingers traced her cheek up to her ear at her command. Dorothea stared at her, her green eyes wide with surprise and her jaw hanging open. Edie, she gasped. Are Edie? Is that you? Dorothea, Edelgard took a deep breath. She felt the aches of all her scars pressing into her muscles. How did you know? Dorothea smiled, though tears welled up in her eyes, making her emerald irises gleam and shimmer. Only you would use that tone of voice with me. Oh, Edie, her voice cracked. And then Edelgard felt her spine crack as Dorothea threw her arms around her and swept her up in a tight, needy embrace. I missed you so much. Edelgard held her just as tightly, delighted to be able to run her fingers through her luscious, thick waves of her lustrous brown hair. She was so delighted, she had to struggle not to laugh for joy. I missed you so much, too, Dorothea. It must have been hell living in a world where I hated your guts. It was. Dorothea planted a wet kiss on her cheek, and then another, leaving a row of kisses down her jaw and the side of her neck, digging into her as though she were a wild beast feasting on her flesh. I can't believe you're back. And so suddenly, how'd you do it? I don't know, Edelgard said. Time stopped, and she felt a shudder run through her body, as though something deep inside her was fighting her. For a moment, she felt like a fish on a hook, and then it passed. Edie? Is something wrong? I feel, there was that tug again, deep inside her stomach, like something was trying to drag her out of her own body. Was her mind being forced out? How long could she keep control of her own body before she was cast back to the other world? Dorothea, where's Byleth? My Byleth? She's with Mercy and Jarrett Saw, taking care of some top-secret business in HRYM territory. You can tell me what the top-secret business is, Edelgard said. I'm the Emperor. Dorothea laughed, then pulled herself up to her feet. Right. Just hold on, I've got to get Hubie, he's gonna be so happy to see you, I think he might cry. No. Edelgard hissed urgently, gritting her teeth as another fishhook took root in her stomach. Her mind? Her soul? No, Dorothea, I don't know how much time I have. When Byleth gets back, tell her the words she wanted so desperately to say came pouring out almost faster than she could speak them. Tell her I love her more than I have words to say, and I miss her more than I have words to say, and I will do anything to walk by her side again, my Byleth, my love. Tell her I promise not to. She felt every part of her body, inside and out, burst into flames at once, and a blinding expanse of light erased everything around her. Edelgard returned to the other world with a sickening jolt, and when her younger eyes snapped open, she saw a sunlit sky free of fog. More than that, she saw Ash's face staring down at her, and it was a face remarkably free of dried blood pouring from his brow or leaving his silver hair sticky and matted. Her back wasn't screaming in agony, someone must have healed her while she'd been unconscious. What exactly had happened to this body while her soul had returned to her own world? Had she simply been catatonic? A broken smile crossed Ash's face. Your Highness, you're all right. You were passed out when I found you, I was so worried. Keep her waiting, she moaned, splitting parched lips, her voice little more than a quiet croak. My Byleth. I'm here, Byleth assured her, helping her prop her head up and holding a canteen to her lips. Edelgard drank greedily enough that her chest hurt. Though this professor wasn't her darling Byleth, the steady pressure of one of her warm hands cradling the back of her head while the other rested on her stomach was no less soothing, at least for the moment. Don't worry, Byleth said. The rest of the class took care of the rest of the priests and knights, and the bishop is. The bishop's voice rang clearly across the plateau. Apostates, he spat, his voice echoing from copse to copse. You sully the name of the goddess. You are the apostates, Rhea retorted, her normally calm voice laced with the slightest hint of a rattled tremolo. The goddess is with me. Edelgard lifted her head, though it throbbed from the exertion, and caught sight of the wounded and bloodied bishop, forced to his knees with his hands behind his back by Catherine and kneeling before Rhea. The archbishop had a frightening executioner's blade in her hand, a sword with a flat, blunt tip but razor-sharp edges, meant only for decapitating, and was already prepared to bring it down. The rest of the class was circled along with Edelgard, Ash, and Byleth in a scattered, loose group around the impromptu execution ground. Ash watched, too, with rapt attention, his pale green eyes wide. The bishop, moments away from death, looked to Dimitri. Your Highness, please, he blubbered, his bravado long since having deserted him. I was only following orders, don't let her do this to me, Prince D. Ash flinched and looked away, squeezing his eyes shut at the exact moment Rhea's blade swung down and severed the bishop's head from his shoulders with a sickening crunch. The soft thump of his head rolling onto the grass as the rest of his body slumped over was an anticlimax of a period at the end of the man's life. Goddess have mercy, Rhea said as she crouched down and wiped the blood from her sword on the grass. Her voice had regained its firmness. Forgive this man and those he led astray of their sins and save their souls. The class quietly, morosely packed up to leave and prepared to head back to their camp and begin their journey back to Garreg Mach, and Edelgard tried to clear her head of her latest vision and set her mind back on this world and not her own. Ash tended to his horse. How strange, Edelgard noted, that it didn't seem at all harmed by its fall, as though it had never even happened, and as he did so, his gaze kept slipping over to the bloody smear on the grass that had marked the end of the bishop of the Western Church's life. Edelgard set a hand on his shoulder. Ash, she told him, it's all right. It's over. Lord Lonato's soul is surely at peace now. He offered her a smile, but the effort made his face crumple like paper. He sank into her, his face nestled in her shoulder, his shoulders quivering and quaking, and as his fingernails dug into her back, he began to weep. Chapter 9, The Griffin at Gronder. The Ermid River was, while not the longest river in all of Fodlan, certainly the mightiest and even more certainly the widest. It ran from its source in the Okama Mountains east all the way to the sea, forming a natural border between the Adrestian Empire and the Leicester Alliance. Its current, when fed by springtime storms, could sweep away a house were one to somehow find itself in the middle of it. At its widest point, it looked to someone standing on its banks more like a small lake than a river. It was a wonder of the natural world. And astride that natural wonder that was the Ermid River, stretching from bank to bank, was a much more artificial wonder: the Great Bridge of Myrddin. The Great Bridge of Myrddin resembled a bridge in only two respects. One end of it stood on the north bank of Ermid and the other end stood on the south bank. 2. It was possible to walk across it from one side of the river to the other. In every other respect, Myrddin was not a bridge but a fortress. The road spanning the river was wide enough and its foundations sturdy enough that the Empire's army could march across it and, in fact, Edelgard recalled doing just that. Not that an army could simply march across it without preparing itself for the fight of its life, though. The bridge was zealously guarded, with its stout and thick-walled guard-houses and garrisons flanking every inch of the road. Within its walls, it could hold more than enough soldiers to defend itself from any attack and had enough stockpiles to withstand a siege for a month or more. The entire structure, a mammoth mass of stone, stood suspended over the rushing water below by huge stone columns distributing its incredible weight. Tonight, though, there was little more than a skeleton crew of Alliance soldiers defending the bridge, for these were peaceful times. Instead, the majority of the soldiers' quarters were being used by the students and faculty of the Garreg Mach Officers Academy on their way to the long-awaited Battle of the Eagle and Lion. Gronder Field, where the mock battle would be taking place, was practically next door to Garreg Mach as the Wyvern flies, but Edelgard, her classmates, and the students of the other houses were not traveling by Wyvern. They were traveling on the road, and the road from Garreg Mach to Gronder Field meandered through the foothills of the Okama Mountains and through Alliance territory until it reached its destination. Tomorrow night, the students would arrive at Gronder Field, and the morning after that, they would take up their positions. And on Archbishop Ria's command, they would pretend that they were fighting a war against each other. A prelude to the war to come, fought with blunted weapons and fake bloodlust. Edelgard couldn't sleep. The simple, sparse cot that sat in the corner of her austere quarters sat unused, its thin bedsheets torn off of it and crumpled at the foot of the bed, showing that she had made a perfunctory, but ultimately fruitless attempt to lie down and fall asleep. She paced around the cramped confines of the room, though in this little room, there was little room to pace her cold, bare feet padding against cold, bare stone, her breath coming to her in anxious spurts. It was perfectly normal, she knew, to be nervous about a mock battle in which she would see her old friends' faces in the opposing army. Even though it was all just a giant game of make-believe, after all, sport with the trappings of war, it was a measure of how well she'd trained and how much she'd learned, as well as Professor Byleth's pedagogical skills. But that wasn't what was keeping her from falling asleep. It was the cryptic note "You don't belong here" that had thrown her deception in her face. Between her normal training and Byleth's secret curriculum, she'd hardly had the time or energy to investigate its origin or determine its author this past month, but it weighed on her mind nevertheless. The rational part of her brain kept telling her that the most likely explanation was that someone in the Black Eagles was bitter about her defection, perhaps Ferdinand, or even Hubert, or perhaps that one of the Blue Lions found her an unwelcome intruder. She had her eye on Sylvain or Felix. Ingrid, Mercedes, Ash, and Annette seemed to like her. However, she couldn't help but entertain the possibility that somebody suspected her of not being who she claimed to be, that Dimitri or Dida suspected her of being a changeling like Glenn, or possibly that somebody knew that she did not come from this world. It was that she was still here at all. For 2 months, She'd been here. She'd learned nothing. She'd found out nothing. She was just as close now to undoing whatever had been done to her as she had been on the first day. If anybody in her world was still working on a way to retrieve her, and at the very least, Hubert must be. She had no idea how close their plans were to fruition, but even so, every morning she woke up at Garreg Mach was a disappointment. She'd worked so hard and sacrificed so much to bring her vision of the world to fruition, and now all she could do was stand aside and twiddle her thumbs idly, completely ignorant, and trust blindly that her friends could maintain her work in her stead. It was that she was paranoid not only from the letter, but from Glenn's teasing little threats, the looks he gave her, the baleful little half-smile that would cross his face, no doubt to signal to her that he was currently imagining what it would be like to stick a knife in her belly and gut her like a fish and jumping at shadows. It was exhausting, being so vigilant and so alone. At least in her world, she'd had her Hubert to be vigilant with her. And on top of that, the walls were cold, bare stone, and the floor as well, and Edelgard could almost feel phantom shackles resting on her wrists and ankles, steel so cold it burned. She could almost feel the scars she didn't have moan and ache and throb the way they always had when she was stressed. And she wondered with growing apprehension which of her siblings would greet her at Gronderfield, and how easily the sight of the smiles on their faces, their wonderful grown-up faces, would break her. Restless, she lit the lamp in her room. Thank goodness for Mercedes' lessons. Now she never needed matches, and went to her bag, rifling through it until she found her journal. She sat on the side of her bed, opened the journal to the most recent page, inked her quill pen and set the nib to the page, and began writing. Her handwriting was, like herself, small, neat, and precise. Saturday, 26th of the Wyvern Moon, Imperial Year 1180. I originally had no plans to use this journal to record my thoughts and emotions, only to chart my progress for you, my other self. However, I can no longer keep how I feel locked away in my heart with no release, and I have no one else to confide in, and so this journal entry must suffice. She raised her pen from the freshly inked script lining the top of the page and let it hover just over the paper, collected her thoughts, and dipped the nib back into her inkwell. I want to go home. When Edelgard saw those 5 simple words written by her hand, all of the complex feelings squeezing her heart collapsed into that one succinct sentiment. She wanted to go home. Feeling no better, she sighed, set down her pen, and leaned back against the wall. Suddenly, with her back pressed against the cold, bare stone bricks that formed Myrddin's austere facade, she forgot how to breathe. And then when she remembered, the air came in wrong, and came out wrong, and burned her lungs and throat, and her pulse pounded, and her heartbeat throbbed in her ears, and her ribcage felt full enough to burst. Jolted out of her melancholy by a wave of panic that washed over and flooded her mind, she leaped to her feet. Her journal, pen, inkwell, and all tumbled to the floor, the journal with a heavy and muffled thump of leather and paper on stone, the inkwell with a sharper, clearer noise. And then she fell to the floor, too, and felt something wet, though too cold to be blood, soak into the soft and smooth silk of her pajamas. While the room spun mockingly around her, she picked herself up off the ground, her chest still heaving, her heart still beating a tattoo against her ribs, her breath still short. The growing pool of black ink on the stone floor, pouring from the overturned inkwell, stared up at her as she stared down at it. Too late, she realized the ink was soaking into her journal's pages and hurriedly grasped the little book with hands just as stained as the paper. Pulse racing, panicked, with muttered curses flying from her lips, she threw the journal into the corner of the room as far away from the puddle as possible. It flopped open to display a haphazard pattern of black fingerprints and thumbprints marring the painstaking notes she'd been leaving for her other self. Big, ugly splotches of ink ate at the edges of the pages. Her quill pen sat in the ink puddle, ruined, the feather soaked through and dyed black. She looked down at her upraised hands. Her palms, which had broken her fall, stung and smarted. They were covered in ink that disguised the scrapes she'd gotten, as black as the night sky outside the room's narrow slit of a window. The ink puddle had stained the cuff and elbow of one sleeve, and as she knelt in front of it, she felt the ink creep up to her knees and leave new stains there. Her chest hurt even more now. Edelgard? Is everything okay in there? Mercedes' soft, sweet, hushed voice bled through the door. The sound that came out of Edelgard's mouth in response was not the sort of noise she ever wanted to make with someone else in earshot. The door creaked open and Mercedes poked her head through to glance at her. A heavy woolen shawl hung from her shoulders, draped over her nightgown to ward off the cold. "Are you feeling oh, my goodness," she exclaimed, her pale violet eyes widening as they took in the carnage on the floor. "Oh, dear, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She knelt beside her, wary of the ink staining the floor, and took Edelgard's hands by her wrists. "Here. Let me have a look, okay?" Edelgard didn't put up any resistance as Mercedes checked her hands. "It's fine," she told Mercedes, "though. I was just pacing and I lost my balance. Not from brain worms. I'm sorry for troubling you." "It's nothing," Mercedes assured her. "I was just getting some fresh air outside when I noticed a light in your room, so I decided to stop by and pay my best apprentice a visit." Despite how humiliated she felt, Edelgard had to admit that hearing the phrase, "best apprentice," did bring a little smile to her face. "You couldn't sleep either?" "Oh, no, I'm just a bundle of nerves tonight." "Can you stand?" Mercedes asked her. She nodded, a little uneasily, and Mercedes helped her rise to her feet. "Careful with the floor. Are you hurt?" "Only my pride," Edelgard said. "And perhaps I might have bruised my hands and knees. Other than that, there's nothing wrong. Do you feel better now?" "Yes." "That's good. But oh, your poor pajamas. I packed a spare nightgown, so why don't you come with me to my quarters?" Edelgard nodded and let Mercedes bring her to her room, which, unsurprisingly, was just as sparse and Spartan as the one she had just left. "Nervous about the battle?" Mercedes asked her, scrubbing away the last remnants of the stubborn ink stains on her skin with soap and cloth as the two of them sat on the side of the bed, Edelgard in a linen nightgown that was too big for her but much warmer than her pajamas. "Yes," Edelgard said, "a bit." "And you?" "Perhaps a little. Is there anything else I can do to help?" "No." I think Edelgard's eyes fixed themselves on Mercedes' bag, then returned to study Mercedes' face, the wispy, feathery white locks of long hair that fell in simple curves to frame her soft face and poured over her shoulder. "Would you mind if I brushed your hair?" Mercedes' hand rose to brush aside a few stray locks of her hair, her fingers hooking into them. A bit of pink stood out on her cheeks. "I know it must sound silly," Edelgard said, but she'd always taken good care of her hair. It had been the only part of her scarred, mutilated, violated body she could still control, and she had come to find it soothing to offer that same care to her friends during those 5 years of war without Byleth at her side and with nobody in the world to confide in but her former classmates. "Oh, no, not at all," Mercedes said, reaching for her bag and taking out her comb. "That's very kind of you. I'm so scatterbrained sometimes, I forget to do it myself." Edelgard took the comb and started running it through Mercedes' hair. As Mercedes was nearly half a foot taller than her, some things never changed, she had to reach up to do it. She noted with little surprise, but a small pang of involuntary disappointment, how brittle Mercedes' hair was. The Mercedes of her world had lovely, luxurious hair, thick and voluminous even after she'd gotten it cut short, and colored the same pale, sandy gold as fine champagne. This world's Mercedes' hair was stark white, though not so thick, and plagued with flyaways and split ends. "What kind of conditioning oils do you use in your hair?" she asked, working very carefully through a small knot the comb's teeth had run up against. "Oh, nothing special," Mercedes noted. "Honestly, I'm lucky if I remember to wash it." "If I might recommend something," Edelgard said, "try rosemary oil for strength and lavender oil for volume and shine. I had a friend with hair like this, once." "Oh. Yes, it all went stark white at the age of 8 or 9 or so. But with the right treatment, it would shine like fresh snow in the sunlight." She felt her heart grow warmer as her thoughts turned not to herself but to Lysithea, the girl she'd thought of for so many years as a long-lost sister. When last she'd seen her at the wedding, her roots had started to grow in a vinaceous wine red at the base of her scalp, peeking out from under the snowy tresses of her long white hair, a hardening after effect of the work Linhard and Hanneman had done to remove her crests. Edelgard had almost expected to see a younger Lysithea here in the monastery, one with perhaps her natural hair color in all its glory, but she was not among the golden deer. Obviously, without her shortened lifespan, she likely saw no reason to enroll in the academy at such a young age, if at all. "What was your friend's name?" Mercedes asked her. You wouldn't know her, Edelgard said. Was your hair always this color? No, it used to be blonde. I started going gray very early. I must have had a very stressful childhood, she said, the warmth of her smile creeping into her voice. Ah. I thought you must have seen a ghost. A very stressful childhood indeed. Edelgard thought she was amazed Mercedes still had such a positive disposition in spite of all that. Then again, in her world, Mercedes had had a grim childhood, too, and yet she'd still been the same gentle soul. Perhaps nothing, not even torture, could break her. Oh, ghosts are just stories, Mercedes assured her. Thank you for the recommendation, though. I'll have to suggest it to Dimitri, too. He takes even less care of his hair than I do. Edelgard kept brushing, working her way through Mercedes' hair with long, soft strokes. I can't help but be curious. One has to wonder why you decided to enroll here, given your frailty. Well, for starters, Mercedes said with a smile, I couldn't exactly leave Annie on her own, could I? And Dimitri. You knew him before you came here. It seemed so. Edelgard had noticed plenty of times that Mercedes did seem rather familiar with him, and he with her. A bit. He asked that I enroll this year, actually. If it's too taxing, you should have turned him down. It's not quite as simple as that, Edelgard, Mercedes told her with a disarmed little laugh. Her eyes avoided her. Edelgard noticed a dribble of blood roll down her upper lip from her left nostril and reached over to wipe it away on her finger. You're dying, aren't you? Mercedes blinked. Her mouth hung agape, but no sound came out. She took a handkerchief and held it to her nose, her movements slow and automatic. I told you, I knew a friend who had white hair like yours. She had a condition, Edelgard said, and even the best doctors in the Empire agreed that she likely wouldn't live past 25. She's about your age now. And she has episodes, just like you. Still taken aback, Mercedes took a deep, shaking breath and rested her hand on her chest. Are you sure I wouldn't know your friend? Positive. But it's true, isn't it? Edelgard pulled the comb away and set it aside. The seizures and breathing issues you've been having are symptoms of your condition. They're getting worse, and you're growing weaker because you only have a few years left. Mercedes bowed her head, her shoulders slumping. Yes. It's true, I'm only expected to live another 2 or 3 years. Then why spend one of those years here at Garreg Mach, straining and taxing yourself? Dimitri is quite a nice man, I must say, but to give him an entire year out of all the precious few you have left simply because he asked you to. Mercedes shook her head. It's not so simple. What do you want from your life, Mercedes? Do you truly desire nothing but to cater to your prince's whims? If I only had such a short time to achieve my goals, Edelgard said, I would do everything in my power to achieve them while I still could. I wouldn't waste a single day. If you rushed yourself like that, you'd get sloppy, Mercedes teased her, a faint flicker of her smile returning. Isn't it better to leave a good job unfinished than to finish a bad one? What if you can't trust anybody to finish the good job you did for you when you're gone, she retorted defensively. Then that sounds like a problem with your friends. I mean, if you have a vision, something you want to see in the world, you should strive to bring as much of it to fruition as possible and not unduly burden the next generation with carrying out your life's work. Mercedes laughed at her. And what do you want to see in the world? Edelgard let her fingertips slip into Mercedes' soft, freshly combed mane. A world where this doesn't have to happen to people like you. Mercedes took her hand and gently lifted it away. That's sweet of you, Edelgard, but you don't know what you're talking about. Besides, with Dimitri at my side, I can live as long as I want. And, she added, her spirits lifted, if I feel I haven't lived long enough, I could just haunt you and the rest of my friends after I die. Her good mood was infectious. Like a yawn, Edelgard found herself stifling a small smile. She often felt so alone in this world with its colder and more reserved Byleth, but she did have friends to dull the pain. Would you be a fearsome ghost, she asked, or a friendly one? Mercedes' little grin widened as she pulled away her blood-dotted handkerchief. Yes, she answered. Don't you worry about me, Edelgard. I'll be at the top of my game at Gronderfield. I might even show off a few tricks from my days at the Royal Academy of Sorcery. She coughed, took a few wheezing breaths, and cleared her throat. Excuse me. You're bleeding. I can't help but worry, Edelgard replied. You're going to be under my command at Gronder Field, if you're unfit. You talk like it's a real battle, Edelgard. Mercedes laughed. That's why you and Ingrid are so fun to talk to. You're so serious. Battles are serious matters, Edelgard said. And I'm serious about this one. If you aren't well enough to fight, don't push yourself. Yes, Mother, Mercedes teased her, resting her head on her shoulder. But tell me, really, what's so important to you that you'd spend every day of your life working toward it? Edelgard sighed and idly ran her fingers through her freshly combed hair. It might sound silly or strange to you, but, as for right now, I just want to go home. But you don't know the way. She shook her head. Well, Inber is just southwest of here. If you take the road past Gronder Field and follow it through Varley and Hresvelg territory you'll... I was being metaphorical, Edelgard interjected, flustered and rosy-cheeked, embarrassed by Mercedes' teasing. But, thank you, merci. She'd always had a knack for easing her loneliness like one of her lost older sisters. Once she'd left Mercedes' room to return to hers, though, her good mood slowly dissipated as Mercedes' words rang in her ears. The thought occurred to her that Mercedes had closer ties to those who slither in the dark than even Lysithea had, not merely a prototype, as Lysithea had been. It was not a duo between Dimitri and Didu in this world, as it had been between Edelgard and Hubert, but a trio. Whatever their plots and aims were, she was in the thick of it. How much did Mercedes know, though, and did she play any role beyond that of Dimitri's caretaker? Another half-day's march from the Great Bridge of Myrddin brought the students to the end of their pilgrimage, and on the morning after, with the sun hanging just high enough in the sky to color the sky pale periwinkle and the clouds cottony white, at last, Gronder Field, not a map, but the hallowed battleground itself at full scale, lay before the Blue Lions. This would be far, far grander than the mock battle the Academy had held at the start of the year. Each house had a complement of a score of soldiers behind them to swell their ranks, mages, archers, cavaliers, and Pegasus riders to be commanded as the students and their professors saw fit. This was a test of everything: of strength, of skill, of endurance, of leadership. This was the proving grounds for student and teacher alike. Dimitri looked up from his perch atop his wyvern at the cliff overlooking Gronder Field, upon which stood Archbishop Rhea, her elite knights and attendants, and nobles from all across Fodlan, many students' parents and families, as they watched and waited for the battle to begin. Edelgard looked up at the audience and wondered if Arundel and Burkhard were there, and any of her other siblings. "Look at Archbishop Rhea up there," Dimitri commented, his tone of voice completely neutral and tightly managed. "We must look like ants to her. Everyone, show off the results of your dedicated training and show her just how powerful we ants are." "Were you up all night workshopping that one, Your Highness?" Sylvain asked. "As we planned," Byleth said, focusing more on the task at hand. "We'll split up and take on both classes simultaneously. Sylvain, Didu, Glenn, Ash, take your forces and follow me south to seize the hill and engage with the Black Eagle's forces. Dimitri, Ingrid, don't take flight until we've taken control of that ballista. Felix, Annette, Mercedes, Edelgard, take your forces across the eastern bridge to attack the Golden Deer." Dimitri frowned, but relented. He'd had some disagreements with Byleth about this over the past few days. His wyvern, mirroring his personality in a way that was almost cute, fidgeted and let out an irritated snort. The several Pegasi standing behind him and Ingrid pawed at the ground with their hooves, awaiting their riders' orders. "If you think keeping us in reserve will lead us to victory, Professor," he said with a sigh, "then I and my men shall remain behind for now." Edelgard scanned the eastern side of Gronder Field, studying the foreboding woods beckoning and the scattered clusters of autumn-colored trees dotting the grassy field, and nodded. One hand grasped the reins of her horse, the other tightened around the haft of her axe. "I have a few good theories on where the deer will be positioned. I'm guessing there are a few of them in that copse closest to the river, at least one archer. Lawrence is probably among them. Let's make an example of him, shall we?" Mercedes, seated confidently atop a dappled grey mare, nodded. "We'll give him the fright of his life." A flag rose beside Archbishop Rhea, fluttering in the wind. A trumpet fanfare rang out across the vast field. The battle had begun. Dmitri brandished his lance. Lions, forward! For honor! Byleth drew the sword of the Creator, letting its bony steel glow with the light of a blazing fire. Stay focused. The carefully managed positions of the three houses immediately began to shift as Edelgard and her half of the class set out for the eastern bridge and Sylvain's half of the class set out for the hill. Edelgard saw a flash of violet hair flutter atop the wooden ballista platform built into the hill's gentle slope. Bernadetta had already seized the hill, but hopefully Dita would scare her away. Damn. You were right about that girl being fast, Edelgard, Felix said. Of course I was, Edelgard said, turning her focus away from the hill and toward her own mission. She led her faction of the Blue Lions forces onward. After we win this battle, we should recruit her. Oh, dear. But haven't the Black Eagles lost enough students already? Mercedes asked. As Edelgard's strike force moved in, a cavalier clad in gleaming violet armor, his horse dressed to match, burst from the nearby thicket but not to engage her team. Rather, he zeroed in on the hill. A stronghold for me to seize. Lorenz Hellman Gloucester called out. A trio of mounted soldiers dutifully followed him. Splendid. Edelgard sighed. She honestly should have expected this. She couldn't be blamed for forgetting some of the details, though, could she? Her version of this mock battle had been 7 years ago. Change of plans. Mercedes, in front with me, move to intercept. Annette, Felix, follow behind. The small complement of soldiers accompanying them split accordingly. Edelgard and Mercedes took 3 cavaliers forward, and Felix and Annette took 3 swordsmen and 2 archers. A mire of luminous black sludge spread across the ground in front of Lorenz, stymieing his steed's legs and slowing him and his men down just enough for Edelgard and Mercedes to flank them. Edelgard struck one of the soldiers with her axe, knocking him off his horse and into the mire, and pulled up in front of Lorenz. Lance in hand, he parried Edelgard's next strike, and rather than being panicked or worried, he seemed particularly delighted. "It is an honor to cross blades with you, Lady Edelgard," he exclaimed, a grin on his thin, angular face as the head of Edelgard's axe hooked around the haft of his lance. "Know that whoever wins here, there will be no hard feelings between House Gloucester and the Empire." "Thank you," Edelgard said, and with a savage, crest-aided wrench of her arm, she tugged Lorenz's lance toward her, leaving him wide open. Her next strike unhorsed him. Lorenz hit the ground, rolled to his feet, and flung out his hand, conjuring a burst of fire that narrowly grazed Edelgard's ear as her horse traced a widening arc around him. An arrow hit her in the shoulder, its tip finding its mark in the gap between her breastplate and shoulder armor. She gritted her teeth against the sharp jolt of pain and ripped the arrow free of her flesh. She switched her axe to her other hand, relieving her right arm of its burden. A vermilion blur, Leone Pinelli rode to Lorenz's rescue, another arrow already knocked to her bow and ready to fire. "Lorenz, you ass!" she cried out. Mercedes chased after her, hurling a globe of roiling black and violet miasma at her. Leone's horse leaped out of the way as it crashed against the ground, mud and clumps of grass spattering its dressing and armor, and switched targets. Edelgard rode to intercept her, and as the enemy's shot jailed just barely over Mercedes' head, she drove her axe into her side. Leone was nearly thrown off her horse, clinging to its stirrups as it continued onward and dragged her along for a few seconds before losing her grip and falling to the ground in a heap. Felix put a saber to Lorenz's throat before he could run or recover his lance, keeping him in place as Edelgard rode her horse in a slow trot in front of him. "I'll accept your surrender now, Lorenz, if you'll offer it," she said as Mercedes came up to her and tended to the wound in her shoulder with a haze of healing magic. "I'd hate for you to die on this battlefield." What?" one of her soldiers asked. "What are you talking about, Your Highness?" another asked. As her adrenaline rush faded, she realized that she might have been taking this battle a bit too seriously. Lorenz grinned. "I admire how seriously you are taking this battle, Lady Edelgard. Send my regards to Ferdinand von Aegir." He clapped his hands. "My soldiers, collect Miss Pinelli and bring her to the medical tent. And I," he added, rising unsteadily to his feet and plucking some grass and dirt from his violet hair, "shall take my leave. You have bested me." Edelgard nodded, watching him intensely as he walked away, his head held high with pride even in defeat, and kept a tight grip on her reins as the cacophony of battle rang out from all directions. She realized, glancing down at how white her knuckles were, that she was expecting him to spring some kind of trap, but it never came. No one was fighting to the death here. "I think we might have drawn first blood," Mercedes said. "Isn't that exciting?" An arrow zipped through a gap in the thicket, its aim straight and true. "Merci, look out!" Annette cried out, grabbing her and wrenching her off her horse, but the arrow still found its mark, slipping through Mercedes' robes and sticking up out of her chest. Edelgard whirled around, summoned a fireball in retaliation, and lobbed it at the thicket, setting the trees alight. A pair of archers fled the fire on foot, smoke trailing behind them. After them, she ordered her soldiers, who dutifully pursued. "Merci," Annette gasped, eyes wide as she grasped the arrow's shaft. "Are you all right?" She pulled the arrow away and found its steel head broken. "Oh, I took some extra precautions," Mercedes assured her, patting her on the hand, "and put on some extra light armor under my robes. No need to be concerned." "Light armor?" Felix questioned, looking at the arrowhead. Edelgard shared his sentiments. "What light armor could do that?" "You need to tell us when you do that," she said, realizing she'd been holding her breath and letting out a relieved sigh. "Everyone worries enough about you as it is," he grumbled. Another arrow, a heavy bolt from the ballista atop the hill, flew through the air with a deep and sonorous whoosh. Edelgard craned her neck to spy its trajectory and saw it whipping through the air and dashing itself on the rocky cliff face beneath Rhea and her attendants. "A shot across her nose, that's the signal," Edelgard said, spying a flash of silver hair on the hill. "We've taken the ballista." On cue, 2 pairs of wings rose into the air, one pair leathery and rust brown, the other feathered and cloud white. Dimitri and Ingrid had entered the fray, their complement of soldiers joined them, and the Blue Lions was ready to make its play for control of the skies. Another wyvern soared across the battlefield to intercept them. Though it moved too quickly for Edelgard to make out any details, it was approaching from the Black Eagle's side, so Petra must have been riding it. "Never thought I'd see a boar fly," Felix scoffed, shaking his head, but Edelgard could hear a light little twinge in his voice that hinted he was impressed and relieved. Dimitri had struggled quite a bit with flight training. For the past week Byleth had been working with the class to devise 2 sets of plans, one for if Dimitri was ready to take his mount into battle, and one if he wasn't. All that training had paid off, though, and the White Lion of Fhirdiad had taken to the air. As the sun lazily arced past its zenith, the fighting intensified both on land and in the air, and Edelgard's team pressed south and clashed against the main body of the Golden Deer's forces. The ringing of swords and spears echoed through the wooded glade, arrows zipped through the air. "Spread out and move forward," Edelgard commanded, ushering her soldiers onward. "Don't let them get close to the hill." She rode forward, axe bared, and charged into the fray. Another bolt from the ballista shot across the field, felling Petra's wyvern and sending her back down to earth. "Doesn't the Academy think it might be a little dangerous to have a siege weapon out here?" Annette asked, watching the wyvern plummet from the sky. "That thing could kill someone." Felix knocked one of the Golden Deer-class soldiers off his horse and concussed him with the flat of his blade. "This thing could kill someone, too," he said. "I wonder how many students die in these battles every year," Mercedes said, the quite pleasant tone of her soft, breathy voice contrasting sharply with the jagged spikes of black miasma that burst out of the ground and hobbled horses on her command. "Surely there's more than one, on average." "Try to keep it at 0 this year," Edelgard said, reminding her as much as herself that this was a mock battle, not a real war. And yes, her blood was pumping and her pulse was pounding, yes, her veins were on fire, yes, her every sense was attuned to survival, but it wasn't a real war. She had to remember to pull her punches now that her training regimen had brought her comfortably close to the proficiency she expected from her body. At the last moment, she remembered to turn her axe around so that the blunt end, not the sharp edge, cracked against a cavalier's chin with enough force to throw him off his horse. She was shaken by her sudden lapse. This wasn't a war, she had to remind herself. This was school. This was fun. She needed to have fun. A blast of cold air buffeted her horse's legs skittered and splayed as the grass and dried leaves crinkling under its hooves froze into a solid, slick sheet of ice. She had the presence of mind, at least, to hurriedly dismount as her steed fell and avoid getting her leg trapped under its flank. She hit the ice, skidded, and dug her axe into the ground to anchor herself. "I'm sorry," Marianne von Edmund half-whispered from behind a pair of trees, her voice just loud enough to reach Edelgard's ears. A glistening magic sigil, ice-white, had traced itself in the air in front of her. Poor, sweet Marianne. A girl too kind for war and bloodshed, too browbeaten by her life and circumstances to believe her life had any value. The close bonds she had formed with the Black Eagle strike force in Edelgard's world had saved her life in more ways than one. Edelgard wondered, would she be able to overcome that pain in this world, too? Edelgard flung a tongue of flame into the trees and let it ignite the dried leaves still clinging to the canopy, driving Marianne away before she could cast another spell. With the flames crackling and smoke pouring into the air, she turned her focus back on the main body of the deer's forces, only to find herself thrown to the ground by something very strong, very heavy, and very pink. Hilda loomed over her, hefting a double-headed battle-axe over her armored shoulder. "No one sets Marianne on fire except me," she said, seeming almost serious. "Edelgard," Mercedes called out, heading into the forest, "shall we leave you to deal with your ex by yourself?" "I'll deal with Marianne." Hilda's cheeks turned as pink as her hair. "What the hey, I don't." Edelgard picked herself up and threw herself at her. "Out of my way, Hilda." "What's wrong with you?" Hilda asked as the two of them traded blows. She was surprisingly agile considering the thick, strong armor plating she was wearing, which she'd apparently gotten someone to paint bright pink. "It's nothing personal. I'm here to win, not chat with old friends." "Well, you don't have to be a jerk about it." Edelgard felt her bones rattle from parrying Hilda's next strike. It was some sort of miracle of nature that someone this lazy could be this strong through, apparently, nothing but sheer natural talent. A gust of wind hit Hilda in the chest, knocking her back and leaving a dent in her armor. "I got this, Edelgard." Annette chirped, readying another spell. "Break their front lines." Edelgard pressed forward. Ahead was Raphael Kirsten, one of the tallest, widest, and thickest students in the academy. He, like Dedu, was as immovable as the punching bags in the training hall, except that he could punch back. Flanking him was a short young man with long, swept-back burgundy hair, Arcturus von Ordelia, one of Lysithia's older brothers, wielding a sword with a blade as jagged as a lightning bolt, and the Golden Deer's Professor Manuela Casagrande. Both were unknown quantities. Arcturus was a replacement for Lysithia, apparently possessing some magical talent, but his strengths and weaknesses were a cipher. Manuela hadn't participated in the mock battle in Edelgard's world due to the lingering effects of a nasty wound from Jurit Saw, so her presence here wasn't one Edelgard had been able to fully prepare for. At least she knew Manuela well enough to know how she fought, though. Felix was the first to reach Manuela, nimbly dodging one of her white magic spells and striking at her with his saber. "Out of my way!" Professor Manuela shouted at him, the blade of her sword grinding against Felix's. "I've got a crusty old geezer to beat up." Edelgard couldn't help but feel a little happy that in this world, Manuela and Hanneman had this battle to enact their little rivalry. Perhaps she could help with that. A jagged fork of lightning split the air, leaping from Arcturus' sword and nearly striking Edelgard. The sharp, metallic stench of the burnt air left in its wake stung her nose. Raphael's steel gauntlet grazed her forehead, but thankfully, her small stature made her a rather difficult target for the hulking giant. Around them, their soldiers were locked in combat, their numbers slowly dwindling as they traced a dance of mutual destruction. It was almost comical, Edelgard had to admit, spending 5 years of her life fighting on battlefields like this one and seeing the fallen lay dead where they had been felled, and then coming here and seeing the dead get up and walk away with no hard feelings between each other. If she hadn't been busy trying to keep Raphael from clobbering her, she might have laughed. Raphael's fist collided with Edelgard's forearm and she felt her bones snap like twigs. "No hard feelings, right, Princess Edelgard?" he asked, cheerful as ever, his smile as bright as sunshine, as Edelgard pulled back with jaw set and teeth gritted against the searing, throbbing pain. "Don't worry, once I clean your clock, Professor Manuela will fix you right up." "Right, Professor." "In a minute," Manuela grunted as she tried to strike Felix down. "If you stand in my way," Edelgard snarled, taking up her axe in her free hand as Annette cast a healing spell on her and knitted her bones back together. "I will cut you down until you have no blood left to bleed." Raphael looked a little concerned. It's great that you're so enthusiastic, Your Highness." "Raphael, you dunce," Arcturus spat, hurling a bolt of lightning at Felix. "Stop complimenting the enemy. But she's doing such a good job. Come on. The more time we waste with the Blue Lions B team, the less time we'll have to fight the Black Eagles." "B team?" Edelgard parried, insulted. She dodged the next crackling blast of blue-white lightning by a hair. Arcturus von Ordelia, it seemed, had a particular axe to grind against the Black Eagles. Not surprising, if the Empire had still wronged his house in this world's past, but he was most definitely not Lysithea. His magic paled in comparison to hers. "If you're so eager to fight someone from the Empire," Edelgard shouted at him as he and Manuela wore down Felix's defenses, "I'm right here." His attention diverted, lightning crackled around his blade as it clashed with her axe. He was certainly enthusiastic about having an opportunity to hurt her, so while she wasn't much for banter or taunting, she figured she could indulge him as she weaved between his blade and Raphael's fists. He was older than Lysithea, but he wasn't stronger. Or smarter. "That's right," Edelgard taunted him. "You're not just fighting someone from the Empire, you're fighting a Hresvelg." And as he drew back his sword to strike her down, she leaped out of the way and let Raphael's fist turn his nose into an overripe strawberry. He dropped like a stone. Edelgard hoped she wouldn't have to tell Lysithea that her older brother was a bit of an idiot. "Flank them to the east," she ordered her soldiers and classmates. "Push them into the Black Eagle's forces." Her remaining forces took position, forming a spearhead against the Golden Deer's ranks, and pressed them westward, nearer to the sound of combat. An arrow zipped low across the ground, burying itself in Felix's calf and bursting free out the other side. He stumbled, falling to his knee and leaving himself open for Manuela to strike him down. Annette came to his aid, knocking the professor off her feet with a razor-sharp gust of wind. Edelgard traced the arrow's trajectory to the smoldering woods, where Ignaz Victor had taken up sniping position, his pale green hair standing out against the red and yellow autumnal tapestry of the forest floor. She could see him aiming his next arrow at her and tossed her axe aside, then grabbed Raphael by the arm as he threw another punch at her, turning his considerable weight and momentum against him and throwing him to the ground. The arrow that had been meant for her buried itself in his ample bicep instead. "Oh, goddess, I'm so sorry, Raphael," Ignaz wailed, hastily picking up his bow and hurrying to a new sniping position as Edelgard flung a fireball into the trees to smoke him out. Raphael picked himself up and pulled the arrow out of his arm. "It's all right, Ignaz, I'm okay." "Hey, Your Highness, how'd you pull that off? You're so small." "Come at me like that again and I'll show you," Edelgard replied. He came at her again and she showed him. He hit the trunk of a tree with enough force to splinter it. "Are you all right?" she asked Felix as Annette tended to his wounded leg and carefully removed the arrow from it, staunching the flow of blood with some bandages before preparing a healing spell. She gingerly rubbed her arm, feeling a deep and throbbing ache where the bones had broken and been knitted together. Wounds like that weren't so easy to heal completely in the field, as many students here had probably learned the hard way. Even with powerful healing magic, mended bones and deep wounds could still take time and care to fully heal. Just as her arm would still be weak and sore for days, Felix would probably have a limp for just as long even after he was patched up. "I'll be fine," Felix said. "Let's keep pushing." They kept pushing. The remainder of the Golden Deer's forces, Manuela, Hilda, and a few of the remaining soldiers retreated west and found themselves soon grinding against the Black Eagles, who were more than happy to pick them off. Professor Hanneman clapped the soot from his hands. "Ah, Professor Manuela," he said, drawing a saber from his side as he sat astride his horse. "Prepare to die, you slovenly so." "Eat shit and fall off your horse," Manuela retorted as she parried his blow, "you bloviating old windbag. I've received a letter from the ocean, seems they have run out of bottom feeders. I've received a letter from the jerk store, seems they've run out of you. And why should they care? You are their best-selling item." Their swords clashed in a flurry of parries and ripostes. "You fight like a dairy farmer," Manuela shouted. "How appropriate, you fight like a cow," Hanneman retorted. "What's this? I think I see a day-old sandwich lying at your feet. Look behind you. A rare crest. He looked over his shoulder, catching sight of Dimitri's wyvern swooping down to pluck Linhard off the ground, and with a blast of fire Manuela felled his horse. He hit the ground, mud splattering his tweed coat, his monocle flying off his face. She struck his arm with her sword as he lay in the mud next to his horse. "Don't break a hip, old man," she said. He looked up from his undignified repose, catching sight of Edelgard. "Ah, Lady Edelgard. How are the Blue Lions treating you?" he asked, wheezing. "Fine," Edelgard said, flinging a fireball at Hilda and forcing her to retreat. "How are the Black Eagles? Do they miss me?" "I would say so. I hear you've become quite the star pupil. Will I be seeing you at my next Sunday seminar?" "You really do talk a lot for a corpse, Hanneman," Manuela said as her blade met Casper's axe. She couldn't hold back against his onslaught and was quickly felled, mud splattering her white cloak as she lay not too far from where her rival had fallen. "All right, who's next?" Casper crowed, setting his sights on Edelgard. "Hi, Princess. Is it okay that Ferdinand gave me permission to beat you up?" "You're welcome to try," Edelgard said, and as he charged at her Felix darted in, striking him in the back with a pair of daggers and sending him to the ground. Hilda struck back with a vengeance, her axe's sharp blade finding purchase in Edelgard's forearm. Edelgard reeled backward, blood soaking her sleeve. "Oops. Too hard." The pink-haired girl cocked her head. "Sorry, sometime I forget that this is a mock battle. I find myself wishing our breakup had been less amicable," Edelgard said as she nursed her wounded arm. "Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have just stopped talking to me out of nowhere." "It's not my fault I had amnesia," Edelgard retorted. "I completely forgot we were friends." "That's the dumbest excuse I've ever heard." "I know." Edie. Dorothea was next to take a shot at her, a sword in one hand and a globe of flickering orange flames in the other. "Think fast." Edelgard thought fast, and the fireball meant for her hit Hilda square in the chest. She hurriedly removed her smoldering armor and beat a hasty retreat to the forest. "Permission to go after her, Edelgard." Annette spoke up. "The battle isn't over until we've routed the enemy." "No," Edelgard said. "If we follow Marianne, Hilda, and Ignatz into the woods with our numbers, they'll be able to spring a trap on us. Stay with me for now." "Look at you, Edie, really playing the part of the general here," Dorothea said, a hard gleam in her emerald eyes. "I didn't think you'd make it this far." "I'm full of surprises, Dorothea," Edelgard retorted, parrying Dorothea's next strike. She'd never imagined her fighting so zealously against her. "I can see that. Maybe you are just better than us commoners." Edelgard had the feeling something her other self had once said was being thrown back at her. No wonder Dorothea hated her. "I think you've changed my mind about that. You really are something else, Dorothea." "Flattery won't get you anywhere, Edie." Dorothea's next strike cut into the side of her hand, forcibly disarming her. "I'm sure it isn't quite your palatial bed, but try to enjoy your nap in the dirt." A shadow passed over her and Ingrid swooped down, her Pegasus' feathery wings glittering in the afternoon sunlight, and drove the blunt end of her lance into Dorothea's stomach, knocking her to the ground. "You all right, Edelgard?" Ingrid asked. "I'll be fine, thank you for your assistance." "No problem." With a flurry of feathers, Ingrid took to the skies again, narrowly avoiding a volley of arrows from Bernadetta in the southwestern stronghold, currently held by Ferdinand and Hubert and besieged by Sylvain, Glenn, and Didu. Edelgard ducked for cover behind Hanneman's felled horse and addressed the wound on her hand. Dorothea's blade had cut into the meat of her palm, all but making it impossible to wield a weapon. Her other arm was a bloody mess with a stinging gash splitting muscle and sinew. As a fighter, she was in no shape to continue, but she was still alive and capable as a leader. Where would her team go from here? Annette found her and healed the new wounds. She wasn't looking too good herself, there were fresh bruises on her cheek and a trickle of blood running down her brow. "You all right, Edelgard? What do we do next?" "Head for the hill and regroup with Professor Byleth, then devise a plan to root out the golden deer survivors from the woods. We're close now, but we can't get complacent." "Tell me about it." "If they stay in there," Annette said, tending to Edelgard's arm, they could stay hidden for a long time. I once read about one of the battles of the eagle and lion where a few of the students hid so well that the battle went on for 3 days. That, Edelgard said, sounds like something Claude would do. Maybe that's why we've still seen neither hide nor hair of him. Where's Mercedes? Still in the woods, she said, biting her lip. I hope she's okay. What if she has another episode while she's all alone? I knew I should have sent you with her. Edelgard shook her head. I can't believe she ran off like that. But at least she's got that armor on under her robes, huh? The trees rustled and a great beast rose from the forest with long, slow flaps of his leathery wings. There was a vibrant dash of yellow riding atop it Claude von Regen, bow drawn in his hands. On his winged mount, Claude soared into the center of the battlefield, narrowly avoiding a beam of black and violet light that ripped through the air, knocking and aiming an arrow in mid-flight as he expertly controlled the wyvern's path toward his foes. Edelgard was shocked. She had only idly suggested that Claude might use his older self's tactics. She'd been sure he'd be using the same strategy his younger self had used in her world during this same battle, and those hadn't involved a wyvern. Could it be that he had sent the note that he, too, was a fellow time traveler, using his knowledge of the future for his own ends? This is bad, Annette said, watching Claude's wyvern's path over the field with a terror-stricken face, mouth agape. Dimitri can't hope to beat Claude at his own game. Hang in there, Dimitri, she called out. An arrow zipped through the air and Ingrid plummeted from the sky, barely managing to control her steed's descent into a gentle arc before meeting the ground. Within a second, Claude already had another arrow drawn, and no matter how maneuverable Dimitri was, he would have no hope of challenging him in his own territory. Edelgard saw a bolt from the ballista narrowly miss Claude's wyvern and the sword of the Creator lance out, its blade fully extended and arcing across the sky, and just as narrowly graze its wing. Another volley of arrows flew and Dimitri's wyvern reeled back and spiraled to the ground, throwing off its rider into the open air. And then, with the blazing blade still tracing a long arc into the air, the world turned to stone. Dimitri's body hung motionless, suspended in the air with his lance falling from his grasp and hovering just above him, just as motionless. Byleth stood on the hill, tiny and indistinct, and next to her, there was another even tinier shape hovering just above the ground just as there had been at the Bryanak Plateau a few weeks ago. And then, the familiar burning, and the familiar flash of searing light, and when it receded Edelgard found herself in the Imperial Palace at Inver, standing in the middle of the garden's expansive greenhouse. Lush and verdant greenery, despite the cold autumn air outside, filled the glass-paneled chamber. The air was pleasantly warm and humid, vibrant splashes of colorful flowers dotted the greenery. Adding a bit more color to the room, Hanneman, Linhard, Annette, and Lysithea were clustered in a tight semicircle around her and watched her as intently as an eagle watched its prey. Her hands were balled into fists, she was shaking. "Will you please," the other Edelgard said, "stop following me for just..." Edelgard struggled to take control of her body. It was easier this time, but she couldn't know how long she could remain here before she was dragged back to the other world. She felt dizzy, so disoriented she could fall to the ground. Just a few seconds ago, she'd been on a battlefield, her heart had been throbbing, her pulse had been pounding, and now she was here, in a body that was by comparison completely at peace. She looked at her dogged attendants and let herself relax, her hands unfurling and lying limp at her sides. "Hello, Hanneman, Linhard, Annette." "Lysithea." Her gaze lingered on Lysithea. She was on her feet again, no longer confined to a wheelchair, though a pair of wooden crutches had to keep her steady and upright. Her cheeks were pink, too, bright pink, and her colorful roots had grown out even longer from her scalp. Beneath the long tresses of snow-white hair was a solid 1 or 2 inches of beautiful reddish-violet, the color of fine red wine, just like her older brother. The color had even started returning to her eyebrows. It hurt so much to see her, but it was an odd, good hurt. The same good hurt she'd felt back when she'd been reunited with Byleth after her 5-year absence. "Lysithea," she cried out, her heart leaping, and with reckless abandon she embraced her younger counterpart. She buried her fingertips in her hair, tracing with almost reverent awe where red and white met. "Your hair." "Oh, Lysithea." Lysithea figured out what had happened immediately and returned her embrace. "It's good to see you again, El." "It's you, then, Your Majesty? Hanuman inquired, his brow furrowing over his monocle. Yes, Edelgard said, still hugging Lysithea tightly. She realized that she didn't want to let go. Yes, it's me. For how long, though, I cannot say. Perhaps only a few minutes. Fascinating, Linhard said. You'll have to tell us everything you can while you're here. He already had a notebook and a pencil in his hands. Start with how you returned here. What are the circumstances? Is there some sort of consistent triggering event? What does it feel like? Does it feel like it has anything to do with your crest? Have you four been watching me all day waiting for this to happen? Edelgard asked. Hanuman, Lysithea, and Annette suddenly looked very sheepish, and all of them looked away, muttering, No, of course not, and, why would you think we'd do that, and, we have lives, you know, and other such things. Yes, Linhard said, we have been. For the past 3 weeks, in fact. Well, Annette said, we've been watching in shifts. Edelgard smiled. I do hope so. She set her hand on Annette's shoulder. Having seen her younger self just mere minutes ago, she had a new appreciation for how much that cheerful, hard-working young girl had matured. She no longer had such a babyish face, especially now that it was framed with longer, gently curled locks of carrot-red hair, but some things hadn't changed. All that warmth and cheer was still there. I have so much to tell you all. Well, let's get to it, Linhard said, already scribbling furiously. Hanuman was producing medical equipment from his coat. He was still the same old Hanuman, even if his handlebar mustache was a tad scruffier, his monocle traded out for a pair of glasses when had that happened, and his hair now more silver than grey. Your Majesty, would you consent to a blood sample? Edelgard's eyes fell to a streak running through Annette's hair. Amid the fiery orange, a vein of silver. She took the offending lock between her forefinger and thumb, fear seizing her heart. Edelgard, what's wrong? Annette asked, ignorance written all over her round face. Who did this to you? She hissed. What? This. Edelgard tugged gently on the lock of silver hair. She noticed more streaks, silver and grey and white mingled with the brilliant red, her heart falling further with every one she spied. Why, your hair, I know Hubert has been fighting his war against, did they? Were you? Annette's eyes widened and mouth gaped as she slowly realized what Edelgard was talking about. Oh, no, it's fine, Edelgard, she said, gently prizing Edelgard's fingers out of her hair. It's just a little grey hair. It's from stress. And I get it from my father. Dominics go grey early. Very early. Edelgard clasped her hand, as though embarrassed of its behavior, and thus her own, and sighed with relief. Oh. I'm so sorry, Annette, I just worried. Well, of course you worried, Lysithea said. You've been cut off from us for so long. You should see the grey streaks in Hubert's hair, she added with a coy smile. Ferdinand's lucky he gets his hair from his mother, otherwise I think he'd be bald by now. Those poor men, Edelgard said. She hugged Lysithea again, pressing the young woman to her chest like a prized stuffed animal. She hadn't fully realized how much she'd missed her until she could put her arms around her again. Oh, Lysithea, I've missed you so much. Me too. Is it true that I don't exist in the other world? Lysithea asked. I don't know if you don't exist, Edelgard told her, continuing to stroke Lysithea's hair, but you haven't enrolled in the officers' academy. Your older brother, though. Am my older brother? Arcturus von Ordelia. Lysithea was silent for a while, and then she curled up in Edelgard's embrace, burying her head in her shoulder. She trembled a bit and let out a muffled little sniffle. He strikes me as overly excitable, Edelgard said, gently rubbing her back. Her words caught in her throat. She knew exactly how Lysithea felt, the pain, guilt, wistfulness, all those complex and contradictory feelings tugging and pulling every which way on her heart. Although I haven't gotten to know him very well. I'm sorry, I wish you could see him. Linhard cleared his throat. Excuse me, we don't have much time, right? Edelgard, do you know what happens when you take back control of your body? Where the other Edelgard goes? Edelgard shook her head. When these episodes happen, I return to find that I've passed out for the duration, so it's unlikely that she returns to her own body. She's probably still in this world, just locked out of controlling this body. Linhard scribbled some notes. Incredible. I wonder what's causing it, he mumbled. The first time I felt my consciousness return to this world, she added, I didn't have control over this body. I just had to watch whatever the other Edelgard said or did. That must have been horrible, Lysithea said. It wasn't so bad. At least I could see some of you again. Is Byleth here? I'm afraid there's been a minor rebellion in former Frildarius territory, she's gone off to quell it, Hanneman said. Edelgard's heart fell. They kept missing each other. Tell her I send her my love. Of course. Annette wrapped her arms around both her and Lysithea. It's so good to see you again, Edelgard. I have a few questions about this other world, too, Linhard said. The other Edelgard told us that her world's Prince Dimitri had white hair. I surmise that he took your place for those crest experiments, then. Does he have the crest of flames? I'd like not to talk about crests for a while, Edelgard said, but yes. I'm investigating him right now. I would love to know what you've uncovered, Your Majesty, Hanneman said. That reminds me, Linhard and I are theorizing that you've become trapped in an alternate timeline. Picture our world as a single line drawn on a page, and the other world as a line parallel to it. Each line is a separate timeline. But there are so many similarities to our two worlds' histories that I believe the two lines must have intersected at some point, or split apart sometime in our collective pasts like tributaries springing from the same river. Now, I know that parallel lines do not by definition intersect on a flat plane, on a non-Euclidean surface. I have a slightly different theory about time, Linhard interjected. Imagine 4 balls on the edge of a cliff. Whatever happened to Prince Dimitri may actually be the point of divergence for these two timelines. Hubert has uncovered some information suggesting that the split, and perhaps these distortions that cause our timelines to intersect may have been artificially engineered. A sharp, fishhook-like pain seized Edelgard in her stomach. She set Lysithea aside and held up her hand. Hanneman, that's enough for now. You and Linhard write up your reports and leave them in my study for me to find next time. It's happening already. Lysithea gasped, grabbing both of her hands tightly. You're already going back, she asked, crestfallen. I'm afraid she winced and gasped as the pain struck her again. The other world was trying to claim her. Yes. I'm sorry. Linhard kept taking notes. Incredible. What does it feel like, Edelgard? Like a fish on a hook. I wish we could keep in touch, Annette said. Don't miss us too much, though, Edelgard, we're still here for you and we won't stop working until we've found a way to bring you back, I swear. Inspiration struck Edelgard. There was a way she could keep in touch. Linhard, can I borrow your notebook and pencil? Linhard reluctantly handed them to her. She turned to a fresh page, ripped it from the binding, and wrote on it a message to her other self. My dearest Byleth. I have missed you and still do miss you so dearly. Sometimes I must strain to remember the touch of your hand so I can fall asleep free of nightmares, and to think of you consigned to sleep alone when we have fought so hard to be together fills me with guilt. Seeing your younger self reminds me so much of what I have become separated from the you who has grown so much in the past 7 years, the you who slowly learned, just as I had, to be more than a vessel, to be truly human. She reminds me so much of your hard-earned smile, your warmth, but she is not you, and she could never replace you. And my heart aches all the more to be so close and yet so far away. I long for you, your eyes, your lips, your hair, your everything, the beat of your heart in your chest, which I treasure more than gold, most of all. Please take good care of yourself, my love, so that I may see you when I return. Yours forever. Your Edelgard. Her handwriting was shaky and rushed, each tug of the fishhook in her body, soul, and mind forcing a tremor into her hand. All but panting for breath, she finished the note, folded it, and pressed it into Annette's hands. Give this to Byleth when she returns, she gasped, and she let the notebook and pencil fall to the ground just as the world exploded and was consumed once again in blinding white light. She woke up back in Gronder Field, the trampled grass tickling her ears as she lay on the ground, the autumn air crisp and cool against her skin in sharp contrast to the comfortable humidity of the palace's greenhouse. The sun, now descending from its zenith, beat down on her, and a familiar silhouette loomed over her. "Ah, you're awake," Mercedes said, resting a hand on her cheek. Edelgard felt healing magic ripple through her body, deadening the aching vestiges of her wounds. She blinked against the harsh sunlight bleeding around the edges of Mercedes' silhouette. "How? Where am I?" "You passed out just before Claude's wyvern took off," Annette said. "Oh, yeah, that's right. Claude had a wyvern the whole time and was hiding it until now." Before, Edelgard sat up and rubbed her head. But she'd seen that, she'd remembered that. How could she have passed out before it had happened? And then what? It was quite intense, but Byleth and Ash managed to take him down, Mercedes said. Ignatz and Marianne came out with Hilda and surrendered after that, so that does it for the Golden Deer. Sylvain's team is finishing off Hubert right now, Annette added. He just won't quit, he's clinging to that stronghold like a barnacle. Edelgard was barely listening, still reeling from the sudden end to her brief sojourn. She tried to stand up, but her knees were still a little weak and the world swirled sickeningly around her. Mercedes propped her up. "Let's get you to the medical tent, Edelgard. We've only one enemy left, the rest of the Blue Lions can handle this." "Don't you underestimate Hubert von Vestra," Edelgard mumbled as she staggered off the field with Mercedes and Annette's arms around her. "He's my retainer, he's tough." She found most of the Black Eagles and Golden Deer, along with quite a few of the Blue Lions, milling around the medical tent, and as she took her place on one of the cots in the tent and let one of Manuela's infirmary assistants tend to her remaining aches and pains, she heard the faint sound of a trumpet fanfare reverberating across the hill and field and woods. That was it. The last of the Black Eagles had been defeated, and the remaining Blue Lions stood alone on the battlefield. "I'll be damned," Manuela said, pressing a damp cloth to her brow as she sat on one of her own cots. "She actually took us down. Again. She truly is a force to be reckoned with, that Byleth," Hanneman agreed, lying on a cot across the room from her. "Perhaps next year we should set aside our differences and fight her together. And turn on each other as soon as we've taken her down, you nearsighted old fossil. Of course, you hideous, lecherous souse." Once she was feeling well enough to walk unaided, Edelgard left the tent and found all three houses gathered together, and Dimitri and Byleth, both worn and covered head to toe with mud and grime and sticky dried blood, flanking a very disheveled and quite grumpy-looking Hubert who stood between them as their last prisoner of war. Alois stood among the students. "This is the end of this year's Battle of the Eagle and Lion," he called out over the conversing students, his voice booming across Gronder Field. "And the winners are..." Edelgard found herself holding her breath. Annette was buzzing with anticipation, she seemed just about ready to explode. Every other student seemed antsy. Only Mercedes, and of course Byleth, were calm and placid. An eternity seemed to pass by. The Blue Lions. Cheers erupted from the Faerghus students. Edelgard would have exhaled with relief and joy, but Annette hugged her so tightly that it squeezed every last morsel of air from her lungs. "We won," she squealed. "Thank you so much, Edelgard. I knew we could do it with you on our side." "With how much we prepared and how hard we all trained," Edelgard said, pulling herself away from her, "our victory was assured." "Well done, your princeliness," Claude told Dimitri, flashing a roguish grin even in defeat. "I'm certainly not on a hurry to get on your bad side." "I assumed you would attack us head-on," Ferdinand added. "I clearly must rethink my opinion of you." "Well done, Dimitri." Dimitri shook his head, wearing a humble smile. "Claude, Ferdinand, you both deserve equal praise for a battle well fought. All three of our houses did extremely well. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" Byleth nodded. "The Golden Deer House was very strong." "It's an honor to hear that from a fighter such as yourself," Claude said, offering her a polite and only slightly mocking bow. "But there's no getting around it, the Blue Lions were better prepared. It's almost like you knew exactly how we were going to react to your strategies. In any case, as fun as this has been, I hope we never have to put this experience to use." "I would not mind," Ferdinand said. "I would welcome a challenge from either of you any time." If we were to hold a rematch, I am certain my house would triumph. He laughed. That is nothing to joke about. The true battle of the eagle and lion is best left in the past, Dmitri said. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually change the name of this mock battle. Right, Professor. Byleth nodded. I suggest the battle of the eagle, the deer, and the lion. That's more inclusive. Right, and there's nothing more ethical than a war where every side is equally represented, Claude said, grinning. On that note, I have a proposition for all of you. When we get back to Gareg Mach, let's have a grand feast to bring down the walls between our respective houses. And by a grand feast, I mean a regular feast in the dining hall. But we'll push our tables together so we can all eat as equals, no winners, no losers, just friends. You and your feasts, Claude, Ferdinand said, shaking his head. I am amazed you can keep such a trim figure, given that you seem to celebrate victories and defeats alike with them. But I suppose food does soothe the pain of loss. The Black Eagles, then, shall join you in the dining hall. I am sure my class will have no objections, either, Dmitri said. What about you, Professor? Byleth crossed her arms. We'll celebrate our victory. Oh, I'm not, sure that was the point. Orhi and Edelgard both noticed the smile on Byleth's face. A smile grew on his face in kind. Professor, was that a joke? You look so happy. I love seeing you like this. Edelgard felt herself smile as well, but it was a smile that hid the pang of loneliness in her heart. To see such a smile on Byleth's face was a rare gift indeed. There was no more beautiful sight in the world. It had always been the kind of smile that had made her feel relaxed, at peace, as though even someone like her deserved to be happy. She turned away, though. This, she had to remind herself, was not her Byleth. Her Byleth was all the way across Fodlan, surely pining for Edelgard as much as Edelgard was pining for her. Great work, class, Claude addressed his fellow Golden Deer. We might not have won, but we gave everyone else a hell of a fight. Except for Lawrence. What were you thinking, surrendering to the Empire so readily? Don't you have a shred of Lester pride? Arcturus fumed. A true noble knows when he is bested, Arcturus, Lawrence retorted. To know one's limits is an essential skill for the nobility, and to have cordial relations with one's neighbors. And Hilda, Arcturus grumbled. What's this I hear about you napping in a bush? Hey, I participated. Hilda exclaimed defensively. And I wasn't napping, I was passed out. You'll vouch for me, right, Marianne? Ignatz stared at the ground, entranced. I swear I saw him, he mumbled, shaking his head. I swear I saw the Death Knight in those woods. Marianne stared at the ground with him, kneading her pale hands worryingly. Hilda, should we die before we wake tonight, I beg of you, please take good care of Dort for me. Mercedes giggled. I played a devilish little trick on them, she told Edelgard coyly. Illusion magic is a wonderful thing. Shame you couldn't have taught us any of that, Sylvain sighed. Well, one must learn to crawl before one can run, she said to him. But I would be happy to continue your training, Sylvain. If you could magically disguise yourself, surely you'd have more luck with women. Edelgard tried not to laugh at Sylvain's visible discomfort, his cheeks almost as red as his hair. Edelgard. Ferdinand strolled in and rested his hands on her shoulders. It's a shame I did not meet you on the battlefield, he said. But I suppose hearsay will have to do, and I am impressed by what I have heard others say. You have certainly transformed yourself. She has, Annette said to him. Between her and Professor Byleth, we almost have two teachers sometimes. So I have heard. I do not suppose you are reconsidering your departure from the Black Eagles. Before Edelgard could respond, Ingrid grabbed her arm. We're not letting her go back. She's too powerful. Thank you, Ingrid, Edelgard replied. I do miss you, Ferdinand, but perhaps I can arrange a demonstration of my newfound skills with you in the training hall tomorrow if you are eager to taste defeat again so soon. I am glad we did not meet on the battlefield, Hubert said to her, shooting a playful glare at Ferdinand. I would not dare to raise a hand against you in battle, Lady Edelgard. If you had charged our stronghold, I would have had no choice but to surrender and leave our house leader to fend for himself. I see, Dmitri said. Then our positions should have been reversed, Edelgard. Edelgard shook her head. I don't think I could stomach facing my own classmates. Meeting Caspar and Dorothea was hard enough. Regardless, surely you could set such things aside for the sake of a simple mock battle, she told Hubert, trying not to think about how many times she'd come close to killing someone out of habit. It's merely a particularly violent game of pretend. I was never so good at that game, Lady Edelgard, he said. As I recall, Ferdinand said to him, you were excellent at it until one of Edelgard's older sisters made a fuss about how boys couldn't be Pegasus Knights. Edelgard had never seen Hubert's cheeks turn such a vibrant shade of pink. I still cannot see why boys cannot pretend, at least, he muttered, flustered. Dorothea crossed her arms. I guess you can be anything you set your mind to, Edie, she said with a scowl before turning her back on her. Dorothea, wait. Edelgard broke away from her friends and hurried after her, weaving through the massed students. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Dorothea asked, scoffing derisively. Sorry for your inherent superiority? So, did you really change, or were you just pretending to be a useless little brat all along? Seeing Dorothea glare at her made Edelgard's heart sink into her stomach like a lump of lead. It was so wrong. She and Dorothea were supposed to be friends. I did change, she said. I realized that it wasn't fair that I had everything handed to me without any effort while you had to struggle for every scrap you had. I was ashamed, I realized. Ashamed that so many nobles like myself can coast through life while commoners like you scrape and claw for sustenance on the back alleys of Inver and survive only by the whims of luck. Ashamed of how thoughtless and ignorant I had been in my behavior toward you. You are strong, Dorothea, and beautiful, and fierce, and you have succeeded at everything you have set your mind to, and I have been an idiot. She offered Dorothea her hand. Dorothea squinted suspiciously at it. May we let bygones be bygones? Would you accept my apology for how I have treated you? Can we perhaps be friends? Dorothea pushed her hand aside. How do you know what I had to suffer through? I suppose you've heard all the rumors they spread about me, she snapped. And if I wasn't strong and beautiful and fierce, and I didn't succeed at everything I set my mind to, what would you think of me then? Would you still want to let bygones be bygones? Apparently, I was friends with Hilda before I forgot, Edelgard replied, still finding it odd to be on the receiving end of Dorothea's ire against the noble class. She'd always been too much of an atypical noble for her to treat her like a typical one. So, yes, if you were lazy and stupid, I would still want to be your friend. Dorothea looked away and let out a disarmed laugh. Well, Petra, how's your wyvern? Is she going to be okay? She called out, hurrying away from Edelgard. Although her Dorothea had been quite kind to the other Edelgard, Edelgard supposed shouldn't have expected patching things up with this Dorothea to be quite so easy. Once more, she had to remind herself how much less mature these distorted reflections were than the people she knew. But at least she knew them. Once the sun had started to set and the clusters of students had begun to break apart and head to their tents to prepare for the next morning's march back to Garreg Mach, the noble families who had been spectating the battle with Archbishop Ria came down to visit their children. Ingrid's father and older siblings, for example, and Caspar's father and elder brother, Lord Rodrigue Frildarius and Margrave Gautier, Count Gloucester and Count Ordelia, the latter of whom had 3 children with him, one of whom must have been Lysithea, though Edelgard could barely recognize her amid her siblings, Margrave Edmund, Baron Dominic and, of course, Lord Volkhard von Arundel and a veritable army of young men and women and children who, Edelgard assumed with an icy chill of dread, dripping down her spine, were her siblings. L. Burkhard cheered, wrapping his arms around her. Good to see you safe and sound. I'm glad, I must admit, that your professor had you out there with the Lester kids. I don't know how I would have felt about you cutting down your countrymen. As usual, Professor Byleth thinks of everything, Edelgard said, gently and gingerly extricating herself from his grip. How are you doing? It was hard to force the words out. It felt like talking to a ghost. She caught sight of 2 children among Arundel's retinue, one a boy about 15 years old, the other a girl around 12 or 13. The boy was a bit short for his age, a bit round around the middle, with an earnest smile stretching from ear to ear and glossy, thick curls of aquamarine hair falling over his brow. The girl was thin, gangling, with long chestnut hair the same shade as Edelgard's. She must have inherited it from her father, two held out of her face in an ornately braided updo, round glasses perched atop her nose, and a nervous demeanor. All Edelgard could do was stare at these oddly familiar children and wonder who they were, although she didn't have long to do that before the girl tackled her and nearly knocked her down to the ground. "Elle," the little girl squealed, clinging to her tightly, her weight forcing Edelgard to stagger and stumble. "Why you have to tell me everything? I see couldn't see anything up there," she stammered excitedly, her words tripping eagerly over their own feet. "Hetty, get off her," the boy cried out, panicked, as he rushed after her. "Elle's all worn out and bruised, you'll hurt her." Burkhart pulled the girl off of Edelgard with ease and set her down. "Easy, Hetty. Elle didn't survive Gronderfield for you to do her in." Edelgard felt her heart break in two. Hetty. Her only little sister Hedwig, the one who had been the last to die in those horrible dungeons, babbling words beyond meaning in a feverish fugue. And that meant the boy at her side was Pask, sweet Pascal, her only younger brother, who had always been too kind. And she hadn't recognized them. Pascal had been 9 when he had died, Hedwig had nearly been 7. Now they were both starting to grow up. She'd never imagined that Pask would fill out like that, or that Hetty would be such a beanpole, and she had plenty of years left to get even taller. The littlest boy and the littlest girl, who should have lived by all rights instead of her, were standing before her, not so little anymore. "You really were pulling your weight out there, weren't you?" the young woman standing next to Burkhart said. She could have been his twin, the same nose, the same eyes, the same wavy, wheat gold hair shining in the sunlight, the same confident posture. In fact, she was. This was Gerlinde, Edelgard's eldest sister. There was a wry smile on her face. "When Burke told me our little Lazygard had put her nose to the grindstone, I couldn't believe it," she added, reaching out and vigorously tooling Edelgard's hair. "So, what have they been teaching you that's so engaging?" Edelgard recoiled. "Gerlinde is lovely, long fingers. She'd always been so good with the piano," Edelgard suddenly recalled, felt like acid pouring over her scalp. "I've gotten good with an axe, sword, and lance," she choked, forcing her words past the lump in her throat, "and reason, too." Pascal grabbed Gerlinde by the arm. "She doesn't like it when you do that, Lindy," he protested. Edelgard tried to take a deep breath to calm herself. Burkhart, Gerlinde, Pascal, Hedwig, nearly half of her siblings were all right here, and they were all bickering and teasing each other like a big, happy family. Her big, happy family. "What's wr wrong?" Hedwig asked her. Did I really hurt you?" "No, I'm fine," Edelgard said, which was what she always said when she wasn't anywhere near fine. "It's just, I've gone so long without seeing any of you, I missed you. I'd hoped to invite Emmanuel, Justine, Dagmar, Joachim, and Heidi Marie," Arundel spoke up, "but unfortunately, they're a little tied up at the moment. I hope this is a good enough victory gift for my little El." "And what would you have done if the Black Eagles or Golden Deer had won, Uncle Voki?" Gerlinde teased him. "Would we have been her consolation prize?" "I did not allow myself to think of that possibility, darling. I would never bet against a Hresvelg, let alone my own niece," Arundel said with a wry little smile, and Edelgard wondered if he'd still sided with Prime Minister Ludwig during the, apparently peacefully resolved, insurrection of the Seven. "Anselm," he called out, turning and cupping his hand around his mouth. "Come here and say hello to your little sister, for the goddess' sake." Edelgard turned to follow the direction of his shout and saw a young man, solidly built, about her age, with a mop of tousled, shoulder-length jet black hair, standing between Dimitri, Didu, and Rodrigue, conversing animatedly with the two of them in hushed tones too low to hear. But when Arundel's voice reached his ears, he turned around and headed across the grounds, weaving through the crowd back to his family. "Talking with the White Lion, Ansi," Burkhart said, his arms crossed and an amused smile on his face as the other young man drew nearer. "What's he got to say?" "All good things about El, I hope." "Yes," Anselm said, his voice deep and smooth. Good heavens, Edelgard had never imagined any of her siblings growing old enough to have a deep voice. All good things. Apparently, you're the best student in the Blue Lions, El. Well, I try, Edelgard said, trying not to remember that the last memory she had of Anselm was of him screaming that he hated her before a gaggle of hooded mages had dragged him off and killed him with their damned blood experiments. Anselm hugged her. If you're going to be a traitor, you might as well be the best, right? He replied with a wry, teasing smile crossing his face as he pulled back. And are those northern yokels treating you well? Those northern yokels are my classmates, Anselm, Edelgard said, taken aback. How was she supposed to speak to her elder, albeit by a scant 8 months, brother when she'd spent half her life only knowing him as a corpse, only remembering all her regrets and all the things she'd never been able to say to him? And a few of them, she added, are even my friends. Of course they're treating her well, Burkhardt said. Did you hear that she and Prince Dimitri are step-siblings? Anselm smiled and nodded. Oh, yes, he was just telling me. Uncle Volkhard, you never told us Aunt Anselma was so ambitious. That means Prince Dimitri's a part of our family, too, right? Pascal asked. Well, yes, Gerland said, shrugging, but also no. It's more like how we all still call Uncle Volkhard our uncle, even though he's only El's uncle by blood. Don't make things so complicated, Lindy, Burkhardt chided her. Just say he's our step-cousin and leave it at that. Edelgard retreated from the conversation, keeping her arms pinned over her chest as though to keep her heart from leaping out. The voices of her long-lost, long-dead siblings stung her ears. Mercedes was wrong. Ghosts were not just stories. Here in this world, this timeline, a world she didn't belong in, ghosts were real and solid and very much alive. El. Hedwig asked, tugging on her sleeve. El, are you okay? I'm fine, she croaked, taking a hasty step back. This place, these people, were like poison to her. Acid eating through metal. Living, breathing, talking, laughing reminders of the injustice of her existence. Her breath felt short, as though she were lying in a sealed coffin and had started to run out of air, or as though she'd been put back into that horrible dungeon where she belonged. I'm fine, she repeated, friendlier, weaker. She shook her head. Just tired. So tired. It's been a long day, Arundel said, taking her by the arm. Now, Count Berglis has kindly offered us his castle to stay the night in. Would you care to join us? He took her by the arm. Thales, every part of Edelgard's brain screamed at once, and she wrenched her arm free of his grasp. No, she cried out. I'll go myself, she added, conscious of half a dozen concerned, bemused stares boring into her. I just need to take a walk and clear my head first. She fled from her family, their happy, idle chatter and laughter still ringing in her ears as the sun inched toward the horizon. She wandered aimlessly, the abandoned battlefield that would from now on lay fallow edging into the periphery of her vision. None of it registered to her, not even the cruel dramatic irony that she alone knew that today had marked the last battle of the eagle and lion. What cruel wrinkle in time, she asked herself, had forced her to take another Edelgard's place and see the smiling faces of the people who by all rights should have lived instead of her? An unfamiliar voice called out to her. She turned around to find her brother Anselm approaching her. What's wrong? He asked as he closed in on her. Nothing, Edelgard said. I'm just a little tired. Who's bullying you? Excuse me. Anselm laid a hand on her shoulder. She couldn't stop herself from reflexively recoiling. Who, he asked, his voice growing lower, sharper, more urgent, is bullying you, El? No one, she said. I'm not. Is it someone from the Blue Lions? Do they not accept you? Or is it someone from the Black Eagles? Anselm's grip on her shoulder tightened, his eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed angrily. Is that why you transferred houses? Was someone abusing you? I hear there's a commoner in the Eagles this year, is it her? Or the princess from Brigid? No, Edelgard stated, pushing herself away from him. She couldn't look at his face. The Anselm she had known had stopped loving her many years ago, had wasted the last of his breaths telling her he hated her. It was too much that he would be here in front of her, older and stronger and braver, and that he would care about her. I can't explain, she said, but no one is bullying or abusing me or... Is it someone in the church? Or one of the knights? Is it Ferdinand? Is he mistreating you? Why are you so afraid of being touched? Enough, she snapped, slapping away his hand. I am not being bullied, or tormented, or abused, or any such thing by anyone or anything except for my own thoughts. Her words, sharp and stern, hung in the air. Anselm, taken aback, only stared dumbly at her. She said, and then her voice gave out. Her chest rose and fell, her heart rattled in its cage like an unruly songbird, her pulse throbbed. Her mouth hung open, her tongue and throat moved, but no sound came out, not even a whimper. Undaunted, Anselm reached out and set his hand upon her cheek. What happened to you, Elle? He asked, his voice tempered with worry and concern. She took his hand. Soft, manicured, unblemished, unscarred. She took his hand, fell into his waiting arms, and sobbed into his chest. At this age in her world, Edelgard had thought she had long since lost the ability to shed so much as a single tear. From the day she had arrived at Garreg Mach from long before then, in fact to the end of the war, she had never cried once. And she would insist that she had not cried when Dimitri's headless corpse had fallen at her feet, that it had only been the rain falling on her face. She had shed tears for her siblings, and from then on she had never cried, not even for herself, up until the moment she had cradled Byleth's lifeless body and felt desperately for a pulse, and those long-maintained floodgates had faltered and burst open. At this age in this world, though, she cried. She sank into her brother's waiting embrace and cried. Anselm, she said to him, her voice hoarse and weak and muffled, what I am about to tell you may sound strange. But, you would believe me, right? Of course, Elle. You can tell me anything. I've been having these dreams lately. The same dream, night after night, and so vivid that I don't fully realize it when I wake up. In my dreams, I see a future where you, Burkhard, Hetty, Pascal, all of you die. Tortured before my eyes, crying out in vain for salvation as our father stands by, helpless to do anything but watch. The dreams end the same way. I am alone. It's okay, Elle, he said to her. They're just dreams. She felt his hand brush the hair away from her brow and his lips gently press against her forehead. We'll always be here for you. Come to Castle Burgleys and spend the night with us, you won't have any nightmares. I'll keep you safe. Edelgard nestled in his chest and held him closer. The tighter she clung to him, the more it hurt, the tighter she clung. But it was an odd, good hurt, and so she held him closer. It was another 2 days' march from Gronderfield through Murden back to Garreg Mach Monastery, where Claude made good on his promise of a grand feast. The Knights of Syros were there as well to join in on the celebration, further crowding the dining hall, and among those knights was Professor Byleth's father, Captain Geralt Eisner. As Edelgard expected, Byleth loaded her plate with as much food as a normal person could eat in one day and a little bit more, and Edelgard knew that she would be going back for seconds, and possibly thirds, and if she was truly daring, fourths. It was always astonishing to behold the sheer volume of food Byleth could inhale in the name of celebration without getting sick or sluggish. The only time Edelgard had seen Byleth suffer any ill effects from overeating had been the night of their wedding. Kid. Geralt cheered, giving Byleth a hearty, firm slap on the shoulder as she dug into her food. A normal person might have been thrown to the floor by the force of such a gesture, but Byleth was not a normal person in any respect. Sorry I missed the battle, I tried to get back as fast as I could, but... Anyway, however you did, I'm proud as hell of you. Byleth set down her fork and swallowed the mound of mashed potatoes she'd just shoved into her mouth, her throat bobbing. A small smile crossed her face, and then it widened, and her lips parted to show a crescent sliver of parsley-flecked teeth. We won, she announced. Geralt's kind, paternal smile widened just a little bit to match the one on his daughter's face. Neither of them showed much emotion, their inexpressive faces ran in the family, it seemed. I knew you'd kick ass. So, he said, looking over the blue lions clustered around her at the table, who was the star of the show here? Prince Dimitri. Dimitri gave him a bashful shake of his head. No, no. All my strength would have been for naught, he said, hooking his arm around Edelgard's and pulling her close, if it hadn't been for our Professor and Princess Edelgard's leadership on the Eastern Front. It was a team effort. Both Edelgard and Byleth answered at once, their words tripping over each other. None of us alone could have won, Edelgard added, without all of us. Princess Edelgard, Geralt offered her his hand across the table. A pleasure to meet you. Edelgard took his thick, meaty, calloused hand and gave it a firm shake. It was so different than Byleth's hand, but its warmth was the same. Warmth. Geralt was a warm man, hard and stony but radiating a familiar and welcome heat just like his daughter. While he wouldn't get any fatherhood accolades for raising Byleth in his line of work from the tender age of 10 years old, he was perhaps as good a father as a consummate mercenary could possibly be, in much the same way that Dimitri was as good a cook as a man with no sense of taste could possibly be. He was, more or less, a good man, and he loved Byleth, and Byleth loved him in return just as much. And in 2 months, he'd be a dead, good man, and Byleth would be crying for the first time in her life, and it would all be Edelgard's fault. She would watch her teacher's strong, stoic face crumple like used tissues, crack like a beautiful vase thrown to the floor. She would hear her teacher bawl like a child. She would stand there, useless, every trite and hollow phrase of consolation and condolence dying on her tongue before it could crawl from her mouth, finally deciding on some disgustingly stoic, arm's-length appeal to her inner strength, because what else could she say when she had all but driven the knife into his back herself? A pleasure, she said, swallowing a lump in her throat, to meet you, Captain Geralt. So, Geralt said to Byleth, you've got a Faerghus prince and an Adrestian princess in your class, huh? Who's next? Gonna poach someone from Leicester next and round out the set. There was a bit of a pinkish tinge to Byleth's cheeks. She turned her head and looked away sheepishly. Dad. Keep making connections like this and you'll be set for life. Geralt chuckled. I'm sure after your victory, kids from the other houses will be lining up to be one of the Blue Lions. You'll have to beat them off with a stick. I don't think I could beat off that many students, Byleth admitted. Ingrid drove her elbow into Sylvain's side to stop him from snickering. Do you ever listen to yourself speak? A little girl's voice, faint and nearly indistinct against the bustle of the reveling students, chided Byleth in an exasperated, put-upon tone. Byleth cleaned her plate and stood up to have her second full-course dinner of the night, but Dimitri stopped him. Professor, if I may. Can you meet me outside the dormitories? And you as well, Edelgard. I will not keep you away from your meals long, I promise. Byleth nodded, and she and Edelgard followed Dimitri out of the dining hall and across the lawn to the dormitories. Dimitri marched up the steps. Wait here, please, he said, ascending the staircase. Byleth and Edelgard waited there. Thank you so much, Professor, Edelgard said to Byleth as the two of them stood in the cold, brisk night air. With the Battle of the Eagle and Lion behind them, autumn was on its way out. It wouldn't be long, if Edelgard remembered correctly, until the first snowfall of the year. Thank you for everything. I hope I haven't been too, egotistical, as of late. Byleth smiled and patted her on the shoulder. You've been fine. Thank you, Edelgard said, feeling her cheeks burn against the cold air. This might sound like a strange thing for me, a princess, to say, but I've never been happier taking orders from someone as I am taking orders from you. There is something about you that makes pleasing you the most important thing in the world to me. You don't mean that? No, it's a strange sort of charisma you possess. Edelgard wrung her hands nervously, embarrassed to be speaking like this to a woman who wasn't even her Byleth, no matter how similarly they looked and acted. On this night in her past, she'd told Byleth the same thing, and perhaps because she'd been the crown princess, it hadn't sounded so awkward. And her thoughts turned to the letter she had written for her wife, her own Byleth, and the urge to speak those sentiments to this one, as wrong as it would be, felt overwhelming. And why not? She was Byleth. What I mean is, Edelgard said, tripping a bit over her words, that someone such as you, Byleth, should bend your knee to no one. So, you think I should rule the world? Byleth asked her, cupping her hand thoughtfully around her chin. I cannot think of many other people who are qualified. Dimitri bounded back down the staircase, carrying a bundle of furs in his arms. Both looked to have once belonged to great dire wolves, one of them a silvery grey pelt speckled with black and trimmed with white, the other a fox-like auburn bordering on scarlet. There was a nervous smile on his face. "I asked Rodrigue to send these to me a few weeks ago," he said, handing the grey pelt to Byleth and the red pelt to Edelgard. "I thought, since it is getting colder, and we may be making more trips to the northern parts of Faerghus, that you two, especially you, Edelgard, might need help keeping warm. And there is nothing that keeps one warm better than the fur of Faerghus dire wolves." Edelgard ran her hand through the auburn pelt. It had been fashioned into a long, loose, cloak-like mantle. The undercoat was dense, soft, and downy, the guard hairs were long, coarse, and bristly. She tossed it over her shoulders and clasped it over her collar, and suddenly, the only parts of her body that were still cold were her face and hands. Byleth donned her mantle as well. It engulfed her jacket, the speckled silvery fur blending almost completely with the grey fabric in the dark. "Do you like them?" Dimitri asked. I confess that I am not much for gift-giving, and I do not have many fond memories of gift-receiving, so. Do you like them? "It's nice," Byleth said. "I like it." Edelgard nodded. "It's very thoughtful of you, Dimitri." "Thank you. I think I look a bit like that, Hurricane King person," Byleth added. That was what he called himself, right? That guy with the wolf pelt and the creepy helmet. I was not thinking about that," Dimitri said, taken aback. "Furs are rather common winter wear in Faerghus, especially Fhirdiad, so I did not quite make the connection." "Does that upset you, Professor?" "No, it's nice," Byleth replied. "Thank you, Dimitri. It's very sweet of you." "Sweet?" Dimitri stared down at his boots. "I have had a wonderful time in your class, Professor. I cannot restate that enough. Nor can I thank you enough for our victory in the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, as well as everything else. We all did our part." "Yes, that is true, but it was your instruction that allowed us to reach our full potential. Isn't that right, Edelgard? I can think of no better example of Byleth Eisner's prodigious pedagogy than you." "You flatter me, Dimitri," said Edelgard, "but yes, Professor, I, too, cannot thank you enough for being a part of my life." Her heart burned in her chest. There was so much more she wanted to say, but couldn't, because those words were meant for someone who looked and acted like the woman standing before her but wasn't her. Her mouth was dry. "I cannot thank you enough." Edelgard heard the faint sound of that mysterious little girl's voice drift across the air again. "Byleth," it said, "don't you have a—" For a second, if she squinted, she could swear she saw a flash of green and gold near Byleth's head. What was this? Visual and auditory hallucinations? Was she going mad? "Oh, that reminds me," Byleth said. "I have gifts for you too. "Hold on a bit," she said, and she hurried across the dormitories to her quarters, vanishing into the night and leaving Edelgard and Dimitri alone together. "So," Dimitri said, "you really like it?" Edelgard wrapped the fur mantle tighter around her shoulders and hid her hands in it. "I do. I've always been quite sensitive to the cold, and it's only gotten worse as I grow older. In a few weeks from now, I think I'll have trouble taking it off," she said, a little laugh escaping her lips as she let the fur's warmth envelop her. Dimitri smiled, his icy blue eyes warm. "Be careful. In Faerghus, there are folk tales regarding those who take to wearing the pelts of beasts and forget to take them off. Eventually, they become beasts themselves. Werewolves, they are called. And the red wolf moon is upon us," he said, "so, take care you do not become a red wolf yourself." He reached out and buried his hand up to his wrist in Edelgard's mantle. "What about the Hurricane King, then?" His smile faded and he withdrew his hand. "What about him? When we saw him, he wore a wolf's pelt and his helmet was shaped like a wolf's head. Do you think he might be a werewolf?" He blinked, then brushed his snowy hair from his brow. "Perhaps he is. Or perhaps we have both heard too many of Mercedes' scary stories." He shook his head. "By the way, Edelgard. I have been thinking about what you said to me a month or so ago. About hopes and dreams, and being a sword that grasps its own hilt. You spoke so strongly about it, so I wonder. What are your hopes, then? Because you sound quite motivated in general, but I cannot figure out for the life of me what you want to do with your life. Edelgard wasn't quite sure how to answer honestly without giving too much away or possibly alienating him. On top of that, if her answer didn't match up with something Didya might have gleaned from his research into this world's Edelgard before the timelines had intersected, then he might be even more suspicious that she was a changeling sent by Rhea to spy on him, just as Glenn had been sent by those who slither in the dark. Actually, she said, stalling, I just think. Byleth returned at exactly the right moment, slipping silently out of the darkness like an assassin who had lay in wait just long enough to strike at her target. Hi. I'm back, she said, and I have your gifts. She handed a little bundle of parchment paper bound with twine to Dimitri, and another to Edelgard. Dimitri opened his package first, letting the paper and twine fall to his feet as he removed the pair of black leather gloves inside. Professor. Where did you get these? I have been looking all over for these. I found the pair you lost a few weeks ago, Byleth said, but they were worn out and almost falling apart. So I decided to take them to a tanner and get them repaired and reinforced. I hope you like them. He slipped them on over his bare hands, hiding the pale, scarred skin. His smile returned. They fit like, well. This is wonderful, Professor. I do not know what to say. Except, of course, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Again. Edelgard opened her package and found waiting for her inside a silver hair clip with 3 long black eagle feathers flowing out of it. I figured out you were homesick, Byleth said. So, the black eagle feathers. That's an Adrestian thing, right? Anyway, it's a hair clip. It goes in your hair, I think. I've never worn one. Professor, Edelgard whispered, taking the hair clip, which did, in fact, go in her hair, and slotting it into place above her ear. She was homesick, more than Byleth could possibly imagine. She found herself fighting back tears. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Dimitri cleared his throat. I feel silly admitting this now, Professor, but when you first came to lead our class, you unnerved me. You never smiled, and you never showed anger either. And yet you didn't appear to be suppressing your emotions. You just didn't seem to have them at all. At first I thought perhaps you just didn't care for us, but I was wrong. In the half year we've spent together, I've seen the glow of humanity in your eyes and in your actions countless times. And when I'm with you, he said, clearing his throat again, and you as well, Edelgard, I am not so sure how to explain it, but I feel this light. Something, inside, that feels like. He shook his head. I suppose I should retire to bed, these past 5 days have been exhausting and I am clearly not thinking straight. Please, feel free to return to the feast. As for me, I think I've had enough. Thank you, both of you, for the wonderful evening. He rushed the words out as quickly as possible and hurried back up the staircase. No problem, Byleth called out after him. Edelgard and Byleth returned to the feast and the revelry, which had proceeded apace without them, ran longer and longer into the night. Some people started dancing. Some people, particularly Manuela, started dancing on the tables. Some people, particularly Manuela, had gone quite out of control without Sitha's dour insistence on rule-abiding and good example setting to rein them in. Eventually, Edelgard found herself sitting at another table next to Geralt via some whim of the human whirlwind that swirled through the monastery's dining hall with reckless abandon. He was drinking a quart of mead like water, with several empty tankards clustered around him. Hanuman was pulling a nearly passed-out Manuela, whom Geralt had apparently drank well under the table as a means of stopping her from dancing on it, away. She half-heartedly swatted at her bitter rival with a limp arm, which was about all she could manage. Amazingly, Geralt didn't seem the slightest bit drunk for all he'd imbibed. Your Highness, he said to her with a curt nod, as politely as one could with the lip of a tankard pressed to their mouth. I'd ask if you wanted a drink, but ale's a bit of a commoner's beverage, isn't it? I'm sure the rest of you nobles and royals have plenty of good wine here. I've never had much of a taste for wine, actually, Edelgard said. Gerald furrowed his brow, but only for a moment. Huh? Oh, right, they start you kids on wine pretty early in Adrestia, don't they? I confess I've never been one for alcohol of any sort, actually, she admitted. I prefer to keep my wits sharp. But I'll try some ale, I suppose. BYL Professor Byleth has been having me try a lot of things. Before she knew it, there was a pint of ale staring her in the face, a foamy cream-colored head hiding a deep amber pool. It had a bitter, yet fruity, and tart taste, blackberry or blackcurrant, perhaps. Either way, she found she liked it. She was sure that in her own world, in her own body, with its more sensitive palate, she would hate it, but here it was quite good. I am surprised, she said, that there is this much alcohol in the monastery. Of course, in her time and her world, the Black Eagle strike force had depended on the monastery's ample supply of beer and wine to keep morale up, but she was still taken aback that here and now, in the monastery's heyday, the monks produced so much so quickly. Kidda, princess, there's one thing you've got to know about the world. Monks. Nuns. They love beer. They love wine. And you know what they love more than drinking beer and wine? The goddess, I suppose. Selling beer and wine. Every monastery in Fodlan makes its money, fills its coffers, and supports its monks and nuns' habits habits through ale, lager, Shiraz, and Zinfandel, and Gareg Mach is no different. You think taxes are enough for all this? I'd always thought so. Well, the taxes fund the knights. But the rest is all booze, princess. And supplying it keeps the people on the church's side. Keep your people drunk, and they'll love you forever. Ah. I'd thought it was the extrajudicial execution of heretics that kept people on the church's side. Well, the killings help. But the rest is all booze, yes. I get it. Edelgard kept drinking, and the more she drank, the better it tasted. She was starting to see the truth to Geralt's words. Perhaps alcohol, beer, wine, spirits was an important facet of society she had neglected due to her own personal distaste for such things. Perhaps she could bring this knowledge back to her world and unify Fodlan through a network of distilleries, breweries, and wineries stretching across her newly engorged empire. The next time the timelines crossed, she would have to write another note about it. Before she knew it, there were several empty pints before her, and Geralt's choices of conversation topics had started getting weird. You know, princess, all these years, he said, and I've never aged a day, I swear. Showing little Byleth the same face since the day she was born, not a wrinkle gained or lost. It's good that you still feel young at heart, Edelgard replied. Geralt laughed. Nah, I feel old at heart. Young everywhere else. Ask Alois, he'll vouch for me. 30 years he's known me. Ask him how many new gray hairs I've gotten in all that time. I suppose not many. Guess how old I am. Edelgard pondered the question. Unless you were my age or younger when you had Byleth, you must be in your 40s, at least, she said. But Alois met you 30 years ago, didn't he? So you must be in your 50s or 60s. Flattered, but you're way off. Geralt took another long draught from his newest tankard. To be honest, I don't know myself. I stopped counting after 100. Why bother, right? Edelgard coughed and gagged on a mouthful of ale. Oh, 100. Was this a joke? Yeah. Got a blood transfusion way back when I first met, well, she didn't call herself Rhea back then. Archbishop Rhea. That's what she calls herself now. Back then. Who was the Archbishop back then? Never mind. It was still her. Point is, I saved her life, she gave me some blood, and ever since, well, between you and me, I think I'm immortal. Geralt lifted his head and glanced across the sea of revelers, and Edelgard followed his gaze until she found Byleth standing amid the ebb and flow of students and faculty, speaking with Alois and Catherine. Crazy story, huh? If anyone else told it, I bet Rhea would have them executed. If anyone believed it. He laughed. I've got a crazy story, too, Edelgard said, her brain humming pleasantly in her head as she took another swig. I am a time traveler from the future, you see, well, my mind, not my body. I seem to be, possessing my younger body. But I digress. In the future, I'm the emperor of all of Fodlan. The three countries have been unified, you see, and she found herself laughing. Giggling, even, like a little girl. Well, Captain Geralt, forgive my impertinence, but in the future, may have I married your daughter. Geralt looked at her. The smile on his face had frozen into something more resembling a grimace, and the mirth has faded just a little from his eyes. Edelgard felt her blood run cold and the solid anchor of sobriety pull her back down from the heady heights of being utterly soused. What had she just said? What had she done? While Edelgard desperately thought of what she could say to salvage this, Geralt threw his head back and laughed. He pounded his fist on the table. A few tears leaked down his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. So she's, what, in the future? Queen. Emperor consort. Edelgard mustered a nervous laugh and nodded. Was he humoring her, or did he actually believe her? I don't make an ass of myself at the wedding, did I? No, she sighed. She paused, took another swig to give herself some time to think, and swished it around in her mouth a bit to give herself even more time to think. No matter how much time she gave herself, she couldn't seem to think very much. You don't make it. I mean, you can't make it. Away on business. To Almira. Damn. Well, at least business is good. You believe me? She asked, incredulous. Kid, I'm immortal. I've seen some shit. Geralt patted her on the shoulder in a way that might have been patronizing, but Edelgard was honestly too soused to tell. Time travel. Wow. So, what's the future like, Emperor Edelgard? Edelgard didn't answer. Her brain was starting to work again. Sticky, beer-soaked gears and cogs were turning freely. She couldn't change his fate in her world, but here. She grabbed him by the arm and leaned in. Geralt, she whispered, stay very, very far away from Glenferal Darius. Geralt looked at her again. He studied her for a while. Edelgard felt unduly warm, and not just from the heavy fur draped over her shoulders. Okay, time Emperor, he said. I'm sure you know what you're talking about. He went back to drinking. After Edelgard had finally had enough, which was a decision that, much to her embarrassment, Ferdinand and Hubert ended up making for her, she returned to her quarters, more than ready, albeit more resigned than willing, to fall into a death-like slumber and await the killer hangover that would surely await her in the morning. But once she had stumbled into her room, she found a little folded slip of white paper on the floor, no doubt slipped under her door, and unfolded it to find a message scrawled in the same disguised handwriting as the first note that troubled her for the past month. 16 GM 1187. Edelgard no longer felt drunk. A chill ran up her spine, forcing her to shiver in spite of the warm mantle still draped over her shoulders. Whoever had left this note and the first note knew the date of her wedding. Chapter 10, Gazing at Sirius. Captain Geralt stared down intently at the unfolded slips of paper Edelgard had set out on his desk, a grim and serious look settling on his face as he scratched at the scruffy beard lining his jawline. And you're sure these aren't just from some disgruntled student? Like, what's his face, the weird kid? Hubert. It's from someone who knows what I am, Edelgard insisted, pointing to the second and most recent note. Look at this date. 16th of the Garland Moon, 1187. That's just shy of 7 years in the future, Geralt noted. Anything important happen on that date? My wedding. His face softened. My kid's gonna be a Garland bride, he muttered almost wistfully. The Garland Moon was considered a traditional time for marriage. Deep down, it was said, every woman longed to be wed under that auspicious moon with a garland of white roses woven into her hair. Edelgard didn't care one way or another about such a tradition, and she hadn't thought Byleth had cared either, and had just assumed that one of her friends had suggested the date to her. But right now, seeing that look on Geralt's face, a soft twinge at the corner of his hard, chapped lips, Edelgard understood why. I'm sure the writer knew that, she said to him. This letter had to come from someone who knows what that date means to me, someone from the future. But the wedding wasn't public, and I only invited close friends, so only they know the exact date. The legal records of our union were backdated 2 weeks prior for security purposes. And if one of your friends is a time traveler like you, they wouldn't be leaving such a cryptic message. He nodded. I get it. That just makes it weirder. Is anything else important about this date? She shook her head. I'm sure the date is important to someone else for some reason or another. But not to me. Gerald stroked his beard. Well, I'm stumped. Maybe you should let Professor Hanneman in on your secret, he's a smart guy. Or Shamir. She's a tracker could probably pick up a lot of clues from just looking at this paper. Sorry, my head's not built for mysteries. Even if you can't help, at least I have someone to talk to, Edelgard said, folding up the slips of paper and stowing them away as she made her way to the door of Geralt's office. At the very least, it felt good to have a proper co-conspirator at last, even if it was someone she had never expected. She was still shocked that Geralt actually believed her. She thought he'd been humoring her during the victory feast. For even just that alone, I'm thankful, Captain. No problem, Your Highness. Oh, what's she like in the future? Her hand hovered over the doorknob. Byleth. She hasn't aged a day. Edelgard swallowed a lump in her throat. Neither have you. Exactly the same. Not exactly. She smiles more. Laughs occasionally. Sounds like bells. Bright bells. She wondered if she should tell him that Byleth had a heartbeat. That's nice. I've always worried about how stoic she is. Edelgard's hand stayed just a fraction of an inch away from the doorknob, her thoughts turning to the sight that was burned into her mind, the sight of Byleth weeping over her father's corpse, weeping for the next month as her students tried their best to console her. She's gotten much less stoic, she said, trying to keep herself composed. Since my what? Geralt asked. Since you're so supportive of her, Edelgard lied, after she announces her engagement. Your happiness brought a whole new world to her. She set her hand on the doorknob and turned it, but as soon as the door opened, she found herself nearly knocked off her feet as Professor Manuela charged into the room. Geralt, Manuela announced, I need a drink. Saint fucking Sikal, it's not even 2 in the afternoon yet, Geralt said to her. Besides, you look like you've been drinking enough already. He was right. Manuela looked haggard, Edelgard noticed, pale, ashen, with deep grey crescents hanging under bloodshot eyes. Typically, this was a look reserved for the morning after a catastrophically bad date, but as far as Edelgard knew, she hadn't been seeing anyone else. You wouldn't say that if you knew what I just saw. Break out the good stuff. Oh, hi, Princess Edelgard. Congrats on distinguishing yourself in battle. Thank you, Professor, take care, Edelgard said, weaving around her and making a hasty exit. A leaden lump had formed in her gut. It had been around this time of year in her world when Solan's experiments had begun to bear fruit and a mysterious illness had swept through the village of Remire. Was that where Manuela had come from? She exited into the hallway and let the door swing shut behind her, then crouched down to the floor and pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear what Manuela might say in between swigs of booze. So what's this all about? Geralt asked Manuela. You're not usually a day drinker. Did you get dumped again? I wish. It's about work. You and Shamir just got back from Remire, right? There was a long pause, presumably while Manuela wet her whistle. Edelgard recalled the strange sight of the half-entombed Manids on Adua. Remire, one had whispered with his last breath. She had wondered what horrible deeds were being wrought there in this world so different from her own, and now it seemed she would find out. I did, Manuela answered, unusually laconic. I heard rumors people have been getting sick there. Had your work cut out for you, huh? You don't know the half of it. Another pause, another swig. First patient I looked at, healthy guy, big, strapping young lad, all his teeth were falling out. He didn't have a jawbone anymore. It was, just pliable flesh. Another girl, a little girl, she had a goiter on her neck, swollen to half the size of her head. And a man, an old man, had burns all over his arms and chest, red and black, like he'd been roasted over a spit. I went to put a poultice on the burns and dress them, and his skin just sloughed right off, like, she retched. Like meat off the bee. I think I'm gonna be sick. Edelgard heard the clatter of hasty commotion followed by the sound of vomit splattering against the bottom of an empty pail. "Take it easy," Gerald said once Manuela had stopped vomiting. "Need some water?" Another pause, another glug, this time of something that wasn't intoxicating. "Thanks," Manuela croaked. "I did what I could, but concoctions and white magic could only do so much. The ones who were sick were. I swear they were rotting from the inside out. It's times like this I wish the church allowed autopsies. Sounds like the last thing you'd want to do is cut one of those corpses open. Not me, personally, no. But someone else might have less of a gag reflex." Another scramble for a pail, or perhaps a chamber pot, and another round of vomiting. "So, what do you think it was? A plague? Poison? Dark magic? If it is dark magic, it's the darkest I've ever seen." Edelgard felt her blood run cold, flickering snatches of memory fever, knives, open wounds, weeping sores, gangrene, bloody vomit running through her head against the vivid images of deformity and decay conjured by Manuela's words. What perverse experiments were those who slither in the dark conducting in Remire? Could they be doing something worse than what they'd done to her? Is there anything I can do? My child and I owe the people of Remire. If something's happening there, we've got to help them. Thanks for the offer, but I don't know what you could do to help. I still have a lot more studying to do. If it's a plague, it could be worse than the one that struck Faergus. I have to see if it's infectious. You're going back there? Damn it, Geralt, I'm a physician, not a... She heard footsteps coming from down the hall and hastily pulled away from the door. "Edelgard?" Byleth asked, coming to a stop and looming over her. "You okay?" "Ah, Professor, I just had to adjust one of my bootstraps," Edelgard said, picking herself up. "If you mean to speak with your father, I believe he's talking to Professor Manuela right now." Byleth nodded. "Oh. Thank you. It's not urgent, I hope." "No, it's not urgent." She shook her head. "I was just going to talk to him about that fishing trip I promised the class. There's a mountain stream just a little to the east, only a short hike from here, and it's perfect. I want him to come." "Sounds great." Edelgard realized she was holding herself stiffly around Byleth. There really wasn't so much as a single hair's difference between her and her wife. An exact copy, a perfect replica in face and voice, and a little voice in the back of Edelgard's mind was screaming at her to reach out to her, to caress her, to feel, to touch. She and Byleth headed down the hallway and downstairs together. She kept her hands pinned to her sides. "So you like fishing?" Byleth said as the two of them went outside. Hoarfrost crunched under their boots, a glittering, silvery glaze had descended over the monastery, coating the grass and frosting the roofs and the hedges and rose bushes. "Yes? Is that odd? I didn't think so when you told me, but I guess it's not a usual hobby for a princess." Edelgard heard the faint, ghostly girl's voice again. "This one truly is nearly as odd as you," it said. She stuck a finger in her ear and tried to clean it out. Why was she constantly hearing these things that weren't there? Was she going mad? "Are you okay?" Byleth asked her. "No, I just, I've had this incessant ringing in my ear and it's quite vexing. Anyway, I've done a fair bit of fishing myself in the river that runs through Inbare to the sea. A while back, I had a friend who was a mercenary, not unlike you," she lied, "and she taught me how to fish." "That's interesting," Byleth said flatly, but Edelgard knew she meant it earnestly. "I wish Flayn hadn't left. She'd like to go on this fishing trip." "She would. Perhaps when the Hurricane King has been found and detained, it will be safe for her to return here." "I hope so. That reminds me, he and that Death Knight were spotted in town last night, so be careful." "What were they doing?" "They were going after, Byleth put a finger to her chin and thought. "A church official. I think his name's Aelfric." "Do you know why?" She shrugged. "Ask his parents." "No, I mean why he was attacked." Edelgard recalled something Hubert had said to her. "They say the Death Knight targets people with great faith in the goddess, doesn't he?" "That's what Eloise told me," Byleth said, patting her on the back, "so you with your whole revelation thing. You should be extra careful." Don't go out alone at night. I won't, Professor, Edelgard said. And then, before she could stop herself, she added, would you care to accompany me, then? She stood in place, frozen, mortified by her own audacity and horrified by her sudden loss of self-control. Sorry, I can't, Byleth said. Excuse me, I just remembered I'm having lunch with Dedu and Ash at 2. I'll have to get going. Her eyes rolled up into the back of her head, showing all whites and just a sliver of blue, and she crumpled to the ground. Edelgard sprang forward to catch her. Byleth, she cried out, forgetting for a moment her impropriety. And then her head exploded. It was a ringing, throbbing, pulsing, pounding, splitting pain, like an axe hewing through a thick tree trunk to make firewood, and she herself lost her balance and fell. She felt herself burn again, the world around her flickering. For a moment, she saw the monastery grounds vanish and the tall, vaulted great hall of the imperial palace engulf her. For a moment, she felt the familiar weight of a crown atop her head and a cape draped over her shoulders. In a moment, it was all gone and she was back in the monastery. And there was a little girl standing hovering over Byleth's crumpled body, a girl no older than 12 by the looks of it, draped in splendid regalia and wearing an ornate tiara, a waterfall of forest green hair cascaded down her back. Her skin and clothes and hair and everything about her were translucent. Edelgard could see the rose bushes through them. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her mouth agape and jaw slack as her unconscious body went through the same motions as Byleth's and fell, not to the ground but about a foot above it. The sight of her, the same spectre she'd seen when the world had frozen, filled Edelgard's mind with fear, as though water so cold it burned was pouring into the fissure in her skull. Edelgard passed out. Her last thought, focusing on the vision, the hallucination, it had to be a hallucination of the phantasm haunting her wife. What in the goddess' name was happening to her? Edelgard and Byleth's odd simultaneous fainting spells ended up being counted as nothing more than a simple case of vertigo, but for the next few days, Edelgard pondered with growing unease what could have caused that splitting headache and why she had seen and heard that strange apparition. As Hanneman had said, the episodes she had that sent her momentarily back to her own world seemed to be caused by some force or process that was causing the two timelines to press closer to each other. Those fainting spells could have been another symptom of that mysterious force or process, but why was Byleth affected just as she was? She couldn't be the other time traveler, surely she would have told Edelgard if she was. And that spectre, Edelgard didn't believe in ghosts, but perhaps it was not a ghost at all but rather some entity connected to the flow of time, some sort of time child. She was jolted out of her musings by the sound of a pile of books hitting the floor. Every head in the classroom turned in the direction of the sound and caught sight of Annette crouched down amid a pile of textbooks while Mercedes looked worryingly on. I told you, Annie, Mercedes scolded her, you'd hurt yourself if you tried to carry my books for me. No, I've got it, Annette insisted, scooping up the books into her arms in an awkward, precarious bundle. It's no problem. I've got it. Edelgard was about to hurry to her side and help her, but Ash, who was closer, beat her to it, and the three students all settled into their desks and waited with the rest of the Blue Lions for their teacher to arrive. On some mornings, Byleth showed up for her lectures early. For the most part, though, she showed up exactly on time. This morning, she was not running early. Her students, though, knowing that she preferred to start her class as soon as she arrived and not when the monastery's bells rang in the hour, always arrived early, just in case. When Byleth was punctual, the Blue Lions classroom was always a little rowdy in the few minutes between when the students arrived and she arrived. Students would chat and squabble with each other, squeeze in a few fleeting final minutes of shut-eye, sit back and put their feet up on their desks, all sorts of behavior typical of restless adolescents but quite unbecoming of nobility and officers. These past few days since the students had returned from Gronder Field, the classroom was even more restless now that their strenuous month of restless secret training for the big battle was over and done. Edelgard didn't care much anymore whether someone's behavior was unbecoming of nobility, since the trappings of nobility were nothing but artificial pomp designed to make people think they were inherently superior to commoners. In fact, as long as they had a good head on their shoulders, she had come to relish the company of nobles who refused to put on airs. But Sylvain caught her eye this morning, now that her mind was no longer elsewhere and elsewhen, not because he was being particularly lackadaisical or offensive, but because of the book he held open in his hand while lounging back in his seat with his boots resting on the surface of his desk. He was skimming it with a faint smile on his face, his eyes roving back and forth across the page, his lips occasionally parting ever so gently as they mouthed the occasional word. Sylvain caught her eye, or rather his entertaining diversion did, because the book in his hand was not the kind of romance or adventure novella one could buy in the local bookstore. Rather, it was a plain and fairly simple notebook, a little old and a little shabby, its pages bound within a leather cover with string. Edelgard knew exactly who that notebook belonged to, and it did not belong to Sylvain. She stood up straight, marched over to him, and stared icily down at him, her hands on her hips. "Sylvain," she said, "what are you doing with Bernadetta von Varley's journal?" He looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes, momentarily dumbstruck, mouth agape. The book clamped shut around his thumb. Is it? I didn't know," he finally managed to say. Having overheard Edelgard, Ingrid was on him in an instant. "What? Sylvain, what the hell are you doing with a girl's diary?" She snatched the book out of his hand. Wait, no," Sylvain stammered, pawing at the book. "I'll give it back. It's all just a big misunderstanding, Do you have an ounce of shame? Of all the lows you could stoop to, I never thought you'd go this low." Sylvain snatched the book back and held it close, almost protectively, to his chest. "I'll give it back to her, okay? It's not like it's got anything intimate inside it, anyway." Edelgard set her hand on Ingrid's shoulder. "Ingrid, go back to your desk. I'll deal with this. Bernie and I are friends. Sylvain, get up. We're giving it back to her right now." Ingrid let out a frustrated sigh. Beneath her golden hair, her face was livid. "Thanks, Edelgard," she said. "I'll let Professor Byleth know where you two are if you aren't back in time. Don't let him off easy." "I won't." Edelgard grabbed Sylvain by the arm and wrenched him out of his seat. "Come on. You and I are going to have a talk." She strode out of the classroom and onto the lawn with Sylvain trailing unwillingly behind her. "Why are you like this?" she asked him. "What?" he replied, taken aback. "You're smart, strong, and perceptive. You're talented, you pick up new skills easily. I've seen that quite clearly during our training." Sylvain's face was as red as his hair. "Are you, Your Highness? I wouldn't mess with a woman who's already engaged. That isn't what I meant. Someone as intelligent as you should know better than to act like such a louse. Unless you think you can get away with it thanks to your noble standing." He was silent for a moment. "You're right," he finally said, after a pensive pause. "Someone as intelligent as me should know better. And I do know better. I know I'm making an ass of myself. That's the whole point. You're making yourself look like a scumbag on purpose. Why wouldn't I? It doesn't matter either way. I can act like as much of a scoundrel as I want, break as many girls' hearts as I want, be rude and obnoxious and unpleasant, or even go a month without brushing my teeth or bathing, and everyone will still love Sylvain of House Gautier, bearer of the crest of Gautier and wielder of the Lance of Ruin." There was a hard look in his amber eyes and a bitter set to his jaw. "That's incredibly presumptuous of you." A mirthless laugh escaped Sylvain's lips. "Yeah, you're right. The truth is, everyone loves me, and nobody does. It's not me they love, it's my bloodline. Your crest. See, you get it. That's what I like about you, Edelgard. My parents always gave me everything I wanted. They doted on me and treated me like I was the center of the universe while my big brother got nothing. Were they rewarding me for my behavior or my accomplishments? No, they were rewarding me for the accident of my birth. How I acted didn't even factor into it. And those girls who throw themselves at me, you think they care if I'm handsome or chivalrous? No, all that matters to them is that slim chance to marry into nobility. Because of my crest. So you'd like to see how low you'd have to go to make them stop, Edelgard said. I see. I think that's a fool's errand, Sylvain. You're better off quitting while you're ahead. You could be a slovenly rapist with chronic halitosis and a face like a gargoyle, and people would still fawn over you because you, the future Margrave Gautier, bear the crest of Gautier. You'd know all about that, huh? Edelgard shook her head. Adrestia doesn't put as much stock in crests as Faergus does. My status as ninth princess consigned me to the life of an idle noble, not my status as one who bears a crest. But all across Fodlan, the aristocrats get away with shocking and appalling behavior and never face their reckonings, all because their power and status makes them untouchable. I've heard and seen things from them that would curdle even your blood. It would be a shame if you threw away all of your redeeming qualities just because you wanted to lash out at this unfair social order. There are more productive things you could be doing. But I digress. Why did you steal Bernadetta's notebook? I didn't steal it, Sylvain said, vehemently shaking his head. He still clung to the book as though he were protecting it. I found it in the library. Edelgard crossed her arms. And I was going to give it back right away, but it opened by itself. It opened by itself, I swear. And it wasn't a diary or lecture notes or anything like that, it was a story. I read the first page and, he sheepishly scuffed the grass with the toe of his boot, suddenly rendered bashful by his confession. I couldn't help myself. It was just so good. Before I knew it, I'd read a chapter, and then the whole thing, and then I'd started rereading the parts I really liked. Bernie is a very private girl, Edelgard told him. If she finds out you looked in her notebook without her permission, she'll panic. She took the book from him. I'm going to hand this back to her. You're going to apologize. And you won't even hint that you've read a single page. Sylvain laughed, and this one didn't sound quite so mirthless. No wonder you and Ingrid are besties. Edelgard marched him up to Bernadetta's room, which stood on the first floor of the dormitories with its door exposed to the open air unlike the hallway on the second floor. She knocked softly on the door. She'd checked up on Bernie a few times since she'd arrived in this world, kept Ferdinand off her back, offered her a sympathetic ear once or twice, and hopefully, that meant the poor girl wouldn't freak out too much. No one answered the door. Well, we tried, Sylvain said. How about we leave the book on the stoop and head back to class? Edelgard made him wait a little longer, but the church bells tolled 8 o'clock and class was now in session, so she dragged him back to class with Bernadetta's notebook hidden safely in her bag. She'd have to give the notebook back the next time she saw her, and worry about coaxing an apology out of Sylvain later. She and Sylvain hurried back to the classroom to find Byleth waiting for them along with a few new, but not unfamiliar faces. Hi, Edelgard. Ingrid told me why you and Sylvain were late, Byleth said. She gestured to the new students standing in the middle of the room. As I was just saying to the rest of the class, we've got some new recruits. Let's welcome them to the Blue Lions. Bernadetta von Varley stood in the center of the classroom, which explained why Edelgard hadn't found her in her room. She kneaded her hands together in that same fretful way she always did, her tired gray eyes nervously scanning the room from behind a curtain of messy violet bangs. Next to her, looming over her like a giant, his girth filling the room, stood Raphael Kirsten, who was as always beaming, a broad smile crossing his broad, brick-like face. Raphael was an exaggeration of a man, everything about him was extreme, from the muscles threatening to pop every button on his shirt with every slightest movement to his heavy brow and a dimple in his chin so deep that food could get trapped in it. And next to him stood Ignatz Victor, tiny by comparison, though not as tiny as Bernie, wiry and bespectacled, with hair like a head of cabbage and multicolored remnants of paint stains clinging stubbornly to his fingertips. Edelgard waved to Bernadetta. Hi, Bernie. Bernadetta smiled more of a grimace, really, a fierce smile like that of a cornered animal, and timidly waved back. So, Raphael, why don't you introduce yourself first? Byleth asked. Sure, Professor. Raphael said, thumping his massive fist against his massive chest. Name's Raphael. I tussled with some of you back at Gronderfield last week. Anyway, I'm from Leicester. Nothing special about my heritage, my folks were merchants back when they were still alive. I love strength training, and food, and bulking up, and meat. And my best pal, Ignatz. He clapped Ignatz on the shoulder, who nearly fell over from the force of the blow. Anyway, I'm here to become a knight. Felix rolled his eyes. Oh, great, he muttered, his arms folded tightly across his chest. Another one. Thanks, Raphael, Byleth said. We're happy to have you. Ignatz. Ignatz bowed and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Hi, I'm Ignatz Victor. I'm from Leicester, too, of course, and my parents were merchants, too. I fought some of you at Gronder Field, and I'm sorry about your leg, by the way, Felix. It's fine, Felix said. Anyway, I want to be a knight. I guess, he added, lying very unconvincingly. Edelgard knew him well enough from her own world to know that all he really wanted to be was a painter, if the stains on his fingers didn't make that obvious. She wouldn't have trusted anybody else to paint her and Byleth's portraits on the night of their wedding. I'm looking forward to being a part of the Blue Lions. Looks like you've got a few new friends, Ingrid, Glenn said, teasing his unwilling fiancé. We're looking forward to having you, too, Ignatz, Byleth said. And here's Bernadetta. Bernadetta, would you like to introduce yourself? Bernadetta shook her head. And no, that's fine, she said. I mean, if I don't have to. Professor, if I may do the honors. Edelgard took a step forward. Bernadetta is an old classmate of mine. She's the daughter of Count Varley. She's shy around people and a gentle soul, and as we've seen at Gronder Field, she's tenacious and quite a good shot. I hope she finds a welcome home among us lions. Well said, Edelgard, Dmitri said, rising from his seat. Bernadetta, Raphael, Ignatz, all three of you distinguished yourself at Gronder Field last week. As head of this house, I must extend to you all a warm welcome to the Blue Lions. Why you must? Bernadetta stammered. You mean, you wouldn't if you had a choice? No problem, Your Highness. Raphael said. Feels great to be here already. You've got to share your strength training routine with me. Take a seat anywhere you like, Byleth told the new recruits, and Raphael found a desk to wedge himself into near to do. Ignatz seated himself near Ingrid, and Bernadetta stood in the center of the classroom. Edelgard took a seat near the back of the classroom and beckoned for her to follow. Bernadetta took the hint and slipped gingerly into the empty seat beside Edelgard's. Thank you, Lady Edelgard, she whispered. No problem, Edelgard said. I think you'll do well here, Bernadetta, the students here are quite a kind bunch once you've gotten to know them. Just to let you know, though, Didier likes to invite new recruits to lunch so he can get to know them better. He cooks delicious food, but it's very spicy and his first batch might be a bit more than you can handle. Okay. And Mercedes likes to tell ghost stories to new recruits. Oh okay. Also, Sylvain found this in the library a few days ago, she said, taking out the notebook and laying it in front of Bernadetta, and hadn't gotten a chance to return it to you yet. He's sorry it took too long. Oh, Bernadetta let out a shocked gasp and hastily shoved the notebook into her bag. Her face had turned beet red. He didn't. Not a word, Edelgard told her. He swore he didn't read a word of it. She let out a relieved sigh. So now that we're all here, Byleth addressed the rest of the class. I have an announcement before we begin our lecture on, she addressed her cue card. Archery formations. This Sunday, we're all going on a fishing trip with my dad to celebrate our victory. If you've never gone fishing before, I think you'll like it. If you have gone fishing before and you didn't like it, I think I can change your mind. And now, let's look at the sharpshooting tactics of. While Byleth launched into a lecture that was as riveting as always, Edelgard felt her attention drawn again and again toward Bernadetta. If Bernie was the other time traveler, she would tell her, wouldn't she? Who else could it be? Ignatz. No, surely he would have told her if he was. He and Bernie were both smart enough that they'd probably have noticed that Edelgard was displaced in time. And surely both of them would be acting more like their future selves, Bernadetta less skittish and hysterical, Ignatz more confident and self-assured if they were both from the future, like she was. She hadn't noticed anyone in this world who'd been acting oddly more mature than they had when she'd originally been enrolled here. Was it possible the time traveler could be intentionally trying to blend in and act like their past self? Was it possible they had sinister intentions in this world? Edelgard tried to set all of that out of her mind, however briefly, for the weekend's fishing trip. As Byleth had said, the stream she had picked out was just a few hours' hike through the mountains. The class left the monastery late Saturday afternoon once everybody had finished with their week's assigned group tasks, using the last of the daylight to make it to the stream and set up camp. Although trekking up a mountain was not many people's idea of a relaxing diversion, compared to the training gauntlet that had spanned the month before Gronder Field, it was as relaxing and soothing as a hot bath. That Saturday night, Ash and Didu fed the class with a flavorful lentil soup cooked over the campfire. With a warm bowl clasped in Edelgard's hands and steam from the freshly ladled soup caressing her face, and the thick fur cloak draped over her shoulders, she could barely feel the bitter chill of the cold night air, and the soup's rich and spicy aroma cleared her mind as well as it cleared her sinuses. "Have you ever noticed," Dmitri asked no one in particular, sitting near the fire and running his hand idly through the coarse grass beneath him, "that sometimes you find edible plants among weeds?" "Please do not eat the weeds, Your Highness," Didu said to him, handing him a bowl. "Here. Have this soup." "I was just saying," he muttered sheepishly. "Hey, this is great!" Raphael exclaimed, digging into his soup with gusto. "Ash, Didu, you guys are the best cooks I've ever met." He'd taken quite a liking to Didu's recipes, so Edelgard had heard. Didu's interrogation of him had lasted the better part of an afternoon because he'd kept asking for extra helpings. "All it's missing is the meat." "Actually, it's not missing the meat," Ash explained. "It's a lentil soup." Raphael furrowed his massive brow. "Beans and lentils have protein in them, just like meat." "Oh. So, Didu, your people can get big and strong like you, even when you're just eating stuff like this?" "Could," Didu corrected, his face as stony as usual. "Professor, would you like it hotter? I have a bottle of crushed peppers." Byleth nodded and held her bowl out. "Yes, please." "Thank you, Didu." Didu took a small glass bottle from his bag, uncapped it, tipped it on its side, and shook a few flakes of dried, crushed peppers into her soup. "Tell me when to stop," he said. Byleth didn't tell him to stop for a very long time. "That's my girl," Gerald crowed, tooling her hair as she slurped soup that was more pepper now than lentil with only a few beads of sweat popping up on her reddening brow. "Your mom would be proud of you, kid." "Did she enjoy food like this, too, Captain?" Annette asked. "No, she had a weak constitution," he said to her. "But she loved to try new things, and she loved to live vicariously through me and my cast-iron stomach." He gave his belly a loving pat. "You know, Almiran dishes are getting really popular in Leicester, especially in Derdriu," Ignatz spoke up. "Didu, are there any places in Faerghus where Duskur food has really caught on?" An awkward silence fell across the campsite. Ignatz's face, similarly, fell. Didu shook his head. "No," he said. "Duskur food is not even popular in Duskur anymore." "Oh. I'm so sorry." "It is in the past," Didu assured him, but Edelgard knew the pained, shamed look on Ignatz's face well. Guilt came to him frequently and easily, and he always wore it very plainly on his face. He would probably spend the next few weeks pointedly avoiding Didu as a form of penance. "At least it is popular here," Didu added. "I cannot ask for more than that." Raphael nudged Ingrid, who was not eating anything, in the side. "Pissed. Hey, Ingrid. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" When she just looked away without saying anything, he added, "Oh, I get it. You're worried there won't be enough to go around if you have any. Well, have the rest of mine, then. I gotta save room for fish tomorrow, anyway." He forced his bowl into her hands. "Kman, eat. Like Ash said, those lentils will help you bulk up." Ingrid gingerly, warily, cautiously brought a spoonful of soup to her mouth and ate it. Perhaps it was only the way the firelight flickered on her face, but her mouth curled just slightly upward and lips puckered as though she was trying to hide the fact that she enjoyed it. Edelgard noticed, though, that by the end of the night, the bowl Raphael had passed to her was empty. "Didu, I have a proposition for you," Ash said as he ladled the last dregs of leftover soup from the pot into a bowl for Bernadetta. "One day, when I'm retired from being a knight and you're done being His Highness retainer, I want us to open a restaurant together. We'll make Duskur food popular in Duskur again. And everywhere else, too. The people of Faerghus need to see that your culture created beautiful things. That is kind of you." "I will consider your offer," Didu said. "But that will be many years from now." "It'll never catch on," Glenn said, eerily cheery. "You're fooling yourself, Felix said to Ash. He isn't going to leave the boar's side until the day he dies. Not if I die first, Dimitri said. Would you kids lighten up? Geralt interjected. Speaking of dying, Mercedes said, fiendishly rubbing her hands with a ghoulish grin on her face, aren't our 3 new recruits still due for their initiation? I have a few new scary stories to tell in the dark. Bernadetta sat up straight and froze, looking for all the world like a frightened deer ready to bolt into the woods. Edelgard inched closer to her to steady her. Scary stories, eh? Geralt laughed. I've got a few of my own. Back in the Blade Breakers, we would tell each other the grimmest, goriest stories we knew every Saturday night to toughen each other up. He gave Byleth a pat on the shoulder. And this kid's heard every single one of them. I bet she's impossible to scare. Edelgard suddenly found that she understood a lot more about her wife. Mercedes smiled devilishly. And how much do you bet, Captain? Geralt reached into his pack and set a jingling burlap bag stuffed with gold coins, no doubt on the ground in front of him with stern and unshakable determination. There was a serious look on his face, now the face of a gambling man. This much. Have you two heard of Harold the Scarecrow? Mercedes asked him. Yup. The noblewoman's blemish? Of course. The dead man's hand. Love the dead man's hand. The Hook. The Hook. Everybody knows The Hook. Aaron Kelly's Bones. A classic. I haven't heard any of these stories, Dimitri said. Perhaps you two could take turns telling them to us. Why don't we make a game out of it? Sylvain suggested. Whoever's story scares the most of us wins the bet. With that, the game began. The scarecrow that came to life and slaughtered its tormentors, the vain noblewoman whose facial blemish ruptured and let loose a horde of spiders, the woman terrorized by the skeleton of her late husband, the bloody hook hanging on the carriage's door, and so on, and so on. It was agreed that while Geralt had by far the goriest and most lurid tales in his library, Mercedes was a much more skilled performer and storyteller and could more easily get her audience to jump and shriek on cue. Still, the competition lasted well into the night, the fire burning down to embers, with no clear winner in sight. Before a winner could be announced, Byleth and Dedue, being seemingly unflappable, were the judges. Bernadetta timidly raised her hand. I have a scary story, she stammered. Everyone's head turned toward her. I mean I don't have to tell it now, do I, she said, biting her lip and kneading her hands. I just said I had one, not that I mean, surely none of you want to hear it. Oh, way to go, Bernie, now you look like an idiot in front of everyone, why can't you just keep your mouth shut? Edelgard very gently laid her hand on top of hers and gave her an encouraging nod. Is it one we might know? Mercedes asked her. If it's an old classic, I could tell it for you. Just give me the title. No, Bernadetta shook her head. No, I made it up. So I'm probably the only one who'll find it scary, anyway. Just forget I brought it up, she squealed, burying herself in her coat and drawing her hood up over her head. Ah, Kman, you can share it with us. Annette encouraged her. No, you're all just going to embarrass me, aren't you? I wanna hear Bernie's story, Sylvain spoke up. We all wanna hear Bernie's story, right? He elbowed Felix in the side, then jabbed him a few more times for good measure. Yes, Felix agreed with a resigned sigh, we all want to hear Bernie's story. Up and at 'em, Bernadetta, Ingrid encouraged her. You've got this. Yeah, go for it, Bernie. Raphael cheered. Oh okay, Bernadetta stammered after a bit more cajoling. Here goes nothing. She took a deep breath. Edelgard took off her fur cloak and draped it over her shoulders so that she'd feel warmer and more secure, a trick she'd found out a few years ago to help her with her anxiety. Emboldened, Bernadetta began to tell a ghost story. By the end of the night, Ash was hiding behind Dedue, Raphael was trying, and failing, to hide behind Ignatz, Ingrid was biting her nails ragged, Sylvain was utterly enraptured and completely terrified, and Dimitri looked ill. Did you like it? Bernadetta asked. Oh, no. You all hated it, didn't you? I'm so sorry, Jay, just forget about it. Geralt stood up, took his sack of gold coins, and dropped it at her feet. That was amazing. Sylvain exclaimed. Do you write stories for fun or something, Bernie? He asked, earning a sour glare from both Ingrid and Edelgard. Edelgard shivered, struggling to chase Bernadetta's lurid description of the rats in the haunted castle's walls from her mind. Bernie, she whispered, trying to keep herself from stammering or her teeth from chattering, may I have my cloak back now? Huh? Oh. Sorry, Your Highness. Bernadetta stammered, shrugging off the cloak and handing it back to her. That night, everyone tried to sleep as best they could, though a few nightmares here and there were unavoidable given how long the scary story competition had lasted. Not to Edelgard's surprise, her old nightmares had returned to haunt her, and not just her. She woke up in the earliest hour in the morning when the horizon was only just starting to turn violet and decided, as the phantom sensation of rats nibbling on her toes lingered, that she wouldn't even try to get back to sleep. Instead, she slipped out of her bedroll and left her tent, basking in the vast field of unobstructed starlight that shone down on the campsite and the tiny crescent sliver of the moon sinking closer to the lightening horizon. The stream near the campsite, the stream the class would be fishing in tomorrow, babbled quietly to itself, and the wind blew through the trees and swayed through the alpine branches with ghostly whispers trailing in its wake. It was all too easy to see ghosts here, slithering in the dark out of the corner of her eye. Edelgard kept spying the faint, fuzzy impressions of ghostly faces watching her. It wasn't too irrational, though, to think that those who slither could be watching her here. She heard a low, quiet moan and crept toward the source of the sound, one hand tightly grasping the handle of the knife she'd brought with her to clean whatever fish she caught, just in case whoever or whatever was making that noise was hostile. Deep down, though, that low, almost animalistic sound called to mind the moans and groans of her dying brothers. She could hear those sounds coming from Burkhard as he struggled to breathe, or Anselm as the bruises and broken bones the dungeon guards had inflicted on him throbbed and ached. When she spotted the silhouette at the bank of the stream, it was on all fours like an animal, and Edelgard almost took it for a wolf or a mountain lion before it lifted its head out of the running water and she saw a flash of silver. Glenn, it choked out in a human tongue, strained and pained, Yuri. Emil. Merci, I'm so. Father, I'm sorry. It plunged its head back into the water and ripped it back out. Father, Mother, please, please. Ma. Edelgard conjured a tongue of flame in her free hand and watched the firelight dance off glistening, soaked pale skin and silver hair. Dimitri. Dimitri looked up at her, but didn't seem to see her. His ice blue eyes were wide and blank, unfocused, blind. Ma. She crouched beside him and gently pulled him back from the water's edge by the scruff of his neck. You'll catch pneumonia if you do that, she said to him. He blinked a few times, and then, suddenly, he saw her. Ah. Edelgard, I'm sorry, I had lost myself a little. You couldn't sleep, either. No, she said, helping him dry his hair on her cloak. A familiar nightmare of mine. Bernie's story must have brought it to the forefront of my mind. That girl has quite an imagination. Yes, she has quite the intimate understanding of fear. Which part of the story did you think it was? The part with the rats. Dimitri blanched and nodded. Do not go around saying this to anybody, but I find I am deathly terrified of rats. So am I, Edelgard confessed. I had a terrible experience with them in a confined place once. So did I. It was while I was imprisoned after the tragedy of Dusker. The rats fed on us when we were too weak to fight back. I still have some scars on my toes. I just cannot look at them the same way again. The rats, not my toes. He let out a self-effacing little laugh. The white lion of Therdiad, terrified of rats. And you, a black eagle. A proud cat and a bird of prey, frightened of the things they're meant to feed on. Funny, that, Edelgard agreed. She felt almost envious that he spoke of his trauma so casually, revealed those secrets so readily, though not the secrets beneath those secrets, while she'd had to keep everything hidden behind a mask of quiet determination. It was something so different between them, despite their identical circumstances. There was an earnestness there that, perhaps, she herself lacked. You're like her, you know, he said to her. Who? Mother. Your mother, my stepmother. She was kind, but distant. I can remember her sometimes, sewing by the window with a lonely look in her eyes. She was unreachable when she was in her moods. And like that, you suddenly became kind, but cold. Like her. Edelgard took his hand. It was freezing. I wish I remembered her better, she said. So do I, he said. I only have fragments. Bits and pieces here and there, faint, vague, but I remember her love. I'm glad that it connects us both. They sat together for a while on the bank of the stream, looking up at the stars as the dawn light on the horizon grew stronger and forced them to fade away. Edelgard watched the path traced by the blue sea star, the brightest star in the sky. The blue sea star, she said. That's where the goddess dwells. Where she came from, they say, Dimitri answered. Sometimes I wonder, but it's wrong of me. You wonder what? Nothing. You can tell me? His voice cracked. I wonder if she ever really left. I understand, Edelgard said. Everything you suffered through, all those years of torment, all those prayers that must have gone unanswered. No, Dimitri said, shaking his head. No, my prayers were answered. I was saved. But the others, the other children who were tortured and killed. Mother, our mother, she didn't come for them. I thought the goddess was supposed to be fair back then. He let out an evasive laugh. But look at me. Speaking to a girl who had a revelation to the goddess, who saw her face and heard her voice. I hope you'll forgive me for my horrible atheism. It's fine, Edelgard said. I didn't have much faith in the goddess myself, for the longest time. I even thought she hated me. Until she spoke to you. Even then, there are things I'm not so sure about. I thought Rhea could give you all the answers. Edelgard chuckled. Rhea. Her tea parties, as you can probably imagine, aren't the most fun thing in the world. They aren't. They aren't. I feel like a part of her just wants to consume me. To engulf me. To swallow me whole, envelop me, and keep me with her, forever. The sight of Byleth with lustrous, luminous hair the color of fresh mint leaves and Rhea's emerald eyes set in her face struck her like a hammer to her chest. To make Byle our professor, happy and obedient vessels for her will, like her favorite knights. Pets. Dolls for her to dote on and dress as she pleases, servants to her will. And Dimitri, may I confess something to you? I have no right to absolve you, but I'd be happy to hear your confession. The church can't be any further from the goddess, Edelgard said. The goddess is supposed to love all of her children. But the church harms people in so many ways, hoarding money, keeping the poor destitute, keeping the uneducated ignorant, making sure the fat and wealthy can become fatter and wealthier still, closing people's minds to outsiders. I think that if the goddess could see what Rhea and past archbishops have done in her name, stretching back even to the days of Saint Syros, I think she herself would turn against them. Dimitri's silver brows furrowed. There was an odd, uneasy smile on his face. You think that of the church, Edelgard? I do. Can I tell you a secret? Yes. You mustn't tell Rhea. I won't. The tragedy of Duskur was caused by the church. The Knights of Syros turned on my family, slaughtered my father and his knights, and brought Glenn, mother, and me to a dungeon. There we languished for years with other children. Mother was useless to them, but us, they conducted horrible experiments on the rest of us. They tortured us. They poured poison into our veins. And all this, with the crest of Syros embroidered on their robes, etched onto their armor. Dimitri took a deep, long, shuddering breath, racked with the pain of his memories. Edelgard set her hand on his back to steady him. The church is evil down to its core. His voice cracked and broke. His eyes squeezed shut and tears rolled down his cheeks. They killed our mother, Edelgard. They made me watch. Edelgard tore her gaze from the stars. No wonder Dimitri didn't consider those who slither a threat. They'd played a devilish trick on him to ensure his loyalty. She was amazed that they hadn't done the same thing to her in her world if they had done that to her, twisted her world so utterly, Fodlan would have become a nightmarish realm of darkness, and she would have eagerly created that world for them. She put her arm around his shoulders and draped her cloak over the both of them as he held back his sobs. "You've heard that the professor bears the crest of flames, haven't you?" he asked, choking back the lump in his throat. "It's the reason why she can wield Nemesis' legendary blade." He held out his hand, palm upward, and Edelgard knew exactly what he was going to do next. The intricate emblem of the crest of flames appeared in the air over his hand, traced in fiery lines the same icy blue as his eyes. The cold light of the apparition clashed against the warm light of the flickering flame in Edelgard's hand like waves lapping at a shoreline. "I have it, too. It was burned into me. Into us. For their evil ends." The sight of that baleful crest froze the air in Edelgard's lungs. "When I reveal this truth," Dimitri said, strength anew flooding into his voice, "the anger and hatred my people hold for Dedu, for the people of Duskur, it will all be turned on the church. The people of Faerghus will be united in their loathing, and just as the fires of their hatred burned Duskur to the ground, so too will they destroy Rhea and her wicked designs. I will crush them, rip them, tear them. When the time for that comes, Edelgard, will you stand with me? Against the church? Against Rhea's lies? For Professor Byleth? For Dedu? For our mother's sake." Edelgard looked into his eyes, blue lit by blue fire. Wide, hurt, earnest eyes begging her for help, eyes so cold, yet so warm. Had she ever given Byleth such a look? She must have. What could she say to him besides yes? If she didn't agree to an alliance with him, she would become a threat. She knew too much, she would have to be killed. If Dedu didn't get rid of her, then Glenn or one of the other agents of Thales would do the deed. In fact, she thought, recalling Dimitri's behavior as the Hurricane King, he might kill her himself. But as long as he believed that the so-called men in black were his friends, allies, saviors, then he was a danger to all of Fodlan. Men like him, good and kind men who didn't stand for anything, were uniquely dangerous because they could fall for anything. She had to say yes. And before the Hurricane King declared his war against the Church of Ceros only a few months from now, assuming Dimitri's plans were operating on the same timeline as hers, she had to make sure he saw the truth about those who slither in the dark. With any luck, whatever horrors awaited at Remire would be enough. She closed her hand around his, shattering the image of the crest of flames into a flurry of blue sparks that faded into the night. "Yes, Dimitri," she said. "I will stand with you. For Byleth. For our mother." Dimitri smiled. "I'd hoped for so long that I could trust you. Thank you, Edelgard. Thank you so much." The sun crept over the horizon, spilling amber light across the mountain. The rest of the class emerged from their tents, and the fishing trip began in earnest. Edelgard knew her way around a fishing pole, thanks entirely to all the time she'd spent with Byleth in her world, but most of the other students were, to pardon the expression, completely at sea and were desperately in need of guidance from Byleth and Geralt. Dedu and Ash seemed at home, though, wading in the shallowest part of the stream and scooping up crayfish. Edelgard spent most of her time that morning and afternoon making sure Dimitri didn't make bloody messes out of his fingertips, though she ended up puncturing her fingertips quite a few times herself. Every once in a while, she found herself gazing at Byleth as she helped Mercedes or Ignatz or one of the other students hook their bait or reel in a catch. Seeing Byleth help people, seeing the attention she gave everyone, how seriously she took her responsibilities to the people in her care, how intuitively well she seemed to know everyone, reminded Edelgard why she loved that woman so much. And with her there, and Geralt, the Blue Lions suddenly felt somewhat like a family to Edelgard, somewhat, just a little bit, like the family she had made from the Black Eagle strike force. In the late afternoon, the class cleaned and cooked their fish, pan-frying them, roasting them, boiling them. With full bellies and only a few lingering wounds, the class marched back to Garreg Mach with the setting sun to their backs. Edelgard didn't think she'd had so much fun since her wedding. The next day, Edelgard took Geralt's advice and went to Shamir Neverand, one of the Knights of Ceros stationed at Garreg Mach as an instructor, for help regarding whoever was sending her the cryptic missives that had been weighing so heavily on her mind. Edelgard only showed her the first one she'd received, though she had no intention of explaining, or suspiciously refusing to explain, the date on the second note. Though Shamir was a knight of Syros, and before that she had fought against the Adrestian Empire in the Brigid-Dada War, Edelgard bore her no ill will. She was a refreshingly cool and blunt woman, straightforward and fairly honest, and quite unlike her fellow knights in that she held no belief in the goddess or in any of the Church of Syros tenets. Shamir eyed the slip of paper Edelgard had handed her suspiciously, her brow furrowing over dark violet eyes. Ink's good quality. Paper, too. A noble wrote this. That narrowed it down, but not by much. There were more children of noble birth in this school than there were commoners, and Edelgard had already eliminated all of the commoner students she knew of. Dorothea certainly wasn't a time traveler. They wrote the letter with their left hand in block letters to disguise themselves, she continued. I can tell from how the ink smudged. So they're right-handed. And the way the letters are curved makes me suspect a girl wrote this. She lifted the paper to her nose and sniffed it. Faint perfume, too. Floral. Edelgard's mind raced. Floral perfume, you say? She was thinking, could it be? Could the time traveler be? Whoever's leaving these notes is a noble girl who's right-handed and wears perfume, Shamir pronounced. Unless they put that perfume on the paper just to throw you off their trail. Anyway, if that's the only sample you have, she added, handing the slip back to Edelgard, I think that's all I can do. Thank you, Shamir. Edelgard took the paper back and slipped it into her bag, then offered Shamir a courteous bow. You've been very helpful. I think I know who wrote this now. No problem. Stay safe. Edelgard headed back to the dormitories, marched up the stairs, and stopped just short of her room. She knocked on the door in front of her, rapping her knuckles against the wood hard enough to make them sting. The sound reverberated down the hallway. Her heart pounded in her chest. Ugh, Hilda's voice bled through the door, muffled. Arcturus, if you're gonna drag me out here again, let me remind you that what I do with my free time is none. She opened the door. Her face was unmade, and, peeking over her shoulder, Edelgard could see that her bed and desk and also floor, somehow, were also unmade, her eyes bleary, her hair only half done up in her signature twin tails pink locks flowed untamed down her right shoulder. A faint, but unmistakable smell of floral perfume still clung to her. Her eyes narrowed, her pink brows knitting together. Edelgard, she said coldly. Hilda, Edelgard replied, can I speak to you? Hilda put her hands on her hips. It's gonna take a big apology to make me forgive you for forgetting we were friends for 2 months. Well then, a big apology is what you shall have. I really did have horrible amnesia, I even forgot that I was engaged to Ferdinand. I didn't mean you any harm, but it's entirely my fault that I never thought to ask anyone about the friends I'd had before my accident. I'm sorry I abandoned you, and I'm sorry it took me this long to say it. Edelgard held out her hand. I hope we can regain what we have lost, she said, letting her lips tug her mouth upward in a hopeful smile. Hilda looked down at her hand, crossing her arms. Really, Edelgard, I kinda think I'm over you now. I know, Edelgard said to her, that you have every reason to hate me, but, Hilda was seconds away from slamming the door in her face, she had to think of something to stay her hand for a moment more. Hilda, I love you, she blurted out. There was a look of utter confusion on Hilda's face. Huh. I've been so stupid, Edelgard said. All the signs were right there, it was so foolish of me not to see them in myself, in you, in us. You've been my best friend, Hilda, but I know now that we've both wanted so much more than that. Can you take me back? Can you accept me, despite all my flaws? Can you ever love me again as I love you? Hilda stood in front of her, mouth agape, utterly and completely flabbergasted from Edelgard's confession. Edelgard took that chance to barge in past her and slam the door shut behind her. What the hey? Hey, you can't just barge in here like that. 16th of the Garland Moon, 1187, Edelgard said. How do you know what that date means? Huh. Edelgard produced the slip of paper from her bag. Enough charades. I know what you are. You've been sending these letters. Huh. 16th of the Garland Moon. How do you know that date, Hilda? How do you know the date of my wedding? Huh. Seeing the utter bemusement on Hilda's face, her wide eyes, Her slack jaw, Edelgard began to wonder if she'd just made a terrible mistake. Check the description for the links to the author.